in a way, modern letters, I think, and especially Joyce, Pound and Eliot, are cases in point, is not so much about a loss of faith, but as it were, a search for a new faith, or a faith that is both old and new, for reasons that we'll see as we go through this series. Eliot, of course, is a case in point, and I've given a little bit of very, very potted biography in your handout. I should also stress it really requires you to read the Four Quartets as we go through this series. I'm obviously not going to be able to read it all. Time does not permit. And it really does require of you a bit of dedication to the poem itself, which I think will pay dividends. I think undoubtedly it's obscure and it's confusing. In a way, these lectures at the beginning will probably be obscure and confusing, and if you feel that way, then in a way you're meant to feel that way. Hopefully by series end the fog will lift, as it were. Look, the reason for that is something I touch upon in your handout. Eliot was a snob. A snob. Incredible snob. But in a way, so too was James Joyce, and so too Ezra Pound, and so too the Bloomsbury set. In a reference I've given you in your handout from a book called The End of Art, which came out a couple of years ago, one of the points about modern art proper is that it is intentionally esoteric, obscure and strange. Intentionally so. Postmodern art, from pop art onwards, is, you could say, the very reverse. It is an intentional going against modernism. Postmodern, and I guess you might call it dumbing down today, or the rise of popular culture, is anything but esoteric and obscure, though some theorists try to make it so. But modernism was intentionally so, for very important reasons that we'll come to. Well, with that I might start proper. At the end of the Four Quartets, so in Little Gidding, at the end of the Four Quartets, we read, Eliot writes, "We shall not cease from exploration, and the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time. And all shall be well. All manner of things shall be well when the tongues of flame are enfolded into the crowned knot of fire, and the fire and the rose are one. And all shall be well, all manner of things shall be well when the tongues of flame are enfolded into the crowned knot of fire, and the fire and the rose are one." In a way, there's nothing like beginning at the end. And in the same spirit on your handout is a vision that more or less concludes Dante's vision in a Divine Comedy. Now I'll read it. This is from Paradise, so it's at the end of the Divine Comedy, from hell, purgatory, through to paradise. Here is a beatific vision. And then, as people at a masquerade take off the masks which have until that time been hiding their true selves, so then and there, before my eyes the sparks and flowers changed. Into a greater festival I saw both courts of heaven in their reality. So mirrored tier on tier within that light, more than 1,000 were reflected there. I saw all those of us who won return. And if the lowest tier alone can hold so great a brilliance, then how vast the space of this rose to its outer petals reach. Into the gold of the eternal rose, whose ranks of petals fragrantly unfold praise to the Son of everlasting spring. The Four Quartets is a journey like Dante's was a journey. The only question is where to. Dante's journey is set out and clear. Eliot's is less so, even though, again and again, Eliot praised Dante as being the poet. Many times Eliot pointed out that the Four Quartets are modelled on the Divine Comedy of Dante. Where does Eliot end? Back to where we started, only now knowing it for the first time? Where is it then that he starts? As one line has it in Burnt Norton, it starts where footfalls echo in the memory. But where is memory? This series is going to involve a fair bit of philosophy, because Eliot was a philosopher, and the Four Quartets is an incredible engagement both with pre-Socratic, which I'll explain later, and Christian philosophy and theology. And right here, right at the beginning, is where we begin with the philosophy with St. Augustine. Where and what is your memory? When you recall the past, where is the past? The past, when you recollect it, is in the present, insofar as you are thinking about it. And when you think about the future, where is the future? Well, that too seems present when you think about it. The present, in a way, when we think about it, seems either already past or in a kind of future. What is the future when it is thought about but something that is present? And what is the past when it is thought about but something present, something now? What then is the memory? And this raises a question: what is a self? Eliot acknowledged the influence of St. Augustine's Confessions on the Four Quartets, and it begins, in a way, by an engagement with St. Augustine's Confessions, because it is in the Confessions that St. Augustine really engages with the conundrums of time. And St. Augustine, following Aristotle but taking it further, says, well, what is the past? The past doesn't exist because it's past. The future doesn't exist because, it's future. And the present, does the present exist? Well, as soon as I start to think about the present, it's past. What is time? And then St. Augustine goes on in the Confessions to say, well, what's the self? And he thinks about the self and he says, memory. The self, your conception of yourself relies upon memory. But memory relies upon time. So if we can't think about what time is and it eludes us, what then is a self? What if there is no time? What if we are caught in a perpetual sameness? What if really beneath everything that appears as motion and flux is a horrible, never-ending sameness? If that is the case, then is Christianity true? Wouldn't seem to be, because Christianity has a linear sense of time, an eschatology. There is a time and there is a time for this and there will be a time for that, and at the end of all times all things will culminate and come together and time itself will be redeemed. But if time never changes and is only ever the same, there is only some horrific still point that never changes, and we are caught without redemption. The Four Quartets opens with a reflection on time and memory, Eliot's memory, of course. If all is the same, if all time is merely eternally present, then, Eliot points out, there is no redemption. At the end of the Four Quartets, famously, Eliot cites the English mystic Julian of Norwich to the effect that all will be well, all shall be well. And it will all be well, Eliot ends, as we just read, because the fire and the rose are one. Not that that clears anything up, really. What does it mean? Then your homework is to read your handout. It expands upon these themes somewhat more. An important part of early modern letters is esotericism, occultism, if you wish. Something we'll be coming back to again and again. It's something that Eliot is engaging with, and indeed argued against later on in the 30s in a book called Strange Gods, After Strange Gods. We're going to have to come back to it, because the influence of things like Rosicrucianism, theosophy are incredibly important in early modern American and English letters and Australian letters, and indeed one of Australia's preeminent historians, Steele Rowe, has written quite extensively on theosophy in Australia. How shall we know the place we began for the first time? Just going to read the first part of Burnt Norton. You won't find it in your handout. You'll actually have to buy a copy of the Four Quartet. I'm sorry. Sorry. Time present and time past are both perhaps present in time future, and time future contained in time past. If all time is eternally present, all time is unredeemable. What might have been is an abstraction remaining a perpetual possibility only in a world of speculation. What might have been and what has been point to one end, which is always present. Footfalls echo in the memory down the passage which we did not take, towards the door we never opened into the rose garden. My words echo thus in your mind, but to what purpose? Disturbing the dust on a bowl of rose leaves? I do not know. So this is a place that we begin. Time, memory, the question of redemption, the rose garden, the rose leaves, dust, footfalls, echoes. But to what purpose? The titles of the Four Quartets refer to places with which Eliot had to do. Perhaps sometimes only one visit, sometimes many. They were written at different times, yet were reworked and reworked. And they came together as if a musical score, blending, entwining four apparently unconnected themes. Eliot, of course, pointed out that they are modelled on the entwining of music. Four quartets. Only those of you more observant will note that each one of those four actually has 5 sections. All of them are entwined. And they are entwined because they all have to do with Eliot's memory. With Eliot's memory. They have to do with Eliot's life, but much, much more. So, what was Eliot's life? For our purposes, there is one very important fact. As I've said, Eliot was one of the progenitors of modern letters. Joyce, Pound, and Virginia Woolf, he is, as it were, one of the 4 horsemen, you could say, of the literary apocalypse. The sign of the end of Victorian Romanticism, of Edwardian, I guess, optimism. All their lives Joyce, Pound and Virginia Woolf were all entwined. We won't be discussing them all that much, though we will come back to Joyce and Pound to a degree. Eliot was born in 1888 in St. Louis, Missouri. He was raised a Unitarian. A Unitarian is a form, I guess, of American early liberal theology, we might call it, that comes from the 18th century. Very, very universalistic, often pantheistic, and very apparently non-dogmatic, and very, very much part of, I guess, Boston, New England, that kind of high society, American aristocracy, you might call it. Eliot went to university at Harvard. He travelled Europe, and he did his doctorate, though he actually never submitted it. In London, later, he met Ezra Pound and later James Joyce. First through Prufrock, and then later through the Wasteland, he became the poet to know and to praise. Often he was called the poet of modern despair. A poet of a kind of modern mysticism based on a kind of weariness, an ennui. In 1927, he converted and he became an Anglican. He also became an English citizen. He became an Anglican and he became very, very high church. He resolutely rejected the liberal theology of Unitarianism and espoused hellfire and purgatory. So let's just note that in the Anglican Church, sort of Jensenite hellfire is not just confined to low church. It was also used to be part of high church Anglican as well. Eliot died in 1965. It's a very potted history, and I won't really be even referring, I'm afraid not at this time, to his marriages, which I suppose became, well, the first one very much a subject of a film, Tom and Viv. In a way, such histories are a little bit misleading. As I stress, I want to impress upon you the importance of philosophy and theology and esoteric mysticism. It's funny, I gave this series maybe 4 or 5 years ago and worked upon it since. When I gave it the first time, a person who was working in the State Library wanted me to give a talk on T.S. Eliot, and I was going to do a talk on T.S. Eliot and religion, and one of the major workers who was in charge of it at the State Library, I think Rosary Moon at the time, said, well, they wouldn't put it on. Yes, they were interested in T.S. Eliot, but the religious part, no. I've got to say, I was somewhat surprised that someone high up in the library could express such an opinion that you could handle T.S. Eliot without religion. Well, there you are. Theology, philosophy, and esoteric mysticism inform Eliot since his teens. One might also point out these are of incredible importance to James Joyce and Ezra Pound and many others beside. Indeed, throughout all modern letters, you think of Wyndham Lewis, Chesterton, and C.S. Lewis. Both their autobiographies note, especially C.S. Lewis, their fascination for things occult and theosophical. D.H. Lawrence, Thomas Mann, Herman Hesse, Yeats, of course, probably the most famous, Lawrence Durrell, Robert Graves, and even in their own cranky ways, H.G. Wells and Bernard Shaw. And that's just to name a few. These figures often held divergent, even opposing views. But as I say, modernism, in a way, was no loss of faith. Rather, in a way, it was a kind of bursting forth of strange faiths, of what T.S. Eliot would call strange gods. an attempt at finding a faith, even if at times it was strange and preposterous. Today, I guess, when we think of theosophy, we probably think of the house just near Town Hall, and we think of things New Age, though die-hard theosophists loathe New Age, and we think of it as an interesting sidelight to Australian history, to Sydney history. But it was incredibly important. It was incredibly important in the birth of modern letters and fine art. The idea of a mystic experience runs through the literature. Even when, like with Joyce, he can parody it in Ulysses. But when you think of things like Finnegan's Wake, what Joyce is doing there through his so-called parody is in a way just merely constructing his own literary mystical religion. Even when it's parodied, you can see they are drawn towards it. Eliot was drawn towards it. And in June 1910 in Boston, he wrote about an experience he had. This was he called it silence. And he spoke about this experience for a long time afterwards. Along the city streets, it is still high tide, yet the garrulous waves of life shrink and divide with 1,000 incidents vexed and debated. This is the hour for which we waited. This is the ultimate hour when life is justified. The seas of experience that were so broad and deep, so immediate and steep, are suddenly still. You may say what you will, at such peace I am terrified. There is nothing else beside. Along the city streets it is still high tide, yet the garrulous waves of life shrink and divide, with 1,000 incidents vexed and debated. This is the hour for which we waited. This is the ultimate hour when life is justified. The seas of experience that were so broad and deep, so immediate and steep, are suddenly still. You may say what you will, at such peace I am terrified. There is nothing else beside. That is actually, I think, reproduced in your handout. The feeling came in 1910 in Boston when he was roaming the streets. Again, the feeling came a year later in March 1911. He later told Leonard and Virginia Woolf that these months for him were an upheaval. He would later parallel them to the nights of air raids as he worked as an air raid warden in the Second World War, which are experiences that informed Little Gidding in the Four Quartet, and to which we will return. This feeling, this apprehension, is echoed in Prufrock. This is actually, what I'm going to read is actually from a discarded section of Prufrock, of J. Alfred Prufrock. So it's not in the final version. I have seen the darkness creep along the wall. I have heard my madness chatter before day. I have seen the world roll up into a ball, then suddenly dissolve and fall away. I have seen the darkness creep along the wall. I have heard my madness chatter before day. I have seen the world roll up into a ball, then suddenly dissolve and fall away. There is a feeling of motion and movement and madness, and yet, in all of it, something still. There's something not very nice. As we will see later on, in certain of his poems, Eliot would cite Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness. Remember in Heart of Darkness, where The fellow goes in to find a certain Captain Kurtz who's gone, as it were, gone with the natives up the Congo, and the fellow has to go up, find Captain Kurtz, who's now rather mad and barbaric. He sees the kind of European mindset that has descended into barbarity, and at the end, the last words are the horror. The horror. The film Apocalypse Now is based upon Conrad's Heart of Darkness. Here is something of the same, the terror. But a terror at what? Of what? Something beneath, something beyond, something in it all is silence. A still point that throws everything into a dissolving. And yet there is chatter, and yet this chatter is of silence. Somehow everything is the same beneath it all, and that is fearsome. When Eliot was doing his doctorate, he was doing it on an idealist philosopher called Bradley, whom I'll come back to in future weeks. He was also very interested in Hindu philosophy, Maya, and the idea that all appearance is illusion, and that which is underneath it all is the same, as it were, is unending, is never changing, is Brahman, or is oblivion. Somehow, in some way, what is eternal is in and under the mundane. Somehow the illimitable, the infinite, is spoken of through the apparently finite. Somehow myth is history, and history is myth. How do you write about this? How do you respond to it? I think many of us who might have dabbled in mysticism or spirituality with the idea that you come to the eternal same beneath all appearance, you will experience at times a very beautiful feeling of oneness and unity. But when you actually pursue it a little bit further and on, you will find that that vision can become very nihilistic indeed. Is all appearance, is all difference, is all otherness, is all love, is all hate, is all passion, is all art nothing more than mere illusion? Does nothing mean anything? What is the nature of the eternal? Joyce, in Ulysses, there is a kind of internal monologue going on. Is that where a kind of answer goes on? Because a kind of eternal monologue goes on in the Four Quartets. It is Eliot's memories. How does that monologue go out in a dialogue, as it were? And what is it engaging with? What are the relationships there? Eliot, along with Joyce, revered the French symbolists. And that through an author, Simmons, who was mentioned in your handout this week, through a very important work to which we'll be returning. The symbolists accented feelings, the experiences, those which were figured in symbols. And thus there is a great play on the figure of the self. What is the self? What is a memory? Is your self merely a locus of illusion? Is your self with the idea that it is different and distinct to things? Is that nothing more than mere maya, mere illusion, mere delusion? What is the self and what is memory? What is it that informs all things? What is time? I want to read more at Burnt Norton. Can I ask, is that clock right? Good. I'll go from disturbing the dust on a bowl of rose leaves, I do not know. Other echoes inhabit the garden, shall we follow? Quick, said the bird, find them, find them. Round the corner, through the first gate, into our first world. Shall we follow the deception of the thrush into our first world? There they were, dignified, invisible, moving without pressure over the dead leaves, in the autumn heat through the vibrant air, and the bird called in response to the unheard music hidden in the shrubbery, and the unseen eye-beam crossed, for the roses had the look of flowers that are looked at. There they were as our guests, accepted and accepting. So we moved, and they, in a formal pattern, along the empty alley into the box circle, to look down into the drained pool. Dry the pool, dry concrete, brown-edged, and the pool was filled with water out of sunlight, and the lotus rose quietly, quietly. The surface glittered out of heart of light, and they were behind us, reflected in the pool. Then a cloud passed, and the pool was empty. Go, said the bird, for the leaves were full of children, hidden, excitedly containing laughter. Go, 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 said the bird. Humankind cannot bear very much reality. Time past and time future, what might have been and what has been, point to one end, which is always present. Let's just note some of the recurring themes there. Language, birds, children. Possibly more importantly, who are the they? To whom does the they refer to? Who are they? The birds, the children, those who are with Eliot? What is the unheard music? We'll come back to that unheard music in later parts of the Four Quartets, because what we will see is it has a reference to something like the music of the spheres as well. Again, when we think about things like the music of the spheres, we're talking about classical conceptions of the way in which the universe revolves, as it were, in perfect orbits, as it were. But more than that, as we'll see in the second hour as well, and again, this is very, very important to understand the background, is the concept of harmony between upper and lower. With astrology, with classical astrology, how does it work? Through gravitational pull or emphasis? Well, clearly not. The idea with astrology was a notion of the harmony between the upper regions and the lower regions, between the heavens and the earth, you might say. That which corresponds, as it were, in the stars corresponds with the dynamics in an individual or a community or the world. The music of the spheres, therefore, corresponds to a kind of music that is in our world, beneath the world. It is part of that correspondence of the upper and the lower. An essential element, both in liturgy through our classical religion and in very debased forms in magic, is the idea of affecting a harmony, a correspondence between upper and lower. For what reason? Well, either to get in touch with angelic powers or theology, to move God. All of these aspects are very important from the late 19th century, early 20th century, and not just in letters and art, but also in some forms of philosophy and literary theory, especially that which came out of the French symbolists. We'll come back to the likes of Baudelaire, But we might just point out here things people like Baudelaire was influenced by. A fellow called Emanuel Swedenborg, of whom we'll be returning to. Again, I'm just saying here that what is important in that fact is this. Swedenborg, like many other theosophical, small t theosophical characters, and William Blake for that matter, were very much concerned with the correspondence of upper and lower. How do you affect that? How do you get there? As I point out in your handout, in the symbolist movement, there was one branch of it called the Salon of the Rosy Cross. The Rosy Cross, of course, is Rosicrucianism. Rosicrucianism is a movement that really begins in the 17th century, though Rosicrucianists trying to argue that it came before, but like a lot of the magical literature, it's obviously fraudulent. It's a movement that really has its height in the 1620s, 1630s, built up and is later, as it were, subsumed into Freemasonry, when Masonry, as it were, comes on the scene in the late 17th century. I will be going over a lot of these things. Believe you me, it is not irrelevant to T.S. Eliot or the likes of Joyce, Pound, or for that matter, some of the early goings-on in Chesterton's life and C.S. Lewis and others. It is the Rosy Cross. What we're going to be seeing is that T.S. Eliot is writing a polemic in the Four Quartets, a polemic. He is arguing against many of his contemporaries. Dante's Divine Comedy is polemic. It does not mean it's solely polemic. All great art, I would argue, must have polemic. If art does not have polemic, it's insipid and kitsch. And Four Quartets is great art. When we read of things like the unheard music hidden in the shrubbery, and the unseen I-beam crossed, for the roses have the look of flowers that are looked at, there is paranomasia, punning, there is word play, cross, rose, eyes looking. Whose eyes are looking? Eliot upon himself, I suppose, in one way, because he's reflecting on what he experienced at Burnt Norton. If you read and look at some of the biographies of T.S. Eliot, you will see photos even of the pool, the empty pool at Burnt Norton. But the important thing is to see what he's doing here. Along the empty alley into the box circle, to look down into the drained pool, dry concrete brown edged, and the pool was filled with water out of sunlight. What does that mean? If it's empty, how is the pool filled? I guess there's an illusion of filled water because it's made out of sunlight. And the lotus rose quietly. That, of course, is a reference to Buddha. The surface glittered out of heart of light, and they were behind us, reflected in the pool. Then a cloud passed, and the pool was empty. Again, I stress, I'm not reading stuff into this. This is what T.S. Eliot himself wrote about and explained certain aspects of it about, and what other commentators have pointed out. The reference to Buddha, the reference to the lotus, the reference to first it is empty and then it seems full, but that is an illusion because it's sunlight, as it were, and the kind of dappling, of which dappling will come back later because it forms a part in the Four Quartets, is illusory. And then suddenly it's gone and suddenly you see it as empty. But how do we read lines like that? Do we read it and think, oh, well, Eliot was a Buddhist man or something like that? Or do we read it as a way of saying, look at the emptiness here. Look at the terror. Look at that still silence. And convert. Because that's what we're going to see as we go through this series. And T.S. Eliot's Four Quartets is not just polemical, it's polemical and evangelical as well. But what I'll do here is finish, and we can have some engagement and discussion, and then we'll have a break. And those of you who haven't been here before, there's coffee and that you can make and biscuits, so it'll revive you for the second hour. But I'll finish it, but when you ask questions or want to make comments, I've got to give you this. Okay, so
I find it a little bit difficult to relate to T.S. knowledge. Quality, which is a gift, cannot be knowledge.
it's a problem with T.S. Eliot's snobbery. And equality is a gift, is that what you said? Or quality is a gift, sorry.
Ability is quality.
Okay.
He did not use it, was given to him.
I suppose that leads us to questions of where inspiration and artistry comes from. The problem in the modern world, of course, or you may not think it's a problem, are notions of egalitarianism or equality, which is very good when it comes to political matters, equal votes for all, I suppose. But the problem is that many theoreticians would say, and many who defend modernity would argue, is that in postmodernity, this equality, this egalitarianism, is taken into areas of art and literature, so we get a horrible dumbing down. In this period that Eliot is writing, as many of them are writing, as Joyce is writing, they are actually themselves engaged in a polemic against what is the real beginnings, I suppose, proper, of mass consumer society. And indeed, Eliot will write against that. The snobbery, therefore, look, anyone who's read Eliot and read of Eliot and spent a lot of time, it can get incredibly overpowering and stifling. And indeed, the strange thing about Eliot, or the ironic thing is, of course, is that he wanted to be more English than the English, and he ended up there for the English upper class, making himself to be rather risible because he was too much of what we might call a tritard. But I think in a way they missed the point. I think with Eliot's snobbery, yes, I'm sure it was heartfelt, but I also think that it was a polemical stance against what many of us would say, well, my God, he died before Laudetes to Ladies or Strain Idle or anything like that came about, so what would they think now? So, that's the defense.
A comment rather than a question. I see Eliot as an intensely private man and also an introvert. And, his relationship with Vivian and her mental illness, I think that sort of could be, I think that has a connection with the snobbery in a way, because that in those days was a bit of stigma to have someone, like some of the things she did, and poor Diane, she did. But I do think that, and I agree with you, read more English than English, because they can get very private about things and not want to speak. But that's just a comment. But what I was interested in when you spoke about American and Australian writers being influenced, did you say something about that?
With the theosophy. It's an incredible subject in and of itself, and I think it's one that possibly we tend to think began in something like the 1960s. Why it should have been so influential is another matter entirely, though I would argue it has a lot to do with the fact that, for a number of reasons, it was very much tied up with literary theory. Probably the best example of that, and probably the least expected, is Russian social realism. The likes of Victor Hugo. Victor Hugo was very influenced by theosophical ideas and concepts. The idea that through your writing, through your literature, you actually affect a kind of change of the zeitgeist, as it were. Again, it's difficult to go into because it involves actually having to go into the whole cosmology behind these ideas. I hope that by the end of the series we might come back to this, because we will be coming back and touching upon it. I don't want to, as it were, in one great big lump give it you, because it would just be incredibly confusing if you haven't read about it or touched upon it before. So by the end of the series, I hope we might come back to it, and then it'll be a little bit more understandable, and not wanting to be patronizing.
I think this novel is challenged not only by the cognitive policy, but they really painted particularly perspective I hadn't before.
Yeah, look, I think that's right. It was saying about Virginia Woolf and the Evident War. I think, look, it's a very big issue for us, of course, because I suppose in a way it's not politically correct, as it were, to be a snob in that way. I guess I'll lay my cards on the table here. I actually do not have a problem with it, and I have a problem when it becomes a snobbery that does not accept, as it were, the noblesse oblige, the responsibility of aristocracy. I think what happened in the modern period in the destruction of the class system is in fact having what was necessary in reform, but therefore meant that many of those who were gifted from birth with privilege were therefore freed from their responsibilities to, let us say, those of us of the lower classes. I think it was always clear in English letters that just because people were of upper class did not mean they were intelligent, quite the reverse. Hence the theme in much of the literature of the upper class being idiots. But I don't think that was the point of that system. I think there was a lot of boundaries that worked to actually encourage a kind of self-improvement in letters, whereas today I think, though there's a lot good, in another way, of course, in terms of literature and arts, you are oriented towards a greater market and thus standards rather lower, I suppose. So it's up to those of you what you wish to make of snobbery in this matter and T.S. Eliot. But there is a positive side to it as well. So I guess I'll leave it at that. So I'm sure we'll be coming back to it. Upper crust in the North America? Oh, very much so. Very much so. His family were very much a solid sort of, that Bostonian background. As Lyndon Gordon in her work on T.S. Eliot points out, in a way, for that whole background of T.S. Eliot, which she does maybe a little bit too much, well, it's like a Henry James novel. And he found it stifling, and he did what Tom Wolfe would later greatly parody, slummed it. He would walk around the Boston slums, or when he was in Europe, he'd go around the slums and, I suppose, dabble with the druggies and the prostitutes and so on and so forth. very self-consciously so as well. So yes, that was his background, and he was an incredible and awful snob back then. The only problem is, of course, is what we should always bear in mind as well is like the Jane Austen books. Many people read the Austen books and say, well, often let's put, lightly satirize the upper class insofar, and it usually ends up really nice that, the higher placed man will marry the lower. But the point is really, it doesn't go much lower than that. When women do tend to go after men from lower social status, often, not always, but often it doesn't work out well. I'm just saying that those whom we might consider snobs, well, others may be considering us as snobs. And I guess the thing is about snobbery, like Eliot's, it's overt, it's not passive. You know where you stand with it. And I think in that way there's something redemptive in it. But so that, when we're doing that, right here, well, okay, well, we're going to really begin at the beginning. And this has to do with the front piece of the Four Quartet that were mentioned in the break. The two quotes that are in Greek. I think I've given the translation in. As I say, they're from Heraclitus. Heraclitus is one of the better known pre-Socratic philosophers, obviously meaning prior to Socrates. They read thus. The first one: although the Logos is common to all, most live as if each had a private intelligence of his own. Although the Logos is common to all, most live as if each had a private intelligence of his own. The second one: the way up and the way down are one and the same. The way up and the way down are one and the same. Although the Logos is common to all, most live as if each had a private intelligence of his own. In other words, when we reflect, when we think, when we have our memory, when we think about ourselves, we are reasoning about ourselves, but we are participating in the Logos. Logos in Greek means word, principle, even truth. It means the principle of all things. Heraclitus was known as being the philosopher of flux, of becoming, of change. And thus, he said, all is in flux, all is in a state of perpetual overcoming, and yet, in it all, as it all, is the one, is the Logos. Consequently, that which we think are truly different things, up and down, are not. They are, in fact, expressive of one and the same thing, the Logos. And just as we might think, well, I'm a private self, totally different, in point of fact, each one of us, in all so-called individuality, are merely of the Logos, of the one and the same. And yet that one and the same is in a perpetual state of appearance, of becoming. Eliot, like an incredible amount of modern philosophers and writers and artists, fell under the spell of Heraclitus. And I guess appropriately, in respect of what we were talking about in the break, at the end of the first hour, Heraclitus was known as being a very, very arrogant snob. Disdained the city and disdained everyone, which is why philosophers like Friedrich Nietzsche revered Heraclitus. He revered Heraclitus for Heraclitus' anti-democratic feelings. Heraclitus bulks large in modern letters and modern philosophy. All is in becoming, all is overcoming itself, and yet all is one as the Logos. As I say, Heraclitus' metaphysics were very much a thing to hold to in 19th and 20th century esoteric letters, writings and philosophy. As I say, the best known exponent, I suppose, was Nietzsche, but he certainly was not the only one. Nietzsche, who also became incredibly influential on modern letters, following Heraclitus, argued all is really primally one, but that primal one is in primal contradiction in what he called the Dionysian and the Apollonian. That is, appearance is Dionysius, is the dance of appearance. Apollo is like Logos, is like reason. And they seem opposed, but in actual fact, each of them are expressive of the primal one. And Nietzsche wrote about that when he taught in some of his first works, The Birth of Tragedy, and in his writing on the pre-Socratics, Heraclitus. In other words, there's a sense all is like a playful illusion. And when we think of popular presentations of Hinduism, the idea of Brahman is so strong that he can even delude himself with Maya, that is illusion. So Brahman in a way dances with illusion, with Maya, and this is like Heraclitus. We might think all this stuff arises either out of the 1950s with the Beats, or that it comes into its own in the 1960s with hippiedom, or that it comes to its own in the 70s and 80s with New Age. But it's not very new. Nietzsche was very, very influential on a lot of people's thinking. Zarathustra was very influential on modern letters of T.S. Eliot's generation. Both Joyce and Pound echo Nietzsche's Zarathustra. I should just say, in Nietzsche's most famous book, Thus Spake Zarathustra, Zarathustra is a kind of allegory, you might say, of the major figure, protagonist Zarathustra, who comes down from the mountains and in the end goes back up. And it's his theme of trying to find twin souls, one might say. Joyce and Pound echo Nietzsche's Zarathustra writing. But Eliot doesn't really. And yet, in a funny kind of way, Eliot is probably closer to Nietzsche in experience than Joyce or Pound ever were. A central element in Nietzsche's writings is the noonday vision, as Nietzsche calls it. The vision in which suddenly one is caught in an incredible stillness. Everything seems beautifully clear, icy clear and still. One is suddenly at the still point of the eternally return of the same. And for Nietzsche, this moment were the moment. But like that poem I read in the first hour of Eliot too experienced those moments, but for him it was not the moment, it was a moment of terror. Nietzsche went mad. Eliot joined the Anglican Church, which I think is the better option, especially when it was still using the prayer book. So. Nietzsche was very big on the mysticism of the noontide, when all is still and all is one. And as I say, Eliot experienced it. I can't see, I'm not a Joyce scholar, nor a Pound scholar for that matter, but in what I've read of theirs, and read about them, I see no evidence, so I could well be wrong, and I'll be happy to have it pointed out, that they ever experienced a comparable moment like Eliot or Nietzsche. Why? I think it has to do with the fact that Eliot, like Nietzsche, was a well-trained philosopher. Eliot was very well-trained and well-studied in philosophy. His history at Harvard and later in Paris are incredibly interesting because he deals with and sits in on class with some of the major names of early 20th century philosophy. People like William James, Henry James' brother, Bertrand Russell, Santayana. And most interesting of all in Paris, a character to whom we'll return, Henri Bergson. As I say, we'll return to him. Nietzsche and Eliot, I think, experienced very much a similar, something that happened, and both are very good writers. I think Nietzsche is a very poor philosopher, but be that as it may, that's my opinion. But both are excellent writers. That can't be gainsaid. That Nietzsche and Eliot are both great writers. For Nietzsche, the idea of stillness is caught in his doctrine, which he keeps in the development, but he certainly makes his own, the eternal return of the same. Eternal return of the same. And Nietzsche actually argues that your greatness, your nobility resides in the ability to be able to actually understand it. If you shy away from it, then you're not strong. It basically is the idea that here, now, we sitting here, this will return eternally the same forever and ever and ever. Your whole life, everything you experience, everything, is an eternal round of the same. If you can affirm that and say, well, yes, I love life so much, I can affirm even the bad, horrible parts because it is eternally the same, then for Nietzsche that shows the bravery. I think it's what Eliot understood and caught sight of. Those of you who have read your Dostoevsky and read Brothers Karamazov will remember Ivan Karamazov confronts the devil in a mad delusional scene, or maybe it's real. And in that scene, which is where Ivan Karamazov gets drawn mad, Ivan Karamazov is the great materialist rationalist of the Karamazov brothers. In that scene, the devil posits a doctrine. And it's that. Before Nietzsche. And it sends Ivan mad. If it is the eternal return of the same, in short, there is no telos, no end, no goal, no purpose. If all returns eternally the same, what purpose can there be? And Nietzsche understood that and in fact used that doctrine to point that out. There is no teleology, no end to anything, no goal. No final beatific vision. There is no final vision of a heavenly host, of the rose as Dante presented at the end of Paradise. In Heraclitus, Dante would never end the journey, or would just continually, eternally recur the same. And yet, contra Heraclitus, Eliot does end the Four Quartets. All will be well. He ends the quartets echoing, mirroring Dante's end of the Divine Comedy of Paradise. So it begins at the front piece, the Four Quartets, with the two quotes from Heraclitus. But again, do not necessarily read them that he therefore quotes them approvingly. As we will see through the Four Quartets, he's engaging polemically. There is an end. There is a telos. There is a goal. When we think of teleology, that is the idea that all things are in a process of becoming, but they're becoming towards being, towards a goal, a definite purpose, a definite meaning. It's eschatology, end times. It's Christianity, and I guess Islam and Judaism. There is one philosopher, theologian above all, who is associated with teleology, and that is, of course, St. Thomas Aquinas. And it has often been remarked that Dante's Divine Comedy is St. Thomas's philosophy theology put into poetry. Something, as we'll see, that Eliot is fully aware of. I should also say that for James Joyce as well, if there was one theologian or philosopher who he himself said was the most influential on him, it was St. Thomas Aquinas. Of course, Joyce did not quite take it on wholeheartedly as Eliot did. Joyce would often say that St. Thomas was the philosopher. Joyce did hold to a concept of the true and the good, but for Joyce the true and the good was divorced from God. I think this is part of Joyce's writing, is that it is not a philosophically profound system. I don't think Joyce was particularly clever, philosophically so. Eliot was far more rigorous, and that's what we have to understand when we read Eliot's poetry. For Joyce there seems to be no telos, no goal, no beatific vision, no true vision of what was to become. But Eliot felt otherwise. And this is shot through the Four Quartets. It's going somewhere, though it seems to come back on itself. It seems to return on itself, just as with memory. When we think about ourselves, we go over and over and over thinking. Dante's Divine Comedy is Thomas, St. Thomas in poetry. There is a world of difference between Heraclitus and St. Thomas. And in a way, you might say, Heraclitus versus St. Thomas informs the Four Quartets. Obviously there's a lot more to it, but I would argue that is the structure. That is what informs Heraclitus versus St. Thomas. Why? Heraclitus is the major pre-Socratic philosopher, the major philosopher that those modern philosophers and those modern writers and artists love and praise. Heraclitus is it. That's the guy in the milieu that Eliot is within, who is praised and seen to be, well, forget Socrates, forget Plato, forget Aristotle. Aristotle, God, well, he was big on teleology. Plato, in a way, the same thing, another world. No, Heraclitus is the go. So that when Eliot is using that, interweaving that, and using St. Thomas to oppose it via Dante. It's a polemic. There's a polemical structure going on in the Four Quartet. I stress again, Eliot is not doing this out of a kind of removed lack of sympathy. What we read in Eliot from his times at Harvard and afterwards was an incredible fascination and being drawn towards the likes of Heraclitus, towards the likes of Hindu, Vedantic philosophy and Buddhist philosophy, and towards the like of Western idealistic philosophy, all of which things I'll come back to and explain. To then be drawn to St. Thomas is to then oppose all of those things. The latter, St. Thomas, is clearly Catholic and is clearly as well very influential. Some of the very good writings on St. Thomas came out of the High Church Anglican. Heraclitus was very much associated with the esoteric occultism, in Western occultism, while St. Thomas was not. Again, I'll give you a little bit of a background here. In Theosophy in the 1890s, from the 1880s onwards, it was largely founded by three people, one of whom was Madame Blavatsky, probably the most famous, the other Alcott and Judge, but particularly important. Blavatsky was earlier very much involved in Spiritism, as were millions of others, because it was a big movement from 1848 or something, from the Fox sisters in America and England. Everyone was into seances. It died a death. It then bled into the rise of esotericism, occultism. Theosophy was formed, but what happened was Madame Blavatsky then got into all things Eastern. All things Eastern, which is when Theosophy started to move to Adya in India, hence Adya books. This caused a split in Theosophy. Stay with me because it is actually very important here for this background. Theosophy split. I don't have a duster. Into one group that were for all things Indian and Eastern and Tibetan. The other group said, no, we are in the Western esoteric occult position. Where in that, and Theosophy largely had two groups in the 1890s. People like Annie Besant, who were very much within that Eastern Indian style. Well, what happened there was very interesting. At the same time, I'll truncate this because it gets quite complicated, another movement began, and this is really important for us, the Golden Dawn. The Golden Dawn movement. And that was an esoteric occult movement as well, very much so in the Western esoteric tradition of Heraclitus and what we'll later see is called a Hermetica. One of the leaders of the Golden Dawn for quite some time was William Butler Yeats. Another member whom you probably have not heard of, but is incredibly important in the lives of the Inklings, of T.S. Eliot, and indeed a host of others, Charles Williams, whom we'll be returning to. Anyway, Heraclitus is very big in this background, and Eliot is engaging with that. Remember too what I said in the first hour about harmonies between upper and lower. And here I'm going to read from the section 2 of the Norton. Garlic and sapphires in the mud clot the bedded axle tree. The trilling wire in the blood sings below inveterate scars, appeasing long forgotten wars. The dance along the artery, the circulation of the lymph, are figured in the drift of stars. Ascend to summer in the tree. We move above the moving tree and light upon the figured leaf, and here upon the sodden floor, below the boarhound and the boar pursue their pattern as before, but reconciled among the stars. Garlic and sapphires in the mud clot the bedded axle tree. The trilling wire in the blood sings below inveterate scars, appeasing long forgotten wars. The dance along the artery, the circulation of the lymph, are figured in the drift of stars. Ascend to summer in the tree. We move above the moving tree, in light upon the figured leaf, and here upon the sodden floor, below the boarhound and the boar pursue their pattern as before, but reconciled among the stars. Note the two major themes, above and below. The circulation in between. More than that as well, the microcosm and the macrocosm. Again, I'll just say something here about that. The idea often was of the temple, like the Jerusalem temple, being a microcosm of the wider macrocosm, that is, being a smaller image of the entire cosmos. But it's more than just an image. Because the temple is a microcosm of the macrocosm, it means it is also the axis mundi, that around which the entire cosmos and time revolves. It is also often pictured, and it plays a large part in Kabbalah, the divine tree. The divine tree that, as it were, links below and above. The axle tree is that around which all things turn. That which is in the blood mirrors the dance along the artery, the circulation of the lymph, all that which is out there, and that which is out there in turn are figured in the drift of stars. We move above the moving tree and light upon the figured leaf, and here upon the sodden floor, below the boarhound and the boar pursue their pattern as before, but reconciled among the stars. And the astrological theme of that which is, as it were, in the heavenly sphere is mirrored here down below. And then, at the still point of the turning world, neither flesh nor fleshless, neither from nor towards, at the still point there the dance is, but neither arrest nor movement, and do not call it fixity, where past and future are gathered, neither movement from nor towards, neither ascent nor decline, except for the point, the still point. Neither movement from nor towards, neither arrest nor movement, where past and future are gathered in one. So if you look back at that second one of Heraclitus, the way up and the way down are one and the same. It would seem to be that stillness and movement are one and the same, arrest and movement. Past and future are the same. This is where they're gathered. It is a still point. The axis mundi. What is the still point? Heraclitus, I guess, the still point is the logos. But Eliot's quite clear here, do not call it fixity or fixity. It seems to be beyond our categories. and so beyond our categories that it seems to be able to embrace both stability and motion, a still point. In esoteric thinking, the idea is as well that each human being is themselves a microcosm of the macrocosm. This plays a large part in Kabbalah, in point of fact. The idea that each person mirrors or echoes or is part and parcel of an original divine man. And consequently, the whole cosmos is made out of this divine man, and each one of us is a microcosm of that larger macrocosm, and this is why astrology and so on work, presumably because there's this real correspondence. Thus, it is a dance along the artery. Yes, it's the circulation of the lymph. And that works in two ways, both in you as an individual, in the cosmos as a whole. In you, upper and lower are united, it would seem. And yet the first quote of the Log of Heraclitus is, do not think that you alone are the Logos. That is sheer ignorance. As I say, we'll be coming back to, all of this is the rather staple stuff of Heraclitean, what is Hermetic esotericism and occultism, of alchemy. And we will see later in the Four Quartets where T.S. Eliot cites alchemy. What is the idea behind it all, though? Are we living in a world of appearances? Are we fooled? Is the very idea and hope of a telos, of a goal, of a meaning, merely so much illusion and delusion that only the weak believe in? Do we know that we are dancing to an eternal song? Is that what the Four Quartets are? A delineation of this incredibly eternal return of the same harmony, the same celestial, personal harmony that just goes on and on. Shall we, as T.S. Eliot wrote, follow the deception of the thrush? Shall we follow the deception of the thrush? You'll see, of course, birds feature large in prognostications, the twittering of birds. We'll come across it with a figure from Greek myth called Tiresias, the blind fortune teller who often uses birds and twittering. Do we follow the deception of the thrush? Shall we look into what appears to be a full pond and see the lotus rising quietly to the illusory nature of the world? Does a cloud pass and now that we see the pool is empty? Is it true, as the bird says, humankind cannot bear very much reality? Humankind cannot bear very much reality. That line T.S. Eliot used again in Murder in a Cathedral. Is it true? Humankind cannot bear very much reality. It's what Nietzsche argued, that the vast majority of people, you can't bear to look into the void, the abyss of meaninglessness, and thus you must believe in illusions and delusions. Humankind cannot bear very much reality. Is this world then simply a dance around a still point? And what is at that still point? A cosmic fool. A cosmic fool. And we caught in the cosmic fool's play. Let's put it like this. The axle tree is that kind of an eternal cog around which all moves, is joined. Is it a tree like in Kabbalism, the upside down tree that one ascends? Or is it something else that one can climb up, like the magic faraway tree? Those of you who've read your Dante, or one of the most famous passages, when they go through from hell and have to exit hell, they have to climb up, and then down, as it were, down, and then up Satan to get into purgatory. Satan is caught in the very centre of hell, caught up to his waist in ice. And they have to climb down, as it were, Satan's legs to get into purgatory. But when they do it, as it were, going bar the world, suddenly they're climbing up. There's a theme in which Eliot is playing upon here, and we'll see in the future weeks, that he does specifically refer to scenes in the Inferno. Is there a chance of purgatory, of purgation? To go up to heaven to see a white light still and moving, to gain the vision of a rose, the beatific vision. In short, was Heraclitus wrong and was St. Thomas right? Will everything be well and all manner of things be well? I'll just read through to the end of 2 and go back to. At the still point of the turning world, neither flesh nor fleshless, neither from nor towards, at the still point there the dance is, but neither arrest nor movement, and do not call it fixity, where past and future are gathered, neither movement from nor towards, neither ascent nor decline, except for the point, the still point. There would be no dance, and there is only the dance. I can only say, there we have been, but I cannot say where, and I cannot say how long, for that is to place it in time. The inner freedom from the practical desire, the release from action and suffering, release from the inner and the outer compulsion, yet surrounded by a grace of sense, a white light still and moving. Erfung, without motion, concentration, without elimination, both the new world and the old made explicit, understood in the completion of its partial ecstasy, the resolution of its partial horror, yet the enchainment of past and future woven in the weakness of the changing body, protects mankind from heaven and damnation, which flesh cannot endure. Time past and time future allow but a little consciousness. To be conscious is not to be in time, but only in time can the moment in the rose garden, the moment in the arbour where the rain beat, the moment in the draughty church at Smokefall be remembered, involved with past and future. Only through time is conquered. Erfung refers to a kind of sense of elevation, a sense of an investigation through elevation. It has a sense that's very much tied up with one of the major German idealist philosophers, Hegel, which we'll come back to, but it's a sense in which things are taken up, and in that being taken up, they are known, but in their being known, they change. They, as it were, go up, let us say, a stage higher. There is the enchainment of past and future woven in the weakness of the changing body, in you and I, in other words. And it's this weakness, it appears, that protects mankind from heaven and damnation, which flesh cannot endure. Somehow, only through time is time conquered. What that means, something we'll come to later, but what we will find in the future weeks is that what it refers to largely is the beginning of the hint of an allusion to the incarnation. Will everything be well and all manner of things be well? Well, because that's what we're going to be finding out in this series. I've got to finish there for this week, but just stress. Do read the handout, and do, when you go home, try to reread and reread the Four Quartet. We can have questions or...
When you're talking about electricity, I couldn't help thinking of the Hopkins sonnet, the narrative of the European fire and the comfort of the resurrection. Just a comment on the way that Hopkins is thinking of the electricity. It's a really famous song.
Joseph Manley Hopkins, in a way, precedes Eliot in this matter. In one of Hopkins' major poems of the nature of Heraclitean fire and the resurrection, Hopkins is actually playing on the same theme of above and below, but he's doing so by defining it, by chaining it, as it were, to teleology. There is a motion from the clouds through to the mud and the dirt and the earth, and then even lower it descends in Hopkins' poem. As it descends, you then meet something ascending, and in a way it's like the diamond, but of course it's Christ rising from the dead. So Hopkins is as well, this would be probably about 1870s, is likewise writing a polemical poem against the dominance of Heraclitean philosophy and nihilism, really, at that period, and doing so via Christianity. Whether or not Eliot was influenced by Hopkins, I suppose, is something I'm not too sure is answered. I don't think Eliot, from what I know, really refers to Hopkins in any kind of detailed way. Though Hopkins, one could argue, is the first major modern poet proper. But I should also say that Hopkins' poems, though they were written in the 1860s through to 1880, I think, were not published and printed before the light of day until 1918, 1920, I think, and even then it took some time. So. Relying that clock nervously. It's all about time. But you're caught in a still point. No, you can't move. Okay, those are examples.
Robert, I can't see in Burnett nor where the Aquinas vision comes through so clearly. I can see the outside of the Are there references that you can point to where it's alternative? I mean, obviously in the other four things, but in this one, where are the references, if any, to the Aquinas position, the theological position?
I think only in its allusion to Dante, to the way that it's playing on Dante. But you're right, it's building up. It's sort of setting the theme, as it were. I'm sure others could find references, as I'm sure it's so dense.
When we decry circularity meaningless, because they're unfortunate, that doesn't mean nihilism isn't true.
Look, that. I guess the question there is, the very fact that, say, endless circularity is nihilistic does not mean that it's not true. In one way, yes, it's a very important philosophical question. The question then really is what we constitute proof as proof in such an argument. So, for example, if we say like Heraclitus, okay, each of us participate in the Logos, but the Logos is out there, that would seem to give warrant, let us say, for arguing from our reasoning to the very constitution of things, to reason. So Logos is reason. The argument then would be, well, our reasoning is necessarily teleological. So one would argue that any proof that comes through Logos, small l, and reasoning, therefore, as it were, is far more towards the idea of teleology than it is to eternal rounds of the same. I mean, I'm not saying that that's a cast iron argument, but I think that's how I would argue about it. But you're right. Look, the question of nihilism in the 19th century is a very big question, and it bleeds into, of course, early modern letters, if not to today, I guess. So.
I wonder, when you tell us at some time about the places where the divine salvation was it Norton that was the village? East Cape went a little bit.
It's very good, actually. Look, I think I've put something in the handout. If I haven't, then I will, if you wish. In a way, it's a very difficult, there's so much to go in, and I will be talking about some of P.S. Eliot's past and contacts with some of the plays. To a degree. I think those are things that, look, I will put stuff in the handout, but it just could take up a lot of time. And I think what is important is the fact that, yes, these are parts of Eliot's memory and therefore locate the individual Logos, as it were, in its place and so forth. The dry salvages is very important for a number of reasons, and I will talk more about that. Little Gidding as well for a number of reasons. The others, look, I will, if I haven't put stuff in the handout, I will. So. And look, if people feel that they've heard something about these places that is very, very important, then, please bring it, and you can say it in the break or, in the questions and so forth. So if you do feel that there's something really important specifically in Eliot's life, I stress, it's like with Vivian and the problems therein. That's just an incredible area in and of itself. And when one talks about people like Mary Trevelyan and so forth, I just don't know that I could put that stuff in here. So I'd have to apologise for that. Okay, if you want to everything mark off, you go. So that's probably the best. Tony before it. I just feel like she wants to take too much of a time. She's a scholar of that area. I don't know. I think it's not on this one then. Helen Gardner, she did a hot anecdote of the Four Quartet in the Great Flag and stuff. And thought, which is really helpful, because to really have an understanding of the concept. Well, they used to be topics of the interrelate, they were all good. Theology interpretation.
look, what I'm doing is focusing upon adornment. This is the practice. The practice of adornment and critique of writing, and critique of mathematics. What I'm also doing is the exercise of cultural theory in Australia. And so what I'm using is people like this disciple to talk about what he thinks of modern theology. In order to get people to look at these things, what do they mean? What is the symbolic thing that they're trying to do? So each anything more the full harmony is a much more and early concepts in the 1960s, the Birmingham, it was very radical and very challenging work. And you're not meant to. That's the short answer. Really, you're not meant to. He certainly did not want people to find him an easy read. It was just pointed out in a quote from Stephen Spender that one of the major distinguishing marks of what Eliot reintroduced into letters, meaning by that modern literature and poetry and prose, was ideas. A kind of return to the 17th century to the metaphysical poets, and metaphysical poets like John Donne and so forth very much used a lot of you have to engage with it intellectually, and Eliot really is doing that very much so for a number of reasons. Like James Joyce, you try reading James Joyce and it becomes quite an arduous trial. The same with Ezra Pound. The real issue has to do with questions in modernity between high culture and low culture, and the blurring of those two through the rise of modern industrialism and the rise of mass production. Eliot and the others weren't the only ones to sort of confront what they saw as a problem, that the kind of democratization of culture was going apace, such that the blurring line between an educated, an intellectual class and a more popular, increasingly wealthy class was blurred, such that in language we would use nowadays, things were being dumbed down. So what Eliot and the others are doing is really a conscious polemical thing in and of itself. It's saying you have to make an effort. This is not modern ditties, these aren't commercials or advertising. You have to make an effort to the degree where it gets a bit overboard, one might say. But you could argue in a way that it's a bit like a process of initiation. You really have to struggle. You really have to try and find out what the illusions are, what the ideas are, and I guess for many of us it probably rubs us up the wrong way, but it's, I think it pays dividends. In another series I'm doing elsewhere, I'm actually doing a series on what is called critical theory and cultural studies. Critical theory was something that really arose in the late 1920s, early 30s. It was what was called a Frankfurt School, with a number of neo-Marxist thinkers, Max Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno, and others. And their major problem had to do, or their major point, with mass communication, with mass reproduction, with commoditized, the making of everything into commodities, so that everything just becomes a commercial commodity aimed at the lowest common denominator. And Theodor Adorno was obviously quite radical, but in the 1960s, when the sort of big pop art and everything, and I guess pop music came, he loathed that with a passion. And I think this is still a tension today between those who would believe in high art and those who would claim that, in a want of a better term, postmodern art, well, art is anything you make it. And indeed in Saturday's Herald there was an article, really a column, that in a way was suggesting or citing people saying that. Eliot is saying, no, it isn't. It requires hard work. So, I guess. So if you don't understand it, honestly, that's what you make yourself understand. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. I suppose when you could think of modern culture, it's a bit ironical, isn't it? That one of the major popular entertainment musicals was Cats, based on his work. So, I mean, what he would make of that, I've got no idea. But I'm sure. Good. Good. Yeah. Oh, well, that's good. Look, at T.S. Eliot, there's actually a video from an old television series in which T.S. Eliot reads out some of his poetry. I've got to say, I'm of the opinion that poets are often the worst ones to read out their poetry for a number of reasons, which maybe we'll come back to. But look, what I'll do is now begin proper, but I'm actually beginning at a place that I wasn't going to, but it's from his, because it's rather appropriate. It's from his poem Ash Wednesday. And this is the beginning of it. Because I do not hope to turn again, because I do not hope to turn, desiring this man's gift and that man's scope, I no longer strive towards such things. Why should the aged eagle stretch its wings? Why should I mourn the vanished power of the usual rain? And pray to God to have mercy upon us, and I pray that I may forget these matters that with myself I too much discuss, too much explain, and because I do not hope to turn again. Let these words answer for what is done not to be done again. May the judgment not be too heavy upon us. Because these wings are no longer wings to fly, but merely vans to beat the air which is now thoroughly small and dry, smaller and drier than the will. Teach us to care and not to care. Teach us to sit still. Pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Pray for us now and at the hour of our death. I'm jumping ahead of this too. Lady of silences, calm and distress, torn and most whole, rose of memory, rose of forgetfulness, exhausted and life-giving, worried, reposeful. The single rose is now the garden wherever all loves end. Terminate torment of love unsatisfied, the greater torment of love satisfied. End of the endless journey to no end. Conclusion of all that is inconclusible. Speech without word and word of no speech. Grace to the mother for the garden where all love ends. So with Ash Wednesday, that would be nice to start. We're going to be returning to Burnt Norton. Look, I think I put it in your handout, but I'll just say this about Burnt Norton itself. It was in Gloucestershire. Eliot visited it with Emily Hale. according to some writers like Lyndon Gordon, she feels and they feel that many of those allusions have to do with, I think it was a 1912, as it were, affection of Eliot, and that this is a remembered past love. I'm sure that that is the case, but there's, as I stress, a lot more besides. Burnt Norton was largely unoccupied, from what I understand, at the time Eliot visited. It had very beautiful rose gardens. There were 2 pools that were empty. They were overhung by certain types of trees that very much shed a dappling play of shadows on the empty pools. I just thought I'd bring that up because I think someone was asking about the particulars of Burnt Norton, the house. At some time in the past, I think in the 19th century, it actually burnt, hence the name, Burnt Norton. In the opening quote of The Wasteland is published in 1922. Like with most of Eliot's poetry, it's made up of work that was written earlier and often brought together and reworked. Eliot reworked The Wasteland by reference to Ezra Pound's emendations and so forth. And indeed, it may still be in the City Library. They had a facsimile copy of Ezra Pound's notes, the first notes, as it were, The Wasteland, with all his writings and suggestions. It's a very interesting work. Maybe in your handout and the references there. But as I say, it used to be in the City Library when it was at Town Hall. Whether or not they got rid of it, I don't know. At the opening quote of The Wasteland, the Sibyl, who of course was an oracle, the Sibyl is asked by some youths, "What is it you want?" And the Sibyl replied, "I want to die. I want to die." Which pretty much sets the tone of the poem, I guess. Originally, the opening was going to be a quote from Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness. The quote was, "The horror, the horror." The full quote from this section from Conrad goes like this. Now remember, if you remember Heart of Darkness, it's about travelling up in Africa, up the river to find Captain Kurtz, who's gone native, as it were, and mad. Apocalypse Now, as I said last week, was a film based upon Heart of Darkness. This is the quote from, this is the context. Did he live his life again in every detail of desire, temptation and surrender? During that supreme moment of complete knowledge, he cried in a whisper at some image, at some vision. He cried out twice, a cry that was no more than a breath. The horror, the horror. Although Eliot removed the quote and replaced it with the Sibyl, there is still a logic similar to both. Like the Sibyl, both characters see. They see something. And in seeing, both see something that both horrifies them and wearies them. What is it that the Sibyl, what is it that is seen? In the third section of The Wasteland, the fire sermon, I'm just going to read out a section of this. Again, just try to sort of feel the general horrible tone, the weary tone, the tone of ennui. At the violet hour when the eyes and back turn upward from the desk, when the human engine waits like a taxi, throbbing, waiting, I, Tiresias, though blind, throbbing between two lives, old man with wrinkled female breast can see, at the violet hour, the evening hour that strives homeward and brings a sailor home to sea, from sea, the typist home at tea time, clears her breakfast, lights her stove and lays out food in tins. Out of the window perilously spread, her drying combinations touched by the sun's last rays. On the divan a pile, at night her bed, stockings, slippers, camisoles and stays. I, Tiresias, old man with wrinkled dugs, perceived the scene and foretold the rest. I too awaited the expected guest. He, the young man carbuncular, arrives, a small house agent clerk with one bold stare, one of the low on whom assurance sits, as a silk hat on a Bradford millionaire. The time is now propitious as he guesses. The meal is ended, she is bored and tired, endeavours to engage her in caresses, which still are unreproved if undesired. Flushed and decided, he assaults at once. Exploring hands encounter no defence, his vanity requires no response, and makes a welcome of indifference. And I, Tiresias, have foresuffered all, enacted on this same divan or bed. I who have sat by thieves below the wall and walked among the lowest of the dead. Bestows one final patronizing kiss and gropes his way, finding the stairs unlit. Tiresias is, of course, as we mentioned last week, also an oracle. He turns up in the Odyssey, of course, when Ulysses or Theseus descends into the underworld. Tiresias is a very important figure among Joyce, Pound and Eliot. He turns up in Ezra Pound's first canto. I'm going to read sections of this. The situation of the first canto is basically modelled, the whole of the canto is modelled on the Odyssey, on the journey of Odysseus back home. The first canto is really about Odysseus going into the underworld, and there he wants to consult Tiresias. The first line, and then went down to the ship. I'll skip ahead. They've landed, they're going into the land of the dead, and they have to bring the sacrifices, as it were, to give to this hungry, twittering, sort of not demented, but half-shade, half-shadow figures, a bit like Night of the Zombies. They're sort of clinging on to them, and they have to give the sacrifices in order, really, to keep them away so that they can wait for Tiresias. Poured we libations unto each the dead, first mead and then sweet wine, water mixed with white flour. Then prayed I many a prayer to the sickly death's heads, as set in Ithaca, sterile bulls of the best, for sacrifice, heaping the pyre with goods. A sheep to Tiresias only, black and a belled sheep, dark blood flowed in the fosse. Souls out of Erebus, cadaverous dead, of brides, of youths, and of the old who had borne much. Souls stained with recent tears, girls tender, men many mauled with bronze lance heads, a battle spoiled, bearing yet dreary arms. These many crowded about me, with shouting, pallor upon me, cried to my men for more beasts, slaughtered the herds, sheep slain of bronze, poured ointment, cried to the gods. To Pluto the strong and praised Proserpine, unsheathed the narrow sword, I sat to keep off the imperious impotent dead, till I should hear Tiresias. An Anticular came, whom I beat off, and then Tiresias Theban, holding his golden wand, knew me and spoke first. A second time, why, man of ill star, facing the sunless dead and this joyless region, stand from the fosse, leave me my bloody beaver for soothsay, and I stepped back. And he strong with blood said then, Odysseus shall return through spiteful Neptune over dark seas, lose all companions. right, and they all die except him. Tiresias haunts the Four Quartets. So who is he? A blind soothsayer who had the knowledge of the language of birds. They say Homer in the Odyssey has him carrying the golden staff in the world below, when he guides Ulysses into the world of the dead. The world of the dead being, for Eliot, this urbane, industrial, commodified cityscape. It being, for him, London, which was rather at that time the centre of the world. And thus in Burnt Norton 3 we read, and I'll read through to the end of 3. Again, let's recall, I should stress here, let's recall that sense of wearying round of Heraclitus. That even though all things seem different, beneath all becoming there is a horrible, still sameness to everything. And thus there is no redemption. Remember too that Nietzsche's ideas are very big at this time. The idea of the eternal return of the same, that everything that happens will eternally happen the same way throughout, and on and on and on and on, never ending. Here is a place of disaffection, time before and time after, in a dim light, neither daylight investing form with lucid stillness, turning shadow into transient beauty with slow rotation suggesting permanence, nor darkness to purify the soul, emptying the sensual with deprivation, cleansing affection from the temporal, neither plenitude nor vacancy, only a flicker of the strained time-written faces, distracted from distraction by distraction, filled with fancies and empty of meaning, tumid apathy with no concentration, men and bits of paper whirled by the cold wind that blows before and after time, wind in and out of unwholesome lungs, time before and time after, eructation of unhealthy souls into the faded air, the torpid driven on the wind that sweeps the gloomy hills of London. Hampstead and Clerkenwell, Campden and Putney, Highgate, Promise, Primrose and Ludgate, not here the darkness in this twittering world. Descend lower, descend only into the world of perpetual solitude. World not world, but that which is not world. Internal darkness, deprivation and destitution of all property, desiccation of the world of sense, evacuation of the world of fancy, and operancy of the world of spirit. There is the one way, and the other is the same, not in movement, but abstention from movement, while the world moves in appetency on its metal ways of time past and time future. Note the themes: the wasted, half-light cityscape, bits of paper whirling around, an emptiness, the ordinary gloomy hills and streets of London. That half-light, the shades, that is what is incredibly important in the concept of Hades, of the underworld. Half-twittering light. The thing is, according to Homer, the shades have no memory or intelligence. They chirp and twitter. Now think about it, what constitutes a person? In a way, what constitutes us very much is our memory, our sense of identity, of our past, our history, our intelligence, and those inform our moral ability, our ability to actually be human. So when those things are so dim and dull, such that really you're just a twittering shade, you are no longer human. You are something horribly less than, something polluting. I guess throughout cultures, the interesting thing about ghosts or demons or so on and so forth is that they are polluting. They are unclean. Which is why it's so important, of course, in Christianity, and indeed Judaism, is the fact that the dead are not like that. And indeed the end is the resurrection of the body, a solidity, a substantiality, not some sort of ephemeral spiritual thing, not a shadedness. But that is something still to come in the Four Quartet. Here it's the twittering world descending lower. In the underworld, only Tiresias, by God's grace, kept his memory for whatever reason. It's supposed to be a guide down there. He who could read the birds' chatter could, in the underworld, read the dead. And I guess that's the irony, is that Tiresias, on the surface of the world, in the world of the living, could listen and could interpret the twittering of the birds. Consequently, how appropriate for such a person to be the one to be able to interpret the twittering of the dead. This is what Eliot's poem is about. The joining of the omens of birds to the twittering bird-like noises of the dead who roam the cities. Only here, as in the wasteland, it's the clerk in the office, it's the secretary home at work, and it's them coming together in a kind of desperate, almost too tired seduction scene where the clerk takes his opportunity. And even though the one he's seducing is rather indifferent, that doesn't disturb his vanity, because really all of them are half-lives. The despair, a dim light, neither daylight that gives definition and form, nor one strong enough to give shadows sharp definition. Dim light. There is no darkness even to purify the soul. This is one of the first allusions, of course, to St. John of the Cross and the dark night of the soul. The withdrawing of the conscious apprehension of God's presence of grace, of having, like St. John of the Cross was saying, to struggle through those barren wastelands of the soul. And yet, it seems in London of that time there is no dark night of the soul, nor even some glowing, resplendid day of the soul. It's a horrible dim light. There is neither plenitude nor vacancy. In other words, it is a world of shades, of half-light, of insubstantial being, ghosts, shades, only a flicker. And here the dead are distracted from distraction by distraction. They are filled with fancies and empty meaning. It's, of course, modern consumerism, and Eliot loathed modern consumerism. Later he would state this all the clearer in interviews. But so twittering is a distraction of the world that it cannot even be dignified by being called hell. It can't be dignified even by being called hell. Hell is something far too stark and sharp to describe this world. It's a world of shades. If anything about the doctrine of hell in Judaism and Christianity and Islam, whatever we might think of it, it is sharp and it is definite. It is piercing. The shades are not. One might recall here to a similar picture in C.S. Lewis's book, The Great Divorce, where you have that theme of going down into horrible, dull, rainy day streets of London where nothing very much ever happens. The picture that's presented us is one of movement, with a perpetual movement, but no point for all time is the same. Turning shadow, slow rotation, distractions whirled by cold winds, always blowing, eruption of bursting forth, driven on the wind that sweeps over London, and yet this is the one way and the other is the same. Not in movement, but abstention from movement. While in the world moves in appetency, an incredible appetite in the world of consumer distractions. Eliot wasn't the first to point that out, and he certainly hasn't been the last. Again, in the world of shades, there's a kind of horrible dim hunger that cannot be fulfilled. Here we might think, of course, too, of Albert Camus' work, The Myth of Sisyphus. That is, in the pagan myths, of course, there were things like some people would be sent to fill a great bowl with water, but of course it has holes all around it. Each time they fill it with water, it all drains out. It's a never-ending, pointless task. Or rolling that big ball, as Sisyphus does, that great big rock at the top of a hill until he gets to the top of it, and then it just rolls back down again. And this is what Camus was talking about, the modern world. Is this what it is? Again, it's interesting here. Both Camus and Eliot and all the others are talking against the background. There, the First World War was Camus, the Second World War as well. And you would think, with that incredible bloodshed and thing, that perhaps the feeling would be of, no, there's a horrible, precise hell. And yet, it seems for all of them to be something different. As if the wars themselves showed a meaninglessness that was savage and barbaric, and yet beneath it something awful and nothing. Well, for Joyce and Pound, both used the Ulyssean myth as their paradigm. And the figure of Tiresias, both used in their work. But in a way, both Joyce and Pound still believed in the romantic Ulysses. Eliot came to see that, I would argue, as wearying and as going nowhere, really. What I mean by that is that in late antiquity, what we see in the 3rd and 4th centuries AD is both the Neoplatonic pagan philosophers used the Ulyssean myth. The idea that the soul's life on this world is a journey back through the emanations, back to the source of all things, the eternal one. Christians used it as well and Christianized it, baptized it. Ulysses, though, was a soul returning to God, not as God, but through redemption and confession and repentance. They're very different ways of viewing things, very different. Eliot came to see the myth of Ulysses, of Odysseus, as wearying. For all her visions, the Sibyl just wants to die. For all his visions, Tiresias is stuck as a guide for those visiting the world of the shades. But let's remember that there was another who also journeyed down into the dead. Dante. But he was guided by Virgil. Now Virgil's an important figure in early Christianity as a kind of proto-evangelium, as a kind of gospel before the gospel. You know, certain sections of the Aeneas that seem to refer to someone who is to be born, a child that is to be born, the Prince of Peace, and so on and so forth. And early Christians argue this is Jesus Christ. In a manner, Virgil was a bit like the Hebrew prophets foretelling Jesus. So Virgil in Dante is very important as that kind of crossover figure between the pagan and the Christian, which is why Dante uses him, of course. Tiresias goes nowhere. Tiresias is stuck. But Dante journeys down deeper and deeper into hell, and then up through purgatory, and then up through heaven, as we saw there that the fire and the rose are one. Thus does Eliot, throughout the Four Quartets, blend the pagan myth of Ulysses with the Christian theme of Dante, who himself had blended the pagan and Christian. And so too did Joyce try to do this in Ulysses, of course. But Joyce said that if you wanted to understand Ulysses, and this was always with Joyce, you have to take it with a grain of salt, of course. But he said to understand Ulysses, you have to read two things, Homer and Madame Blavatsky. Madame Blavatsky being one of the founders of Theosophy. Theosophy being that Western form, as I said last week, of these kind of esoteric occult ideas that Eliot had played with and dabbled with and was now engaging with in a kind of similar way that the early Christians did when they used early pagan antecedents like Virgil and Socrates, Plato, and used them and Christianized them. Well, that's what Eliot is doing as well. Eliot blends, and he redeems thereby the pagan. Eliot provides footnotes in The Wasteland. I'm not too sure if it's the first poem ever to have done so, but I'm sure there weren't that many prior to that him that had actually written poems that provided footnotes. He provides footnotes. And again, it's interesting if you read The Wasteland, have a read of the footnotes, because that will show you he's being rather ostentatious in showing you, look at how many references I'm using. But again, you want to look at that with a bit of grain of salt and think, is that just one level? Are the footnotes actually part and parcel of the poem proper? Not just an addendum, but actually of the poem proper. Do they mirror, in a way, an empty intellectuality of the Wasteland? Is this all what the Wasteland can offer up? Footnotes, very clever allusions. In the Wasteland, he refers to Dante, Bradley, whom we'll come back to, Shakespeare, Buddha, the French poets, Baudelaire, Verlaine, and more importantly, things like, sections like What the Thunder Said. What the Thunder Said. Seven thunders in the book of Revelations, and St. John is not allowed to write them down, what they said. So in a way, the Wasteland contains what it was those thunders said. He also noted Miss Weston's book, The Chapel Perilous, on Grail legends. From Ritual to Romance was Miss Weston's book. I'll explain a bit of this. He also refers to James Gordon Fraser's Golden Bough, of which he writes that it has, quote, influenced our generation profoundly. One notes too that Ezra Pound refers to the Golden Bough in his cantos. I've given you a bit of this on this in your handout this week. The Holy Grail cycle of legends are obviously play a large part, I guess, in Western literature, not just from Mallory, but from many others since, and not just with T.S. Eliot. Today, of course, the Holy Grail legends still feature large in New Age literature. In the men's movement, that was a bit of a New Agey type thing in the 1970s and 80s, the Holy Grail legends were part and parcel, were a core element of it. For Carl Jung, the Holy Grail legends, the idea of the Fisher King, played an incredibly important central role. This was the idea of the divine king. King Arthur is mortally wounded. Well, it's a mortal wound that doesn't fully finish him off, but he wastes away and dies. And the knights must go out in search of the Holy Grail, or they must find the answer to the question, or indeed find the question itself, and then come back, and the king will, as it were, resurrect, and so too within the land. In a funny kind of way, those are modern readings, those are modern stories, because the early cycles from what the 12th and 13th centuries of the Holy Grail are and were written as historical romances. Undoubtedly, much of the literature hails from earlier times, but what we have, really, largely French for that matter, historical romances. But that theme is incredibly important for T.S. Eliot, and we're going to come back to this in the second hour. Fraser's Golden Bough, again, was a very important piece of work, of which I'll come back to in the second hour. What's important here for us is the discipline that was then called comparative mythology. One of the first to exercise this in scholarly, for instance, a fellow called Edward Tyler. I think about 1870 or 80, so my dates are probably off there. But probably the most influential and popular work was The Golden Bough. With comparative mythology, although maybe I'm presuming too much here, but I wouldn't be surprised if the figure that probably many of you have read at one time or another is Joseph Campbell. Now, Joseph Campbell was a later exponent of comparative mythology, following on the heels of Carl Jung. The idea of comparative mythology was the idea that there are certain structures of thinking that are common to all people, and that consequently myths of people reflected, as it were, their very soul and their very cultural understanding and ideas. So, if you look around all the myths of the world, indigenous, civilized, and so on and so forth, you'll be able to put them all together, and you will find a kind of basic, universal myth, an earth myth, a ground, a fundamental myth. There are not many scholars nowadays who give that much credence. Comparative mythology, even at the time, was heavily critiqued, largely because, one, it's an incredibly dubious enterprise, and James Gordon Fraser was a great example of this. What's usually more important is what people like Fraser leave out. What they often leave out are things that contradict their thesis very much. What is important for scholars, though, about James Gordon Fraser and Edward Tyler and Joseph Campbell and Carl Jung in those days is not so much, leaving aside your psychoanalytical views and whether you feel it does accord to as it were, psychological archetypes. What is important is what it tells us about James Gordon Fraser and what it tells us about the beginning of modernity. What does it say? What does it say about the way they were viewing things? In the 18th and 19th century, comparative mythology really started, though the reason why many people don't talk about that is because it has a very dark racial history, racist history. The idea was that the myths of a people, the Aryan people, the European people, spoke of their contact with blood and soil. And it came about in the late 18th and into the 19th century with very racial ideas, very anti-Semitic ideas. The idea that Jews are a foreign body on European soil, they are rootless people who shouldn't belong there, and that thus must be gotten rid of. Fichte, philosopher, an idealist philosopher in the early part of the 19th century, indeed was one of the first to call for the mass eradication and extermination of the Jews from European soil. The whole discipline of comparative mythology arose out of that. So it seems really benign and nice, but in point of fact it has a very dark history to it. I raise this here because of Eliot's anti-Semitism. Because of Eliot's anti-Semitism. I want to come back to that at a later date. I think not to look at it squarely in the face is not to do justice to our topic. And I think we have to look at things not just in a dim light, but if we're going to see the sort of glorious light and the sharp definition that gives, then we have to look at the very dark shadows that that glorious light casts. But I'll finish here for this hour and we can have any discussion and then we'll have a break. But what do you think? I'm sure that was a
Robert, could you possibly explain a bit more about what the effect was on the culture, high, middle and even low, of the time during the 20s leading into the Great Depression? What was the impact on the reading public of the wasteland? Because I really it had a huge impact.
It had an enormous
Can
impact.
you explain a bit more, but my hearers so really referred to now?
Look, it's a problem when we talk about impact, isn't it? Because I think many of us, or in our culture, we confuse impact with a newspaper space or the amount of time someone is on television or on the front page of magazines. And of course, I'm not being anachronistic with the television, but of course, in that respect, Eliot, I suppose, did not figure large on popular culture. But on higher culture, in terms of, I guess, those who, let us say, count in higher culture, certainly had an incredible effect. I should stress that he'd read it out in certain, let's call them salons, prior to its publication, and had received a lot of great interest in it, a lot of great, and many people were very profoundly moved by it. I stress, in a way, we can say with the Wasteland that a lot has to do with Ezra Pound. Again, those of you who know a little bit of the history will know that Ezra Pound, of course, was tried for his fascist sympathies, having spent his time in Italy, was a great supporter of Mussolini and so forth in the Second World War. It was actually Ezra Pound, with the Wasteland, who said to Eliot to stay in London. Stay in London. Don't go back to America. You, as it were, you make it big in London, and then it'll affect them in America. And whatever Ezra Pound's failings, he certainly understood matters, as it were, of the intellectual market. The effect, I think, of the Wasteland and why it should have been so powerful, I suppose many people will say about the effect of the First World War, what came out of that and so forth. I think it's instructive to compare what was going on, say, on the continent. Dadaism. Dadaism is probably the most interesting phenomena of what came out of the First World War, and then obviously with a number of people goes into surrealism. But Dadaism's accent is in a way contentious, a forerunner, I would argue, of pop art. It has a sense of chaos and a sense of blurring the boundaries between low and high art, often intentionally so, of course. At the same time, with groups of earlier, like the Vorticists, and then the Futurists, of course, with that kind of neo-fascist theme, I think, and a kind of neoclassicism coming out, I think you have maybe three major strains, of reaction to a feeling of torpor, of emptiness and meaninglessness. You have the reaction of chaos, and a kind of anarchic chaos of the Dadists. I think you have that kind of neoclassic, almost, again this is my term, kitsch. I think of, to a degree, like the vorticists and futurists in that kind of technological form of neoclassicism, but at the same time then you had with Eliot what was going on in London. And I think, I'm not too sure how to style that. I think there's a kind of abeyance. People like Joyce, who go their way, and Eliot goes his way. And Eliot goes to the church. So, and I think having once been promoted as the great prophet of the modern age, the fact that then, only a few years later, he came into the Anglican Church and became very stridently about hell, purgatory and heaven, I think that was the real shockwave that Eliot set. Okay, look, in the break I was just actually talking about the war. At the end of the war, when America entered the war, Eliot was in London at the war, when the war was on. When America entered, he did try to get and join the American army and was rejected for a number of medical reasons. He then tried to join something equivalent, I don't think it was the intelligence corps, but something like that, and was also rejected and not accepted there. So in the Second World War, though, he worked as a warden in London, which they're saying, it would be rather odd to be told to put your lights out and think, oh God, that was T.S. Eliot.
I'm sure you would have done it very quietly.
But I'm sure. It sort of reminds me, very off the point, that Elvis Presley used to be given sort of honorary police badges, and it was said that he did at times pull people over if they were speeding. And you sort of think about it, you think, if you were that person, you went home, you said, look, I was pulled over by Elvis. So there you are. So if any of your parents or people had said, I was told to put my lights out by T.S. Eliot, well, don't necessarily disbelieve them. Okay, look, when James Joyce wrote Ulysses, T.S. Eliot waxed lyrical about it, saying that here was a new way of writing, a mythological way of writing. I remember years ago when I was plowing my way through Ulysses. I must say I'm not a Joyce fan, but I can remember reading a quote by Virginia Woolf. She too didn't like Ulysses very much. She described it along the lines of something like, it reminds me of a sweaty teenager fingering their pimples or something like that. I wouldn't go that far, but I can understand. But anyway, Eliot said that this was a new way of writing, the mythological way of writing. Their idea of myth was this: the idea of the eternal in time. I can't go over this because it's a big scholarly thing, but the idea of what mythology is, what mythos is highly disputable and debatable. Many of what we call myths, and how we use the term myth, is often more a modern term that we're using and projecting back. The Greeks used the term mythos, but it often simply meant nothing more than story. We've invested it with God knows how many different meanings. Anyway, for them, the mythological was the eternal in time. And this is what Eliot felt, and obviously what Joyce was doing with Ulysses. What Eliot meant was that Joyce had used the themes in the Golden Bough, and along with the figure of Ulysses had brought myth back to life. For them, the modern world had become emptied. And to rediscover myth was to re-enchant the world. Many people, since the birth of modernity in the 17th century, have said modernity has disenchanted the world. Well, then the question is, how do you re-enchant it? For them, it was an idea of rediscovering the myth that was there beneath all cultures. The figure of Ulysses, along with the Golden Bough, brought myth back to life. In a sense, he was the answer to the wasteland. Only soon Eliot was to realise, well, no, it wasn't. But to get a little of what comes in the Four Quartets, and indeed in Ulysses and Ezra Pound, we need to have a very brief overview of the Golden Bough. The Golden Bough's thesis was that all mythology and all religion is really a disguised descendant of an earlier pagan fertility worship. The idea that all religion really was a kind of early animist theme of early fertility worship was a very big thing in the 19th and early 20th century, and thankfully, well, at least in scholarship in the last 30, 40 years, it's rather had its day. But it's still around. For Fraser, it was the sacred tree. A sacred tree. So you might think back and look at First Norton, look at the allusion to the tree. To the tree. The sacred tree represented Diana. That's according to Fraser, Diana. Not our own princess, but Diana. Usually an oak tree. And this tree had a coupling with the male god, and that's in the form of lightning. So the oak is hit by the bolt of lightning. Fraser held to the idea that the pagans, being really stupid, according to him, thought that mistletoe was a product of the lightning bolt hitting oak trees. So mistletoe is very, very important for James Gordon Fraser. The oak, we are told, is peculiarly open to being struck by lightning, and that the ancients thought that mistletoe was, as it were, this lightning and this thunder embodied. So mistletoe was the embodied thunder and lightning of the bolt that had hit Diana. In a way, I guess, a divine product of the union of the male storm god with Diana. I should stress, honestly, this is really nonsense. But there you go. I mean, take it as you wish. The idea is that the sacred tree is guarded by the high priest. And every now and then the high priest has to fight, and he gets killed and someone else takes the place. One suspects one thinks, why on earth if you've killed the high priest and then you're going to take the position knowing that's going to happen to you? Well, they must have been really silly, but there you are. As I say, there are few, if any, scholars of classics, religion or anthropology who treat Fraser seriously nowadays. His scholarship, if that's what it was slapdash and full of special pleading. One of my favourite passages, sections in the Golden Bough, is where he explains the Feast of Purim, the Jewish feast, and how Jesus was enacting this, and this was evidence of really early Jewish cannibalism. But The thing is that Fraser's approach was very popular, that of comparative mythology and religion. If we think of Robert Graves, The White Goddess, Robert Graves, Theodore Gasker, a book called Thespis, S.H. Hawke, all of these have their theories as to what the original underlying story was, or what was used to be called, from the German, the Urmyth. What was the original mythology informing this? And all of them had their ideas, most of which revolved around in some way, though Fraser was a little bit more demure about it, but most of which revolved around so-called fertility rites. So-called fertility rites. The book is very much along that theme. It was the idea that beneath all things really was you could find a sacred sexual rite. I guess probably a very well-known exponent of that, of course, is people like D.H. Lawrence. It comes from around the 18th century, comes into its own in the 19th, and really entered English-speaking letters in the late 19th, early 20th century. Very much informed certain romantic strains, the idea of a kind of libertinism, liberating oneself through breaking sexual mores. Notably, those of you who've read your English romantics, incest. What Joyce and Eliot were doing was a literary, I suppose, version of this. It was a literary version of this. But of course they were doing it and taking it in very different directions. What was important for Eliot were the Grail legends. And thus, using the Grail legends, like using Dante, he would, as it were, Christianize, baptize James Gordon Fraser. Again, we'll come back to it, especially in that part of the Four Quartets, the dry salvages. We'll come back to that. Perhaps here I'll just point out, if you're interested in reading the Penguin Classic version, which is an edited version that I think came in 1921, how it opens and how it closes. It opens and closes with the Angelus. And we'll see how important that is in the dry salvages. Possibly the scholar to become most associated with this approach is the one I mentioned before, was Joseph Campbell. Joseph Campbell wrote a commentary on James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake. Joseph Campbell wrote a commentary on James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake. It may interest you to know, I can point this out, Joseph Campbell was on the set and as the advisor of George Lucas on Star Wars. All the Star Wars stuff, all of George Lucas's stuff, I have to apologize for that noise, I'm afraid, but can't do anything about it. So all of the Star Wars stuff was based upon Joseph Campbell's ideas. And probably a great deal more of a lot of Hollywood films are based on Joseph Campbell, or Carl Jung, usually via Joseph Campbell. The Grail legends, I should stress, were part and parcel of English esoteric occultism. The Grail legends were very much part of Christian occultism. Here I want to stress something. When we talk about occultism or esotericism, we're not talking about sort of perhaps images of, Macbeth-type witches around stewing pots, or dark satanic rituals in the form of The Exorcist, much as we may wish it were so, but it wasn't. The Christian occultism claimed that they were representing a kind of true Christian undercurrent that really did truly inform the Christian church. There's an incredible, interesting history about that theme from the 19th century onwards, and the way in which it's interwoven with English letters and Australian. It's a really, really interesting subject, but one we can't go into so much. But of course the Grail legends most famously influenced Wagner. And of course Richard Wagner and the essence of Wagnerianism at Beirut are very much informed by that kind of German romantic esoteric occultism. There's no great secret about Wagner in this matter. His last major opera, Parsifal, is very much based upon this. Again, referring back to themes from the previous hour, you only have to look at Wagner's virulent anti-Semitism to see how it became coupled to the notion of mythology and folk tales, the idea of authentic blood and soil. Very quickly here I want to point out elements in The Wasteland. In the first drafts of section 4 of Death by Water, in The Wasteland this is, there were the following lines. Kingfisher weather with a light fair breeze, full canvas and the 8 sails drawing well, we beat around the Cape and laid our course from the dry salvages to the eastern banks. I should say to those of you looking through your Wasteland that this was not in the final version. So. Kingfisher with a light fair breeze, full canvas and the 8 sails drawing well, we beat around the Cape and laid our course from the dry salvages to the eastern banks. Here, it's not pronounced dry salvages, it's dry salvages. So though I'm often given to mispronunciation, I'm not mispronouncing that. So. It's a place that is on, again, it's like getting on the eastern coast of America, that Eliot had a lot to do with. So. I guess, yeah, it's probably from that. But it is salvages, so it's that, I guess it's an anglicized version of it. So, yeah.
So why Eliot start version part of Wasteland and then incorporate new ones?
Under Pound, Ezra Pound's guidance, and also other people read it and made their suggestions. Perhaps some of the problem might be the way we view the way poetry is written. I think in the modern, our contemporary world, there's the idea that poetry is something that springs full form from the brow of the poet. That is not the case with great poetry. I think all great poets will say they work and they sweat and they get in fights, they're insulted, they take umbrage and they storm off, they come back, they're reconciled, and then they do their work. Why he did that, why he thought it's better, maybe it was because he very much valued the insight. And I guess for any of us, when we've written something, oftentimes it pays dividends to have someone else read it to point out problems. I mean, that's why we have editors, I guess. In Lyndon Gordon's biography of T.S. Eliot, there's a couple of lines there that one thinks, was there no editorial reading of this? It's just that sometimes there's some unfortunate things that can come out, and I think that's what Pound pointed out about a number of things that Eliot had written, that they can, to other people, they can have other connotations that might not be quite polite. So. That passage becomes before all is bad and woe and the theme of dying. The references to the dry salvages reference later when he wrote to explain this, his use in the Four Quartets, Eliot stressed that one navigated by them to go out east. Again, that's something important we'll see. What concerns us is that kingfisher weather with fair light breeze. In the Grail cycle of stories, the tale, as I said, is of the Fisher King, mortally wounded. As he dying, as he lingers, the land in echo dies. It becomes, in other words, a wasteland. A wasteland. As the kingfisher, as the king dies through his mortal wound, all the land dies with him. It becomes a wasteland. In his notes to the wasteland, Eliot writes how in Death by Water he means an association with James Gordon Fraser's hanged God. In short, in the wasteland, Eliot ties together Fraser's Golden Bough with the kingfisher and the Grail quest. Eliot also notes how elsewhere he identifies a figure, quote, with the Fisher King himself. Which figure this may be, I guess, is open to dispute. Or whom that figure represents is also something open to dispute, and I imagine that is what Eliot intended it to be. In short, the wasteland is about death, dying, decay. It is in a way, I think, a better term that captures a lot of this period, ennui, kind of jadedness, kind of weariness at life, not a tiredness, it's far more, let's say, existential than that. There is a jadedness. And yet, the thing is about ennui, a point I made in another series, is it can go two ways, really. And it has two orientations. You can have an ennui that leads to, I guess, despair. To despair. But there's another form of ennui that is often sometimes captured in the book of Job, Ecclesiastes, of which we'll see later on the Eliot cites in the Four Quartet. There's another form of ennui, and that's a kind of clearing of expectation. In a way, it's a bit like a kind of dissolute form of desert mysticism. You go there, and there's a clearing, because no longer does anything really meet your jaded palate. It's in this period, too, or rather I should say in the late 19th century, turn of the century, that many figures entered the church. Many figures became Catholic. And largely, one would argue, through ennui. A kind of clearing of expectation, sort of jadedness. That is, you get the sort of decadent who does everything and anything, and in a way that's what Eliot tried to do back in the days of Boston and his first trips to Europe. You have that kind of fulfillment of all desires, and you find out it's Ash. It's Ash Wednesday, I suppose. Remember, you are bound, immortal, and you will die. And there's that mystical ennui, a clearing of expectation, a mystical expectation. It awaits something. Something is hinted at. It waits for redemption. Again, put on this side Heraclitus and I'd argue Nietzsche as well. Despair, Heraclitus and Nietzsche, that sense of just eternal round, so it just becomes wearing and jaded, and a sense of incredible ennui. On that way, a clearing of expectation. And in a way, what it was on reflection that was expected or that was waited for in the wasteland is what we're reading now, the Four Quartets. The wasteland is about death and dying and decay, but it is expectant. It awaits something. It waits for redemption. Just as with Burnt Norton was a house that one day burnt, and that Eliot said that it represented a house dusty, decaying, cracked, overgrown, and yet waiting. I think when you read Burnt Norton, yes, it goes around as a kind of almost tedium and a strangeness, but I think when you read it, I do feel that when you read it, you're expecting the meaning to come. Okay, what's the answer? What? And even in a way, your frustration at not understanding is itself that expectation. But I guess it's like a puzzle, like a secret. If you say, I'm going to tell you a secret tomorrow, I guess it's, great, you're expectant. If you're doing something, you're trying to crack a code, you are expectant. You hope you're going to get there. In a way, I'd argue, with the Four Quartets, with Burnt Norton and the others, I think your very frustration, your very sense of, God, I'm stupid, I don't get this, what does it mean, can go two ways. Either you go, off with that, I'm not going to spend any more time with it, and in a way you could say that's the despair, or it can be that, and it can be the sense of, right, there's a clearing here, there's something, I know there is something to get, I know there's something to come to. In a way, there are two forms of esoteric, or let's say cryptic, not being a fan or not being totally unable to do anything with crosswords, but sure what's happening. Come down and hit me on the head. If it does, you are allowed to laugh with appropriate reserve. There's, as there were, two forms. I sort of dare not touch it. There are two forms, really. There's a kind of being mysterious where you sort of swank around going, oh, I'm mysterious. And really you have nothing at all to say. It's not really mysterious. There's another form of mysterious that does that a bit, but there is something. I think with Eliot, there is something. And thus your expectation is not being played with. It's not, let us say, teasing. It actually is saying, and pulling you in a sense of saying, there is something to get here. There is something to come to here. It is not just being cryptic for the sake of being cryptic. In that line, I think, and we'll come back to him later week, is William Butler Yeats. Yeats was very much into esoteric and hard thinking, and he wrote two books, which one's called A Vision. I can't actually remember the other one now. If you're interested, they actually are in the library at WEA Library, which are full of his esoteric explorations of what he calls the codes. I remember reading a review of the biography of Yeats that came out a couple of years ago by, I've got a mental blank, by Clive James, where he decried the waste of time that Yeats had spent on those two books and that stuff. I think that said something about James that he didn't understand. Those ideas and those books were the reason I think that Yeats' poetry is great. I think the stuff he writes is nonsense in it, but there's a secret that has a substance, so it might be nonsense. It's not just people trying to be clever, saying, I'm in touch with a great mysterious other, don't ask me about it because it's mysterious other. This is saying, there is something to find. In Burnt Norton, it is a house, dusty, decayed, cracked, overgrown, but something is there, something is expected. I'm going to read 4 and 5 of Burnt Norton to the end. So. Time and the bell have buried the days. The black cloud carries the sun away. Will the sunflower turn to us? Will the clematis stray down, bend to us, tendril and spray, clutch and cling? Chill fingers of you be curled down on us. After the kingfisher's wing has answered light to light and is silent, the light is still at the still point of the turning world. Words move, music moves only in time, but that which is only living can only die. Words after speech reach into the silence. Only by the form, the pattern, can words or music reach the stillness, as a Chinese jar still moves perpetually in its stillness. Not the stillness of a violin while the note lasts, not that only, but the coexistence. Or say that the end precedes the beginning, and the end and the beginning were always there, before the beginning and after the end. And all is always now. Words strain, crack, and sometimes break under the burden. Under the tension, slip, slide, perish. Decay with imprecision will not stay in place, will not stay still. Shrieking voices, scolding, mocking, or merely chattering, always assail them. The word in the desert is most attacked by voices of temptation. The crying shadow in the funeral dance, the loud lament of the disconsolate chimera. The detail of the pattern is movement, as in the figure of the 10 stairs. Desire itself is movement, not in itself desirable. Love is itself unmoving, only the cause and end of movement, timeless and undesiring, except in the aspect of time, caught in the form of limitation between unbeing and being. Sudden in the shaft of sunlight, even while the dust moves, there rises the hidden laughter of children in the foliage. Quick now, here now, always. Ridiculous the waste, sad time stretching before and after. Again the dying themes, buried the day, sun carried away, the black cloud a chill, will there be growth, sunflower turn? The kingfisher's wing, and light to light. The kingfisher is a theme that recurs a lot, I guess, in at least the triumph of comparative mythology, and indeed plays an incredibly large part in Carl Jung's work and writing, as it does to a degree in Joseph Campbell. The kingfisher, I guess, acts as a motif at times for something eternal in time. Indeed, Lorenz van der Post, whether or not this is one of his many lies or made-up things, as those of you might know, Lorenz van der Post was given to saying a few porkies in his time. He made a lot of being a close affiliate with Jung, as to how close he was is something that's been very seriously called into question. But be that as it may, an important point about the kingfisher was one Lorenz van der Post passed on, that the kingfisher event that we do know happened in Jung's time because he recorded it in his writing was a sign of the eternal in time, was a sign to a sleeping world, as it were, a sign to awake. It has to do, I'll try and risk this, with what Jung coined synchronicity. Synchronicity. Not just coincidence, but series of coincidences. For Jung, synchronicity or series of coincidences were a sign of archetypes erupting into the temporal world. Synchronicity and the ideas though Jung coined the term, it's not a new concept. The idea of series of coincidences being, as it were, witnesses to the eternal in time or the eternal erupting into time is one that recurs both in Christian, pagan and what have you literature, New Age for that matter. The kingfisher tends to sort of act as a kind of sign of this. It's a sign that supposedly relates again to the Holy Grail legends as well, and it's one that Eliot uses and comes back to through his writing. It also becomes a bit of an emblem for the cross, for the death of Jesus. The other thing is, as we'll see, it becomes clear as we go through, the cross is the tree, is the axle tree. Is that around which all creation turns, is that which actually joins heavens and earth. Consequently, in a way, what Eliot, I would argue, is doing is taking Golden Fraser's golden bough, the tree, the oak tree, and replacing that with the tree of the cross. I should stress the idea of the cross as a tree, as being, of course, the tree of the fruit of life, is a very, very old and ancient Christian theme. You'll find it in the book of Revelations, for example. I would argue St. Paul uses it as a theme underlying in Romans. So Eliot is not doing anything new there with the concept of the tree. But I would argue that he has taken Gordon Fraser's sacred oak and he has baptized it into the cross, the tree of life. The other theme there that many people point out is that line, the detail of the pattern is movement, as in the figure of 10 stairs. Yes, it has a reference to St. John of the Cross, which we'll come back to. I should also say that had an elusive reference to Kabbalism, the 10 Sephirot, the 10 emanations out of God that come down through the divine tree. Through the divine tree. Again, I would argue, I'll come back to the theme of Kabbalism at a later date. I should just stress here that there is a theme of what was called Christian Kabbalism that informed Western esoteric groups like Theosophy and the Golden Dawn, of which Yeats was one time a leader. Again, I would argue that what Eliot has done by relating it to St. John of the Cross is he's baptized it, he's Christianized it, as it were. Of course, the dying king and the idea of the kingfisher and the fisher king is a figure of Christ. In section 5, we return to the Word. I'm sure I don't have... The Word, of course, is in John's Gospel. The Logos. The Logos, of course, is the major theme of Heraclitus' philosophy. So in Heraclitus, remember last week, up and down are one and the same, war and peace are one and the same, all is really the same, all is the Logos, as Heraclitus says. Well, what T.S. Eliot is doing here, one could argue actually that others have done this as well, but be that as it may, is he's Christianizing Heraclitus' Logos. One could argue that St. John did that 2,000 years prior, as it were. The Word in the desert is most attacked by voices of temptation. Of course, the temptation of Jesus in the desert, the Word in the desert. Again, it's something that will be elaborated on later in the Four Quartet. The word in the desert alone resists the crying shadow, the disconsolate chimera, the sad falsity of things, the chattering, twittering, insubstantial world. Another of Eliot's favourite writers was Flaubert. I don't think Madame Bovary, The Temptation of St. Anthony. You should go and read The Temptation of St. Anthony by Flaubert. It's a very important text for a lot of these writers. I'd argue more than Madame Bovary. In fact, I think it's better than Madame Bovary, but be that as it may. There is a desire in the unmoving. There is a cause and an end. There is an alpha and omega. And then, sudden in a shaft of sunlight, even while the dust moves, something stirs. But the end, in a way, is something ridiculous. Ridiculous. The waste, sad time stretching before and after. After all, I suppose nothing rises from the dead. Tiresias has never heard of such a thing. As we'll see, we're going around and around again in Burnt Norton, and throughout the whole Four Quartet, we're going around the same circuit, as it were, in a kind of parody of Heraclitean eternal cycles, or Empedocles' eternal cycles. The Four Quartets, though, are going around not just, I would argue, in eternal cycles, but in a kind of spiraling down. Again, like Dante. They go down through the rings of hell. It comes to the very centre, which is, of course, Satan encased in ice, at least halfway in ice. The Four Quartets are like a spiral. Only as they descend, they also somehow ascend. And even here in this spiral, we'll see, a reference is being made to Yeats and his occultism, strange as it may seem. Eliot is saying that the wasteland waits in a kind of expectation of ennui for the resurrection. In a way, he's looking back at the wasteland and he's saying, this is what it was waiting for. This is what's going to happen when the Fisher King gains their life. This is when the Fisher King hears the answer. This is what the answer is to what the seven thunders said. The Four Quartets is, we might say, the harrowing of hell before the resurrection. The harrowing of hell before the resurrection, which is a theme not much played upon today in theology, more of the pity, and which we'll be coming back to. Let's put here, if I can find it. I'll finish again with Ash Wednesday, the poem Ash Wednesday, from section 6, the last section of Ash Wednesday. Although I do not hope to turn again, although I do not hope to turn, wavering between the prophet and the lost, in this brief transit where the dreams cross, the dream-crossed twilight between birth and dying, bless me, Father, though I do not wish to wish these things, from the wide window towards the granite shore, the white sails still fly seaward flying unbroken wings, and the lost heart stiffens and rejoices in the lost lilac and the lost sea voices, and the weak spirit quickens to rebel, for the bent golden rod and the lofty smell quickens to recover. The cry of quail and the whirling plover, and the blind eye creates the empty forms between the ivory grates, and the smell renews the salt savour of the sandy earth. This is the time of tension between dying and birth, the place of solitude where three dreams cross between blue rocks. But when the voices shaken from the yew tree drift away, let the other yew be shaken and reply. Blessed Sister, Holy Mother, Spirit of the fountain, Spirit of the garden, suffer us not to mock ourselves with falsehood. Teach us to care and not to care. Teach us to sit still even among these rocks. Our peace in his will, and even among these rocks, Sister, Mother, and Spirit of the river, Spirit of the sea, suffer me not to be separated, and let my cry come unto thee. I'll finish that. Any questions or statements? Nothing? Well, okay. We'll see you next week. Okay, look, again, I won't begin properly, not for another 5 or so minutes, but just to sort of get us into the space, I might just sort of say a few things. First, I suppose from here on, or from next week on, we're going to sort of probably go through the quartets a little bit faster for obvious reasons, time constraints. I wanted to go through a little bit slower through the first 3 weeks in order for you to get a feel of how we're approaching and how we're going about this. One of the major points I've been stressing, of course, is the background of Eliot. One of the major points too is that idea of, in a broad way, 2 themes in modernity. One theme that we can see via, say, the Dadaists and the Surrealists, that are contemporaneous with Eliot and Joyce, etc. When we think of Dada and then we think of Surrealism, what we're dealing with is with an idea of almost an opposition to the intellectual. The intellectual is seen to be more kind of stultifying, civilized, bourgeois, and that thus, by stripping yourself of those accoutrements of civilization, those additions of civilization, you will come to, well, whatever it is, you will come to. One of the interesting things about Surrealism, of course, is its use of automatic writing. Automatic writing, where you just sit down and allow your hand to write whatever comes. Automatic writing actually arose in the 19th century in the context of seances. And the Surrealists understood that. Alongside Surrealism, we might think of people like Anton Artaud, one of the most influential, I guess, theoreticians of playwriting in the modern and postmodern period. Artaud invented, as it were, the theatre of cruelty, which later became, in the 60s, the theatre of the absurd.
simply put, its idea is to break down boundaries, intellectual, moral and otherwise, that are seen to be stifling of the true nature of the person. It's very much a romanticist ideal from the 18th, early 19th century. What I'm bringing this up for is that, say, with Artaud as being like the Surrealists, and indeed did quite a bit of work with the Surrealists, as did many major figures, their idea is to remove boundaries, to remove borders, automatic writing, to remove the border between the conscious, so-called reasoning control, and the unconscious forces that are welling up. So the idea is to reduce all borders between conscious, unconscious, reason, unreason, high and low art. And of course in Dada and Surrealism, well, Dada, Duchamp is a good figure of that. The idea of the ready-made, the urinal, that kind of stuff. Even to this day, there's that same kind of tension. The modernists, who are the more intellectual, loathe the postmodern that came out of the 1960s. The high art loathed the pop art. Well, here is the side of the intellectual modernist. And yes, a snob, T.S. Eliot, but there is a reason for that. There is a reaction against that destruction of boundaries. The second point I just want to make, in reference to today, is a more theological point. Think of it like this. In Genesis, when our progenitors, as it were, eat of the fruit and then know good and evil, God puts a guard on the tree of life, lest they should eat of it and live forever. Why is that? Well, I won't go into the sort of subtle and structural readings of Scripture, but one can argue the reason for that is this. Think of your life, this side of the fall. Let's say that you had full and beautiful physical vigor and you were in the prime for all eternity, and yet you lived like this. But at any time that you were damaged, you automatically healed. That you could do anything and everything you wanted. I wager that within 100 years or 200 years, you would be thoroughly bored of everything. And thus, to stop eating of the tree of life and having eternity as we are now in this state is a blessing. Physical death may well be a blessing of God. If we live forever as sinners, what hellish tedium. If all does eternally go around the same, all would be hellishly boring. In Charles Williams was that very interesting figure of the background of the 30s and 40s, great friend, as I say, of people like C.S. Lewis, T.S. Eliot, and a host of other literary figures, very much involved in Anglican, High Church Anglican, with occultism, with the Golden Dawn. In his book, The Greater Trumps, and I stress that T.S. Eliot knew Charles Williams very well, and actually, as we'll see, wrote a bit against him. In his book, The Greater Trumps, Charles Williams has everyone dance around the still point, the centre of which, at the still point, is the fool. The fool. As you'll know, probably quite a major figure in the tarot. The fool is likewise moving at the same time as everyone else around him. The fool does so to complete the dancing rounds of the others. And there's one figure that Charles Williams has who alone sees the fool in the middle and everyone dancing around, and the fool and everyone dancing around mirror, correspond to each other in their movements. But there's one figure in all of this who sees it all, and that is the Sibyl, whom we ran into last week, when Eliot, at the beginning of The Wasteland, has the Sibyl saying, "What I want is to die." The Sibyl alone sees the echo of the outer and the inner ring. So there's the Fool in the middle, and there's the outer ring with everyone dancing around. And the Fool, as though at a still point, is still in a paradoxical way moving. All of the four quartets revolve around a still point. All revolve around the axis mundi, the cosmic tree at the center. All words crack, strain and crumble. All words try to speak again of these things. Only, as we saw last week, only the word in the desert seems still enough to resist temptation and to see through the deceptions and the delusions. So this is what we're to presume with Charles Williams and others, that the Fool testifies to it all, that it is mere delusion, empty and otherwise. But for Eliot and the Four Quartets, there is the word in the desert that alone seems to be able to see through all of this. There is, in East Coker, that we'll be reading today, something unbearably wearying about these endless rounds, these endless circumnavigations. And as we'll see, there are echoes of an early biblical work. For they echo the preacher in Ecclesiastes. All is vanity, vanity of vanities. The sun also ariseth, and the sun goeth down, and hasteth to his place where he arose. The wind goeth toward the south, and turneth about unto the north. It whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again according to his circuits. All the rivers run into the sea, yet the sea is not full. Unto the place from whence the rivers come, thither they return again. The thing that has been, it is that which shall be. And that which is done is that which shall be done. And there is no new thing under the sun. So Ecclesiastes 1, 5-9. The thing that has been done is that which shall be done. And that which is done is that which shall be done, and there is no new thing under the sun. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. Ecclesiastes is a jaded cry. It's really the mysticism of ennui, a kind of weariness that possibly is by Solomon, possibly not, but whatever it is, it testifies to someone who has had it all the money, all the sex, all the power he could ever enjoy. And what does it come to? Ashes, nothing. To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven. A time to be born and a time to die. A time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted. A time to kill and a time to heal. A time to break down and a time to build up. A time to weep and a time to laugh. A time to mourn and a time to dance. And a time for living and for generation, and a time for the wind to break the loosened pane. Well, that's from East Coker. But let's begin at the beginning of East Coker. In my beginning is my end. In succession houses rise and fall, crumble, are extended, are removed, destroyed, restored, or in their place. Is an open field or a factory or a bypass. Old stone to new building, old timber to new fires, old fires to ashes and ashes to the earth, which is already flesh, fur and feces, bone of man and beast, cornstalk and leaf. Houses live and die. There is a time for building and a time for living and for generation, and a time for the wind to break the loosened pane and to shake the wainscot where the field mouse trots, and to shake the tatter's arras woven with a silent motto. In my beginning is my end. Now the light falls across the open field, leaving the deep lane shuttered with branches dark in the afternoon, where you lean against a bank while a van passes, and the deep lane insists on the direction into the village in the electric heat, hypnotized in a warm haze of sultry light, is absorbed, not refracted by grey stone. The daily asleep in the empty silence. Wait for the early owl. In that open field, if you do not come too close, on a summer midnight you can hear the music of the weak pipe and the little drum, and see them dancing around the bonfire, the association of man and woman, and dancing signifying matrimony, a dignified and commodious sacrament. Two and two necessary conjunction, holding each other by the hand or the arm, which betokeneth concord. Round and round the fire, leaping through the flames, or joined in circles, rustically solemn or in rustic laughter, lifting heavy feet in clumsy shoes, earth feet, lone feet, lifted in country mirth, mirth of those long since under earth, nourishing the corn, keeping time, keeping the rhythm in their dancing, as in their living in the living seasons, the time of the seasons and the constellations, the time of milking and the time of harvest, the time of the coupling of man and woman and that of beasts, feet rising and falling, eating and drinking, dung and death. Dawn points and another day prepares for heat and silence. Out of the sea the dawn wind wrinkles and slides. I am here, or there, or elsewhere, in my beginning. And there we have it, the eternal dancing, the coupling, the birth, the death, all mirrored in some ye olde ceremony of kind of midsummer pagan revel. Round and round the fire, round as in their living seasons, of seasons and constellations of our small life mirrored in the mighty constellations, as we saw prior to this week. The lower and the upper, as below so above, each moving in time. The time of the seasons and constellations, the time of milking and the time of harvest, the time of the coupling of man and woman, and that of beasts. All is echoed, all is patterned, all is in correspondence with all else. And thus is my beginning, is Eliot's beginning or our beginning, in the day, heat, silence and wind, out at sea. Beginning to pick up way out to sea. In the beginning is my end, and thus too I will die. Thus too all of us will die, become compost for grain, and rise again in the bodies of others, and be born again and again and again. My image, every image, entwined in all else. Thus, as above, so below. It all begins where it ends and ends where it begins. So saith the preacher. What is it about? Again, that theme in esoteric, occult thinking of the 1920s and 30s and prior and after, of course, is reincarnation. In other words, in that kind of Heraclitus and Empedocles, that whole scheme of eternal return of the same, the Stoics took it up as well. It's the idea that all creation is really an endless cycle of millions of years for each cycle. And so, out of far arises and congeals all this creation, and into far again will this creation go and be dissolved into flames, and then again, millions of years after that, again a creation will arise out of that, and so on and so on and so on, ad infinitum, back there and forward. And so too, we live, we go about our business, we eat the corn and we eat the beasts, not being vegetarians, I hope, and then we die, and our bodies go down and feeds the grain, and the grain comes up, and I suppose that feeds the beasts and feeds other people. In other words, it's all rather wearying. And for Charles Williams and others, this dance around the pool is like that summer dance that Eliot was saying, if you look and listen on them, you'll hear them, you'll see them. East Coker is an area in Somerset. Helen Gardner is one of the preeminent scholars of English letters and poetry. Helen Gardner notes the distant relationship of East Coker to Eliot's family. It goes back to 1669. Gardner notes as well, although she sees it more as a happy coincidence, that in actual fact, when you look at the Ordnance Survey map of the district of East Coker, there is evidence of an ancient dancing circle. Used, one supposes, for midsummer hidden pagan revelry. She feels it's a happy coincidence. I would actually tend to think that Eliot probably did his researches and so forth, and local knowledge would have probably told him that. But be that as it may, there was an ancient dancing circle there. You might begin to see with all of this just how, in a good sense of the term, Eliot's poetry is contrived. It is not spontaneous. It is studied and it is masterfully built. In the middle of what we read, of course, there's that sort of ye olde English, that stuff about in dancing signifying matrimony, a dignified and commodious sacrament, two and two necessary conjunction, or conjunction, holding each other by the hand or the arm, which betokeneth concord. Helen Gardner again notes some of the texts that Eliot probably used to put that to put that into his text there. The thing is, and I think this is really important, she adduces a number of texts that are very similar to what Eliot has used there. But the texts that she notes, there is something absent. These are 17th century texts, and she says, look, there's obviously great similarities between what Eliot has written there and these 17th century texts. Only what she doesn't seem to note is what is missing from those 17th century texts. That stuff about the necessary conjunction, the necessary conjunction. And there's the rub. The whole passage is about the joining of apparent opposites. The marriage, concord, coupling, absorption, and of course, the opposites of beginning and end, rising and falling, life and death, the joining of upper and lower, of the microcosm and the macrocosm, a necessary conjunction, a necessary conjunction. Indeed, it is more necessary than necessary. That is the signal note. That is the tone that lets us know, that makes us know something about the tone that is under the surface of the Four Quartets. What is the conjunction? Now, we'll come back to that. Gardner lets us know that the American title for this would have read Words for Music. For Four Quartets it would be Words for Music. And, as we saw in the first week, Eliot referred to the Four Quartets as referring to the entwining of music. But what music? What music, in fact? A music to dance to, a music that is set out in certain rhythms, the rhythms that repeat themselves, rhythms of rounds, rhythms, I suppose, that would be very good for doing the dance around the pool. The Midsummer's dance, and they dance the patterns of the seasons, and those seasons dance the patterns and movement of the constellations. So, with the Midsummer's dancers at East Coker in the 17th century in their dancing ring, there they are dancing around. This dancing echoes or corresponds to the seasons dance of the year, and the seasons dance in turn correspond to or mirror or echo the movement and rounding of the constellations. So in other words, there's a correspondence between below the dancing circle and above or middle the seasons, and then above the constellations. And in the middle of all this, holding it all together, is a fool. The fool who himself mirrors the dance of all that is going around him. All goes around, my beginning is in the end, my end, and the end is in the beginning. What will have done will be again, and what will be again is already done, as the preacher says. All the themes are tied to the necessary conjunction or conjunction, to procreation, to the theme of the joining of opposites, of male and female, to the procreation, to the soul, to Eliot's soul. What is Eliot's beginning? And what is his end? And what is our beginning and what is our end? I'm going to go off at a tangent. Eliot wrote that Charles Williams was very important in respect to Four Quartets. Charles Williams was very important in respect to Four Quartets. And yet Eliot also wrote very critically of Charles Williams' religion. And that in After Strange Gods, Eliot's book. That might sound strange given that Charles Williams was a co-religionist, a high church Anglican like T.S. Eliot. And indeed, as I've said before, Charles Williams features in the lives of many Christian writers, not least, as I said, C.S. Lewis and Tolkien, though Tolkien distrusted and disliked Charles Williams. Paul Murray, in his book T.S. Eliot and Mysticism, traces, it's a very interesting book, it's in the Sydney Uni Library, it's a very interesting book. Paul Murray traces some of Eliot's earlier esoteric occult forays. He notes an essay that Eliot wrote in 1937, and I must say, I've never come across this fact that I'm going to say before. It might not surprise some of you because you may not know who he is, but it certainly surprised me. In an essay on a fellow called Orage, who's not really of interest to us, but it's an essay on him, Eliot noted Orage's propensity for the esoteric philosophy of a fellow called, who does interest us a lot, Ouspensky. Ouspensky had been a very close disciple of Gurdjieff. Gurdjieff was a very influential figure on letters, and not least on Catherine Mansfield. And in fact, she died of TB at Gurdjieff's ashram in France. Ouspensky later broke off from Gurdjieff, but became a major figure in 20th century esoteric occult thinking. When you think of the Enneagram actually comes from Gurdjieff originally. So these people are very important figures. But Murray notes that Eliot derides Orage's interest in Ouspensky, and this is what really surprised me. Murray notes, citing another work by a fellow called John Carswell, that in 1920 T.S. Eliot himself attended seances conducted by Ouspensky. T.S. Eliot in the 20s attended seances conducted by Ouspensky. And thus, in his 1937 essay on Orage, Eliot writes this, quote, "Perhaps my own attitude, that is towards occult matters, perhaps my own attitude is suggestive of the reformed drunkard's abhorrence of intemperance. Perhaps my own attitude is suggestive of the reformed drunkard's abhorrence of intemperance." In other words, it's like an ex-alcoholic, or worse still, an ex-smoker, who therefore feels incredibly disgusted at anyone who smokes. Those are sentiments that C.S. Lewis expresses in his work Surprised by Joy. In short, Eliot had dabbled. Eliot had more than dabbled in esoteric occult ideas. He had shared ideas like this with Charles Williams, but turned against them. But the question is, as I suppose with any reformed alcoholic or drug addict or what have you, the temptation still lingers. Did the ideas still bear upon Eliot? Eliot wrote as well how he'd been influenced by Evelyn Underhill. Probably another famous name, you're probably aware of Evelyn Underhill. Especially her work on mysticism. Evelyn Underhill also is very much entwined with things like the Golden Dawn. Underhill, like Williams and obviously Yeats, all of them have been associated with and members of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. As I've said before, Yeats for a time led the Golden Dawn. Another famous member of the Golden Dawn was Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley split with them though, and then started to get involved in other groups, notably the OTO, which still functions today, though it's split, as it were, between Crowleyites and others. Williams, in his work on the Fellowship of the Rosy Cross speaks of such things as the Golden Dawn and so forth, or at least the elements and ideas. Again in his book, The Greater Trumps, the work that I opened up with about the Fool, Williams wrote this, quote, "All things are held together by correspondence, image with image, movement with movement. Imagine that everything which exists takes part in the movement of a great dance, quick or slow, measurable or immeasurable. There is nothing at all anywhere but the dance." End of quote. All things are held together by correspondence, image with image, movement with movement. Imagine that everything which exists takes part in the movement of a great dance, quick or slow, measurable or immeasurable. There is nothing at all anywhere but the dance. End of quote. Sound familiar? Well, I hope it does by now. The dancing and the union of opposites. All it is an endless motion of dances. And of course that dancing is figured too in copulation. So the old joke, and if there's any Baptists among you, I apologise, but the old joke is that why are Baptists against sex? Because it might lead to dancing, but I'm sure that's a calumny, isn't it? I should stress here that central to esoteric occult thinking, to Hermeticism, which goes back to the ideas of Hermes, and to Jung, central to Jung's ideas, is the idea of the alchemical conjunction. The alchemical conjunction. The bringing down together of above and below together in the so-called sacred chemical marriage. The idea of the sacred chemical marriage was something that came out in the 19th century by reference to Rosicrucianism, the Rosy Cross. For Jung, the idea of the sacred marriage of conjunction of male and female is a central element. And it's a central element that therefore is played out in so many Hollywood movies because via Joseph Campbell they love Jung's simplistic schema. It is a sacred marriage which, as I say, is the central staple of Rosicrucian, the Rosy Cross symbolism. In Hermetic thinking, the alchemical marriage is the joining of the upper to the lower through correspondence. And the great figure of correspondence, who influenced Blake, Gurdjieff, Uspensky, many others, mentioned him before, is Swedenborg. Emanuel Swedenborg, who was also influential, it might interest you to know, on John Wesley. Though John Wesley later repudiated and damned much of his thinking. Swedenborg was very big on the idea that what happens on earth is figured and echoed and mirrored in the heavens, and thus in his copious work, which I must say I've only dabbled in because I find them rather tedious, you will find stuff about the spiritual beings doing things that are therefore echoed and mirrored on earth. It's the basis of correspondence. Baudelaire wrote a poem in praise of Swedenborg entitled Correspondence. Swedenborg influenced most literary and occult types, notably William Blake. Though Blake later divorced himself from Swedenborg, largely I think out of egotism. It is the idea, and hence you may find a correspondence with this with certain of the titles of Blake's works, the marriage of heaven and earth. Let's keep this in mind, and you should look, when you go to the Four Quartet, look at how many times that joining of opposites happens. Eliot is a master of language, so it is not so obvious. You look for it. Sometimes it is obvious, like beginning and end and so forth, but look for it. That theme, that plane, we've already seen from those two aphorisms from Heraclitus that open up the Four Quartets. The lower, the upper and the lower and the higher, they are one and the same. The joining of opposites, the male and female, the upper and lower. What gives rise to life and thus death? One's end is in one's beginning, the endless dance. But in this dance, everything is included, even the constellations, hence astrology. Again, I stress, in all of this, Four Quartets is a polemic against this stuff. This is where we're going. It's Dante, it's St. Thomas versus Heraclitus. It's teleology, the idea that there is an eschatology, there is an end to things, there is a perfection of things, and no, it is not eternal round. There is, in short, a judgment. And it will not keep going round and round, round, round. It has a goal, it has an end. And thus it is Dante, it is St. Thomas, it is contra Heraclitus. It is contra anything that comes from the hands of Swedenborg. It is contra Charles Williams. I'll read the second part of East Coker. You might keep an eye open or an ear open for the contradictions, as it were. What is late November, going into winter, of course, and that side of the hemisphere, what is it doing with the disturbance of spring and snowdrops and summer heat? What is the late November doing with the disturbance of the spring and creatures of the summer heat and snowdrops rising under feet and hollyhocks that aim too high, red into grey and tumble down, late roses filled with early snow? Thunder rolled by the rolling stars simulates triumphal cars, deployed in constellated wars, scorpion fights against the sun, until the sun and moon go down, comets weep and Leonids fly, hunt the heavens and the plains, whirled in a vortex that shall bring the world to that destructive fire which burns before the ice cap rains. That was a way of putting it, not very satisfactory, a periphrastic study in a worn-out poetical fashion, leaving one still with the intolerable wrestle with words and meanings. The poetry does not matter. It was not, to start again, what one had expected. What was to be the value of the long looked forward to, long hoped for calm, the autumnal serenity and the wisdom of age? Had they deceived us or deceived themselves, the quiet voice of the elders, bequeathing us merely a receipt for deceit, the serenity only a deliberate habitude, the wisdom only the knowledge of dead secrets, useless in the darkness into which they peered, or from which they turned their eyes? There is, it seems, to us, at best only a limited value in the knowledge derived from experience. The knowledge imposes a pattern and falsifies, for the pattern is new in every moment, and every moment is a new and shocking valuation of all we have been. We are only undeceived of that which, deceiving, could no longer harm. In the middle, not only in the middle of the way, but all the way in a dark wood, in a bramble, on the edge of a grimpen where is no secure foothold, and menaced by monsters' fancy lights, risking enchantment, do not let me hear of the wisdom of old men, but rather of their folly, their fear of fear and frenzy, their fear of possession, of belonging to another or to others or to God. The only wisdom we can hope to acquire is the wisdom of humility. Humility is endless. The houses are all gone under the sea, the dancers are all gone under the hill. What is the late November doing with the disturbance of the spring, and creatures of the summer heat and snowdrops writhing under feet? What are the opposites apparently doing together? Late roses filled with early snow. And then the idea of thunder rolled by the rolling stars. Scorpion fights against the sun until the sun and moon go down. Whirled in a vortex that shall bring the world to that destructive fire which burns before the ice cap rains. Fire and ice. A vortex and destructive fire. In the second hour we'll come back to that. A lot of this, as Gardner notes and others have noted, have to do with William Butler Yeats. In your handouts I've noted that Yeats wrote 2 works of esoteric ideas. One is called The Vision. I can't remember the other one. Those of you who have interest, maybe I shouldn't mention it here because it's a bit of a conflict, but those 2 books are actually in the WEA library. Pretty quite valuable work. They're hard reading because they're strange reading and they're obscure reading. As I said, I think before, Clive James, when he mentioned them, saw them as just merely rubbished, and that he wished that Yeats had never spent his time on these matters. But that's the point. There would have been none of Yeats' great poetry without those ideas and without those books. In all of them, there's a kind of eschatological, but it's an eschatology that will end in something that will again go down in flames, but come up again in a new creation, and so on for all time. With Charles Williams, with W.B. Yeats, and a host of others, what we're dealing with here in the 20s and 30s and up into the 40s is a milieu and a mindset that really, for a lot of people, has been lost insofar as understanding the background of a lot of the major figures of literature. I think it's a pity. I don't have much sympathy for those ideas. But it is true that if we are to understand a lot of what is written at that time, we should have a bit of an understanding of the background of those esoteric occult ideas. In your handouts, I point out that what we'll be coming to in the third part, Dark, 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 Gardner and others will refer, and we'll come back to this, to Samson Agonistes by Milton. There's actually another reference to darkness in Milton that is far more important and is in the background, and that's in the opening section of Paradise Lost. It's a reference to darkness visible, which we'll be coming back to, but here I'll just say a more recent contemporary author that all of this kind of thinking informs is William Golding, and not least his book Darkness Visible. But if you want a really good book as an accompaniment to the Four Quartets, William Golding's The Spire, I think is an excellent work. So look, I'll finish there for this hour. I can have any comments or questions or... Spire, as in, it's I'm trying to remember if it's Lincoln Cathedral or the spire, and it's based on a true story, as it were, of the building. Look, I can't remember if it's Lincoln or is it Salisbury Cathedral? Yes, it was the largest spire ever built, and it was basically seen to be, very, very bad because it was going to fall down. And it's based around a fellow called Jocelyn, actually, who's the dean of the cathedral, who's building this, moved by a vision. And as he builds, there's an engagement with the cathedral builders, certain midsummer pagan revelries at certain ideas, and so forth. Golding can be a hard read, but I think a very rewarding read. It's a bit like William Faulkner. You think, what the hell is being said here? But if you stick with it, I think you'll get a lot. And Golding is very much engaging with a lot of these ideas. And his book, Darkness Visible, is very much based on these ideas, and in fact has a large section set in Australia. So there you are, there's a local concept.
Martin in my book, I have D.H. Lawrence letters, and he exchanged a lot of letters with Murray and Catherine Mansfield and all those people.
Yeah.
Why did you not include D.H. Lawrence?
D.H. Lawrence is very much to be included in this, only in his work on Revelations, on the book of Revelations, for example, where you'll get his clearest, as it were, exposition on his ideas. Yes, he was very much involved in esoteric occult ideas, only he was a little bit more of a renegade, in a way. You could say he was like a return to the original romanticist strain of the late 18th, early 19th century. For those of you, he wrote a book, a commentary on the book of Revelation, and it's filled with similar kind of stuff, albeit, as I say, with his particular take on matters. Look, a host of others. I mean, obviously, probably Hermann Hesse is probably one of the most famous in terms of Germanic. Lawrence Durrell is another major figure. Thomas Mann, and I guess one sort of keep one's wits about when I'm sure one can think of a lot more besides. It deserves, I suppose, its own series in and of itself, I guess. But I think it possibly did. I'm sure that those who are scholars in the field did automatic writing begin with Swedenborg. Swedenborg, let's use a more modern term, channeled, as it were, the visions and so forth, and thus, wrote. Look, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. I'm sure scholars of the era of esoteric ideas, I'm sure, would say, well, there's always precursors that you can find, but Swedenborg undoubtedly is a major figure in the formation. There is one other figure who's also really, really important prior to Swedenborg, and this is Swedenborg's in the 18th century. In the 17th century, Jacob Boehme. He was a Lutheran, German mystic, very much a pantheist, and very influential on, I guess, any manner of things, from, I guess, Masonry and Swedenborg and a lot of others. But I think Swedenborg is really the technician. Indeed, Swedenborg had been an engineer by training and life, and he didn't start having his visions till I think in his 50s and onwards. The strange thing about Swedenborg is, and this is what Wesley acknowledged, he made prophecies through his spirit guides, and take this as you will, I think it has a little bit more of a demonic side, to be honest, that very much came about. certain things that he said came about in rather very particular ways. Very particular ways. So I won't go into it, but if you're interested, any good biography on Swedenborg will detail those things. Wesley acknowledged that, but repudiated it, obviously. So
Similar to Nostradamus?
I think Nostradamus was, no, I don't think he predicted anything, really. Look, I mean, maybe I'm showing my prejudice
I don't
here.
believe in Nostradamus,
Yeah.
but he also did
No. Nostradamus' quatrains can be really, obviously, very purposely obscure, so you can read anything from, President Kennedy to the Twin Towers collapsing. Swedenborg's were precise and particular. They name names. So?
Around the era?
Around the era, yeah. So the people, he had a reputation, like I say, by people who opposed him, who therefore you might feel, were ready to sort of denounce him and show him a fraud.
I think, can you give some clarification on John Wesley? It's not Charles Wesley.
No, John Wesley.
John Wesley is the one who wrote hymns.
Both of them wrote.
And John Wesley became a
preacher.
Yeah, he became. Didn't John Wesley convert to Anglicanism?
No, he was an Anglican.
Yes. So John Wesley is Charles Wesley's brother. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm just a bit confused.
They're actually three brothers.
Yes. And John was more conventionally Christian, I don't know.
Well, no, actually Charles was. If you go back there, just briefly, John was. Methodism was within Anglicanism. It was a kind of reform movement, let us say. What happened then? There was the other major fellow was Whitfield, George Whitfield. George Whitfield was the one who first started field preaching, which hadn't really been done before, I suppose. John Wesley took it up with due alacrity, and Wesley went the length and breadth of Great Britain, I should say, parts of Europe and America preaching. Charles Wesley was the major figure in the hymn singing. John did work with that. The interesting thing here is that John Wesley, when he went to the continent, fell under the influence of what we call the Moravian Brotherhood and a fellow called Zinzendorf. One could go on and on about it. It's very interesting. Zinzendorf is very interesting in terms of his esoteric background and influence. They were very much, let's call them the first early Pentecostal charismatics, and Wesley was very influenced by that. I should leave it there because it gets very interesting and fascinating, but can, for a number of people, become a little bit possibly insulting. So, now, Charles Wesley was the one who wrote the really, really great hymns. John did, but John Wesley was the one that I'm trying to remember. Was it Bishop Butler who famously? It was called enthusiasm in those days. What we might call charismania or charismatic Pentecost was called enthusiasm. And Bishop Butler very famously said to Wesley, because Wesley was a great proponent of enthusiasm, of his feelings of transport, was, enthusiasm is a very dangerous thing, something along that line. I'm probably misquoting, but that's the intent anyway. I mean, all this stuff is very worked up, and again, I should pull back a bit because I think it can get a little bit off the subject. So, very much so. It's all very connected, and especially with letters. Look, the American experience of revivalism in the 18th century, the enthusiasm that was helped spark by Wesley and later others, is very, very formative for the American character. It lays the basis not just for Pentecostalism in the early 19th, early 20th century, but also in the 19th century for spiritism. They're incredibly interweaving with it. New Age ideas, the very term New Age comes out of 19th century American talk, where we get things like Christian Science and positive thinking, and this influences many people, including some of the people like the Transcendentalists. Unitarians flows a bit into it, in the margins. And I guess this then takes us back to Eliot's background. So there you are, there is a link. Yes, the end comes back to the beginning. Knew it gets every time hard enough. Well, okay, you want to pray?
Sound very boring.
No, I'm sure that there are great excesses and enthusiasm. Is it right?
One thing I was very, very happy to hear that you said this morning was a bit about the tree of life being locked up, because I've forgotten the wording, was locked up, semi-garden. And I remember that must have come into a reading at Mass not long ago, and for the first time ever, it really puzzled me. I wasn't aware of that ever before.
The garden.
I wondered why, and I wondered if really actual fact or rather just a poetic description.
Well, it would be hellish to live, even if you were at the peak of your physical health and well-being, it would be hellish to live that without the chance of the beatitude, without the chance of, the fullness that can only come from God. So
makes sense.
It does very much. So I think, in a way, oftentimes death, though it's a gift that I can do without for the time being, I think death can be a gift of God's grace to save us from ourselves, I guess. Okay, well, we saw at the beginning of part 2 of East Coca the oppositions. What is late November doing with the disturbance of spring? Snowdrops, late roses with early snow. All of this has something to do with the constellated wars of signs in the heavens and fire and ice cap, vortex, whirlwinds and whirlings. You remember back in Burnt Norton, the second part, remember where we read about the drift of stars, the boarhound and the boar, pursuing the pattern yet reconciled among the stars. And they're delivered in a worn out, as Eliot says it, poetical fashion. Well, all of this, as I said, echoes Yeats, William Butler Yeats. It's with Yeats. And indeed, if you are interested in a lot of these things, it suddenly struck me that you probably get one of the more recent biographies of Yeats, and it will go into a lot of this stuff. So at least go into it to the degree where it'll point you if you want to take it further. For Yeats, if you look at the vision, everything is modelled along the cone. The idea of the cone of a kind of vortex. Time, space, from my understanding of my reading of it anyway, look, he goes on about cones all the time, not in some sort of popular drug parlance of today, but in this kind of vortex, spiralling way. Yeats is big, of course, on the apocalyptic tone, and as I say, all of this can be found in his book, A Vision. Gardner argues that quotes, like at the end of East Coca, where it says,
old men ought to be explorers are references to Yeats by Eliot. And Gardner notes all of this, pointing out that Yeats had written a play called Purgatory. And Gardner notes that Eliot had took exception to this play, had taken exception to it. Why? For one simple reason. There was no purgation. There was no purgation. Well, what's the point of purgatory without purgation? She writes, Helen Gardner then goes on to write that Eliot, quote, combines Yeats with Dante and Christianizes. And that's nicely put. But the problem is, I think, is that she, like other scholars, rarely go further. And I guess that's what I'm trying to do in this series, is to go a bit further. Let's think about things like this. The scorpion fights against the sun. That line there. Scorpion fights against the sun until the sun and moon go down. Gardner says that sun in Scorpio, when the sun is in Scorpio, is when it begins its declination. As I know very little about either astronomy or astrology, I'll take her word for this. The sun in Scorpio is when it begins its declination. The thing is, if you read what Eliot has written, he actually says this. Scorpion fights against the sun, sure, until the sun and moon go down. It's not just about the sun declining or going down, it's about both sun and moon declining. In other words, it's a decline into the dark. Into the dark. In other words, it is a descent into the darkness. In Dante's Purgatory, and again this is not something that Helen Gardner notes, perhaps she feels it's not relevant. In Canto 25, of the Purgatory, Dante's Purgatory, the theme of zodiacal indicators recurs. Indeed, as we'll see a little bit later on, the theme of the zodiac, recurs, of astronomical figurations within the Divine Comedy. I'm not sure how long that's going to last for. In Canto 25 we read, "Now was the hour to climb without delay, for lo, the sun had to the bull transferred, night to the scorpion their meridian way. Now was the hour to climb without delay, for lo, the sun had to the bull transferred, night to the scorpion their meridian way." In this canto, Dante, climbing with Virgil and Statius, Dante has Statius tell him of the nature of the rational soul. Again, if you have any copies, or you go to the library and look for a copy of the Purgatory of Dante, have a look around this section. In this section, Statius tells Dante and explains about the nature of the rational soul in its relationship to the material body. He talks about its interconnectedness, how matter and the ethereal body relate after death. He tells how the blood sinks down to where where names are rude and silent seemlier. Where names are rude and silent seemlier, referring to certain sections of the body that one does not talk about in polite company. But it's clearly put in a lot better way, where names are rude and silent seemlier. There, in that part of the body, there is a mingling, and slowly there is a moulding of matter, and thereby an infusing of the soul. As Dorothy Sayers, in her translation and commentary on the Purgatory, notes, Virgil and Statius are making reference to the correspondence of upper and lower, of soul and matter. What Dante is doing is interweaving astrological themes with the formation of the soul and the body. And he's playing upon that in very brilliant and clever ways. Eliot has picked up on that. Four Quartet is modelled upon Dante's Divine Comedy, and thus when we go back to Burnt Norton, and we remember that part about the boars fighting in the heavens, how it's configured in a circulation of the blood. Well, if you go and have a read around this section and others like sections, you can start to see the echoes that Eliot is making references to Dante. In other words, whereas Charles Williams and others have the theme of correspondence of upper and lower from a very kind of from a hermetic, occultic theme, Eliot is Christianizing it, as Helen Gardner points out, but he's Christianizing it by reference to Dante. So that theme of, well, yes, there is a correspondence, but this is the way the correspondence works. And it works, here in Dante, in the context of purgatory as well. There is a mingling, and slowly there is a moulding of matter, and then an infusing of soul. Okay, we're making another little bit of a jump. In an essay that Eliot wrote that was critical of Paul Valeri's claims that philosophy has little part in poetry, Eliot was critical of those who claimed, like Paul Valéry, the idea that philosophy had no role in poetry. Quite the reverse. And T.S. Eliot, in this essay, gives as his example Dante. Dante is the case in point. Eliot's argument was that in the hands of a skillful poet who knows his stuff, or her stuff, then philosophy, quote, this is Eliot, is essential to the structure, and that structure is essential to the poetic beauty of the parts. In the hands of a skillful poet who knows his or her stuff concerning philosophy, then that philosophy is essential to the structure, and that structure is essential to the poetic beauty of the parts. Philosophy has everything to do with good poetry for Eliot. Now if we go back to what I opened the first hour with, when we look at those, a bit of a caricature, those two divergent poles in modernity, where you have, or Eliot, let us say, on one side, on the other, the Dadists and the Surrealists. Automatic writing, the idea that the intellect and reason are to be overcome. The Romanticist ideal that, well, poetic genius comes unbidden and natural and spontaneously, which of course was nonsense to the Romantics themselves. Clearly Shelley, Keats and Byron and Wordsworth worked very, very hard on their poetry. And yet today, of course, many of us follow that kind of Dada surrealist stream and think that somehow a spontaneity in poetry is a mark of authenticity. Well, no, it isn't. Eliot is very, very strong on the fact that philosophy is essential to the structure of poetry, well, at least his form of poetry. Philosophy is the basis of correspondence. Now, maybe a little bit of an excursion here into a bit of philosophy, but it is important. The basis of all knowledge, of all reason really, of our knowing everyday things or strange metaphysical concepts, the basis of it all is coherence and, which is related to that, correspondence. So when you wish to know, let us say, a word like purgatory, you have a concept in your mind, both of the word and I guess the content of that word. You therefore hope that the concept in your mind corresponds truly and really so to the objective fact of purgatory. The same applies to something like a bell or a chair. You have the idea and you hope that the subjective concept truly really applies and corresponds to the objective fact. The idea is as well that somehow your concept, say, of a chair, coheres with or co-inheres with the chair. But how? How is that? We're not going into the question of the metaphysics of epistemology or anything. I just simply want to point out that for all of us in our everyday thinking or rarefied thinking, the question of correspondence and coherence are fundamental to all our thinking. In other words, your philosophy, the way in which you understand the world, even if you don't know you have a philosophy, you certainly do, your philosophy is the basis of your system of correspondence. How do things correspond? How does my internal reasoning correspond to reason out there, the big R reason? How does it co-inhere? So, this strange esoteric occult stuff may be strange and bizarre, and I was saying in the break to some of this, I actually find a lot of esoteric occult thinking really trite and puerile, but that may be a sign of my inability to fully grasp it, as it were. But the point of the matter is, all of us have some ideas of correspondence, of upper and lower, of lower and higher in some kind. And Eliot is saying this. The better the philosopher, the more they know what their system of correspondence is. The better the poet, as far as Eliot is concerned, the more that poet will understand their philosophy and use it to structure their poetry. T.S. Eliot, as I say, used Dante as his case in point. Philosophy is essential to the structure, and that structure is essential to the poetic beauty of the parts. Eliot went on to write, all corresponds. And then he writes this, the question is to find a formula for the correspondence. The question is to find a formula for the correspondence, to find a philosophy that will inform the allegory, that will inform the correspondence. And Eliot then went on to say that Dante used astronomy in his allegory of the Divine Comedy, that Dante used astronomy to structure the Divine Comedy. And that's what other, perhaps prior to Eliot and certainly post, scholars have argued as well. Eliot writes this: it is not essential that the allegory, the correspondence, it is not essential that the allegory or the almost unintelligible astronomy should be understood, only that its presence be justified. It is not essential that the allegory or the almost unintelligible astronomy should be understood, only that its presence should be justified. So that when we read those astronomical, astrological things in the Four Quartets, I think we should take that to heart. We shouldn't so much look and think, well, what are the obscure references to the zodiac here? Rather, we should see and look and think, aha, there is a sign of the underlying structure. There is a sign of a structure of the play of correspondence. There is a hint. As I say, we might take this to heart with these references to stellar phenomena in the Four Quartets. And we should see them, following Helen Gardner's point, we should see these as Christianizing Yeats' strange astrology. And that Eliot is Christianizing, baptizing Yeats' astrology by reference to Dante's astronomy. And by doing that, he's doing something else. This reference comes, as I said, from the Purgatory. And by alluding to that, Eliot is also alluding to how you should view purgatory. And thus, to return to Yeats' inadequate play on purgatory, as Helen Gardner says, well, what is purgatory? What is the way of purgation? Through fire, of course. Through fire. In order that a person be purged, in order that through that they come to the beatific vision of Dante's Rose that we began this series with, that we'll end it with, of course. Eliot breaks off the rhymes and meter in that second part of his polka, and he says, that was a way of putting it. And then he breaks in with wrestling with words and meanings. And he says, well, the poetry does not matter. And then he talks about references to elders, to the wisdom of age, and repetitions of deception. He says, had they deceived us or themselves? A receipt for deceit? Are these secrets useless? Is all the pattern just merely a pattern that falsifies? These are all themes that we read in last class. Are we on the edge of a grimpen in a dark wood in a bramble, menaced by monsters? Where do you think that might be alluding to? No. Go to the first canto in the Inferno, when Dante is in a wooden place at the edge of a wood and doesn't really want to go down into the deep and wants to go back, and then is menaced by the monsters of a leopard and a she-wolf and so forth, and is forced onwards. Are we on the edge of a grimpen, in a dark wood, in a bramble? We risk enchantment, the wisdom of old men. What is the enchantment? To be enchanted, of course, probably means, or well, used to probably mean about fairy folk. Now, let's get rid of our nice 19th century, sometimes little pictures of fairy folk, and 20th century cleansing of the fairy folk. Fairy folk were rather nasty creatures in folk tales around the world. Fairy folk are enchanting, and it basically means that if you see fairy folk, you should run a mile. They enchant and tempt. I remember reading various tales from Ireland on the fairy folk and such. And if you ever do get enchanted and you find yourself in fairyland, never eat or drink anything they give you. You'll thank me for that. Good. And that way you'll get out. An enchantment. One is lured in. And thus, when he reads, when he talks about the wisdom of old men, it's a reference to Yeats and saying, well, what wisdom of old men? What should we pursue and what should we do? He thinks more about the wisdom of old men who had a fear of fear and a fear of frenzy. Enthusiasm is a dangerous thing. These elders, Yeats, Williams and others, those who had conjured up monsters and raised or chased fairy lights, who were enchanted by the occult, who had been enchanted by the likes of Swedenborg. Eliot often presents William Blake as being a case in point of this. Eliot was rather caustic of Blake's ability at philosophy. Yeats was very much a Blakean in a lot of ways. But Eliot notes that William Blake's writing was no automatic writing, though Blake claimed it was. Eliot felt that Blake tended to a certain formlessness, and that consequently there's a thinness in Blake's visions. And he contrasts Blake, and this is in an essay on Blake, he contrasts Blake's thinness with, and then unfavourably with, Dante. Again and again, Dante is Eliot's touchstone, the one he returns to again and again to contrast the more sort of occultic, esoteric, enthusiastic responses. When we return to his essay on Dante, Eliot cites two cantos from Purgatory, 16 and 18. For these, he notes, informed Dante's philosophy. This is where Dante's philosophy really exhibits itself. In Canto 18, Virgil has a second discourse on love. And in it, Virgil ponders and answers a paradox. How is it that love, the chief of the virtues, can be a virtue and yet it can embrace its contrary, namely vice? How can love embrace virtue and its contradiction, vice? Well, in the great Thomistic fashion, love gains its merit from its object. And by reason of that object, it ascends. As of course, they are ascending in purgatory. And they are ascending to the great vision of love, the beatific vision. Love gains its merit from its object. It ascends, and we are told that it ascends as fire. I quote, "And as fire mounts, urged upward by the pure impulsion of its form," and as fire mounts, urged upward by the pure impulsion of its form, which must aspire towards its own matter, where 'twill best endure. And as fire mounts, urged upward by the pure impulsion of its form, meaning its goal, its end, that where it finds its perfection, which must aspire towards its own matter, meaning that which is appropriate to it, where there it will best endure, meaning it will eternally endure. Whereas if love is oriented towards vice, it will decay and end, which is something, again, and this is the point about a lot of St. Thomas's philosophy, it's just really common sense. It's what we all know. And we all know that love, when it is taken by infatuation and the love of transgression, very quickly loses its spark and just becomes mere nagging nothingness. Love gains its merit by its object. Now think in the modern world where people will talk about faith. Or they will talk about love as if it's something in and of itself. Well, it's good to have faith. Well, the obvious answer to that is, well, would it be good to have faith in genocidal politics of Adolf Hitler? Well, I hope that most of us at least would say no. Faith gains its merit from its object. Love gains its merit from its object. Our very soul gains its very substance by that towards which it is oriented. And that's not just a Christian theme, it's not just an Aristotelian theme, that is the Platonic theme. If your soul is oriented towards the high and good and the true, your soul will become like that. And if it is oriented towards the unjust, the greedy, the material, it will become like that. And as Socrates said, you will sink into hell at death. The soul climbs to what it truly corresponds to. But this correspondence, Eliot is arguing, is achieved not through hermetic magic or by magical sympathy, but by purgatorial fire. And how does this fire work? Well, as Eliot says, the only wisdom we can hope to acquire is the wisdom of humility. Humility is endless. And in what does this humility consist? The houses are all gone under the sea. The dancers are all gone under the hill. In other words, in considering our mortality. This is no endless round. Oh, dark, dark, dark. They all go into the dark. This, as Helen Gardner points out, is from Milton's Samson Agonistes. And Samson, of course, was like Tiresias, was blind, or at least in his latter part. Eyeless in Gaza, brought the house down and destroyed all with him. And thus does it come back to this, to the passage, to the passing of all things buried, be it beneath water and soil, or all things whirled in a vortex in the air, or brought, to quote that destructive fire. In the Stoics, as in Empedocles and others, the round of things, the endless round of things, has to do with the four elements, the four quartets. The four elements. Are all the four elements just likewise born, live, die, mulch, dung, growth, wheat, eaten, blood, feces, born, live, die, and so on and so forth? Is it all deception, or is it that the elders are deceived? Is it like the bird said in Burnt Norton, that humankind cannot bear very much reality? But remember there as well that Eliot said, shall we follow the deception of the flesh? This is where we all are. We are in a labyrinth of deception and deceit, and yet somewhere truth beckons to us. Is Dante right? Is it that... There he is, it's bringing me up here. Is Dante right? Is there in the soul that climbs through darkness, through mud, through feces and punishment, all of which are part and punishments in the inferno and the purgatory, such that soon and through fire we will ultimately come to where the soul truly corresponds to its form, namely to Christ. As we'll see next week, the dark vacant spaces, the black nothing of nihilistic abyss, will also be, as following St. John of the Cross, the darkness of God, by which we can still the soul. Through St. John of the Cross is death the means of grace, as I began the first hour with. Is it to be deprived of the fruit of the tree of life such that we will physically die? Is that a mark, in fact, of God's grace? Is death, therefore, the means through to true eternal life? A fact, of course, writ large in the death of Jesus Christ and Christ crucified. Here, I'll just finish off 3. This is where it leads, basically, to a nihilistic thing. Oh, dark, 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 they all go into the dark. The vacant interstellar spaces, the vacant into the vacant, the captains, merchant bankers, eminent men of letters, the generous patrons of art, the statesmen and the rulers, distinguished civil servants, chairmen of many committees, industrial lords and petty contractors, all go into the dark. And dark the sun and moon and the almanac de Gotha and the stock exchange gazette, the directory of directors, and cold the sense and lost the motive of action, and we all go with them into the silent funeral, nobody's funeral, for there is no one to bury. I said to my soul, be still and let the dark come upon you, which shall be the darkness of God. As in a theatre, the lights are extinguished for the scene to be changed, with a hollow rumble of wings, with a movement of darkness on darkness. And we know that the hills and the trees, the distant panorama, and the bold imposing facade are all being rolled away, or as when an underground train in the tube stops too long between stations, and the conversation rises and slowly fades into silence, and you see behind every face the mental emptiness deepen, leaving only the growing terror of nothing to think about. Or when under ether the mind is conscious but conscious of nothing. I said to my soul, be still and wait without hope. For hope would be hope for the wrong thing. Wait without love. For love would be love of the wrong thing. There is yet faith. But the faith and the love and the hope are all in the waiting. Wait without thought, for you are not ready for thought. So the darkness shall be the light and the stillness of the dancing. Whisper of running streams and winter lightning. The wild thyme unseen and the wild strawberry. Laughter in the garden, echoed ecstasy, not lost, but requiring, pointing to the agony of death and birth. You say I am repeating something I've said before. I shall say it again. Shall I say it again in order to arrive there? To arrive where you are, to get from where you are not? You must go by a way wherein there is no ecstasy. In order to arrive at what you do not know, you must go by a way which is the way of ignorance. In order to possess what you do not possess, you must go by the way of dispossession. In order to arrive at what you are not, you must go through the way in which you are not. And what you do not know is the only thing you know, and what you own is what you do not own. And where you are is where you are not. I'll come back to that.
That last bit is John of the Cross.
Yes, very much from John of the Cross, isn't it? We'll come back to that in a bit. Like an exam. A testing. I'm not too sure that all exams and testing are the same thing. A purging, possibly. That's sort of testing. An exam, I guess, possibly. Maybe if it's an exam, then it's in the form of an essay, I'd say. Okay. Not multiple choice, I'm afraid. Well, okay, well, have an early mind if you wish. But look, do keep rereading, and do go back to Burnt Norton and see the parallels that are going on between these. And always remember what he said about Four Quartet, that they are a musical work that all entwine and come back on themselves and then go forward. And yes, as he says, you will say I am repeating myself exactly, but it's not a vain repetition. Each time it's like that spiral perhaps going up, where it deepens that a little bit more. So,
some of that, the reality of some of that we see in the Victorian bushfires.
There is a kind of...
People, well, they sort of were exposed and everything was there and they knew there were other people. That's the feeling. So real.
I remember to bring a photo that came from the past. There was a photo that came from the past, Gateswood or whatever that suburb was, of a church, a Catholic church that was burned. You have a look. I'll bring it in because it's very interesting what you said about the past. When you look at that photo, it looks like an emblem of the Sacred Heart. It in because I thought of it as a hall and in fact I remember showing it to other people and I went, gosh, yeah, that looks like an emblem of the Sacred. And it's really nice that it's been not nice for them, but in the context of here.
I don't know what the message for all of us is, but I wonder sometimes if we're approaching the end times. I mean, not just thinking of the state of the world, the hatred in the world.
Look, and I just, for every Christian there is always a command, be ready on the watch. But, that sense doesn't prevent a defiance of the world and fighting to change the world at least anyway. So,
Did you know, this is just in the Herald this morning, that we were narrowly missed by an asteroid? I don't know,
that's right,
last night,
That's right.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Yes.
30,000 miles around the moon, the closest was about 284,000 or something.
Yeah, they said it was a bit smaller than the one that hit in 1908 or something, the Siberian one that decimated that incredible area.
But 30 by 50 or something like meters would have been enough to sort of flatten Sydney.
What I found amazing was I thought they could see everything coming, and yet this thing seemed to take. Maybe they knew and didn't want to scare people. Maybe they knew and didn't want to scare people.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's.
Anyway, I might begin. Last week we left Eliot, as it were, stranded between stations on the tube. There he was, ruminating about being as still as that train, a train, as I say, stranded between stations. And Eliot writes, I said to my soul, be still and wait without hope. And for all of us have suffered the State Rail Authority of New South Wales. That's a spiritual discipline that they've very kindly given us. So, only it never worked with me. I just got frustrated and angry. Eliot then goes on to use the language of negative theology, of apophatism, of negative theology. You remember, Eliot reflects that we must go the way, quote, where there is no ecstasy, of ignorance, of dispossession, of a negativity that is the denial of what we think we are here and now. In other words, that apophatism, that negative theology is tied to purgation. We're going to have to purge ourselves. We have to be purged to become, in a way, that which we really are, but we aren't at the moment. In a way, what Eliot is saying is that we have to deny, we have to renounce what we are now, what the moment is now. Maybe that doesn't seem much, but if we think about our modern world where there's this big accent on affirming everything, affirm where you are, this is where God has meant you to be, or if you are God, then this is where you are meant to be, and so on and so forth, which is all very neat and well. And of course, when we think of providence, there is something to it, but it's also a little bit too neat. At the time Eliot was writing, when we look at the likes of Friedrich Nietzsche, to a degree, Henri Bergson, Bradley, all of them follow Heraclitus to a degree, and all of it fundamentally is this idea, no, there is no real good and evil. Evil is much a part of isness of being as the good, and consequently you must accept everything there is. This was very big for Nietzsche. The strong, healthy man, he said, could affirm that which was deaf and sickly and not to one's liking. In a way, I would argue, and I think this is what Eliot is arguing, there is a passivity about that. Almost a lack of defiance. It's a bit like Greek tragedy. Really, roll over and cop it sweet. But Christian theology, the Christian faith, the biblical faith, has been quite the reverse. To the degree where Jacob can even wrestle God, where Job will even argue with God. Whatever Christianity is, it is not a philosophy or religion of passivity, of determined fate. It is not simply about yes, about affirmation. Yes, it is an affirmation of God's creation, but it is a very big no, it is a very big argument, a very big polemic against the world, and the world of injustice and despair, ugliness and blandness. For Eliot, via the Stranded Tube train, he is saying otherwise. No, the present is not all good, because there is a corruption of the good, because we are this side of the fall, because it is sick and it is ill. And yet, this is the point, this is where Christian providence comes in, because their very sickness, their very illness, that very death, Eliot is saying, is a means to help, a means to that which is good. Paradoxically, the illness, if not denied, if not tried to be glossed over by saying, I merely affirm it, but to actually grapple with it in its horror, its disfigurement and its pain, to actually grab it, if it is not denied or hidden, if it is seen squarely, it can be the means of our healing, the healing of our soul. Our disease can be our health. And to be restored, to be purged, the illness has to get even worse. Now read part 4 of East Coker. The wounded surgeon plies the steel that questions the distempered part. Beneath the bleeding hands we feel the sharp compassion of the healer's art, resolving the enigma of the fever chart. Our only health is the disease if we obey the dying nurse, whose constant care is not to please but to remind of our and Adam's curse, and that to be restored our sickness must grow worse. The whole earth is our hospital, endowed by the ruined millionaire, wherein if we do well we shall die of the absolute paternal care that will not leave us but prevents us everywhere. the chill ascends from feet to knees, the fever sings in mental wires. If to be warm then I must freeze and quake in frigid purgatorial fires, of which the flame is roses and the smoke is briars. The dripping blood our only drink, the bloody flesh our only food, in spite of which we like to think that we are sound, substantial flesh and blood. Again, in spite of that, we call this Friday good. First of all, see that play on the resolution of opposites. Help through our sickness. Warmed I must freeze. In purgatorial fires, yet which are frigid. And which fires are the garden, the roses of which are flames and the smoke of which are briars. The whole earth is our hospital. Of course, it's a reference to the fall. The wounded surgeon plies the steel beneath the bleeding hands we feel. Of course, it's Christ, the bleeding hands. The medicine, the body and blood of Jesus, the dripping blood our only drink, the bloody flesh our only food. Again and again, of course, like most poets, Eliot plays not so much on puns, but on wordplay. And consequently, of course, the theme there is like slowly blood being put into a patient who's obviously anemic, and yet at the same time it's, of course, the Eucharist. And we call this Friday good. So there's no surprise to see that that is Good Friday. In other words, what Eliot is saying, the way is not of ecstasy. The way is not of ecstasy, but of the cross. Hence his accent on St. John of the Cross. The way of barrenness, the way of despair often. The way, in short, of confronting and acknowledging and actually dealing with the illness. St. John of the Cross, of course, wrote largely for spiritual directors and confessors because he saw a great problem. What would happen is he would see many in orders who were suffering from a despair, from a dark night of the soul, of a blandness that was on and on and on. And unfortunately, their spiritual directors would often say, well, get out there and do these mental exercises, have far more prayers, pump yourself up. And St. John of the Cross was saying, no, you are doing damage to that soul. The time of that despair must be confronted and entered into, because that is a major time of grace, of God's grace. This is what Eliot has taken up. We live in a modern world which sells ecstasy, and not just in terms of the obvious drug, but in terms of mystical works. It is not difficult, I often say, to experience a kind of mystical bliss. It's not very difficult, actually. What is difficult is the long haul. The long haul. In section 5, and again, as I said last week, I'm going to have to start skipping large areas of the Four Quartets in terms of time constraints, I'm afraid. I will be reading sections thereof. So I encourage you to read it again at home afterwards. In section 5 of East Coca, there is a return to a repetition, to repeating. Eliot opens up by saying, so here I am, in the middle way, having had 20 years largely wasted, trying to learn the use of words. It is interesting that 20 years, as it were, begins roughly around the time of Prufrock, through Rhapsody on a Windy Night, all of which themes are taken up in the Four Quartets. There is a new start, he says, but failure, a new beginning to try to get the better words. Again, with Eliot, what we're seeing is a going back, a going over, a repetition, but a repetition, as you'll see in your handout, that is not mere Heraclitean or Nietzschean endless repetition of the same, but a repetition that is recapitulation. In the Bible, each stage is like a shadow of that which is to come. And that which is to come, yes, has repeated that which went before, but at each stage, it gets a little bit more substance. We approach the eschaton, the end, the telos, the goal, the meaning, the purpose of all things. I'm going to read from Home is Where One Starts From, which is about, I guess, halfway through in 5. Home is where one starts from. As we grow older, the world becomes stranger, the pattern more complicated of dead and living. Not the intense moment, isolated, with no before and after, but a lifetime burning in every moment, and not the lifetime of one man only, but of old stones that cannot be deciphered. There is a time for the evening under starlight, a time for the evening under lamplight, the evening with the photograph album. Love is most nearly itself when here and now cease to matter. Old men ought to be explorers. Here and there does not matter. We must be still and still moving into another intensity. For a further union, a deeper communion, through the dark, cold and empty desolation, the wave cry, the wind cry, the vast waters of the petrel and the porpoise, in my end is my beginning. The theme again of in my end is my beginning and in the beginning is the end again recurs as if a weary round, and yet through the Four Quartets we are drawing closer. We are coming closer. And the very way of ending that, the wave cry, the wind cry, the vast waters of the petrel and the porpoise, in my end is my beginning. And this is where we go, and it takes us into the dry salvation. Others argue to pronounce it dry salvations. I don't agree with that. I think it's dry salvations. Just how am I going to be pronouncing it? It's not salvages, by the way. All are agreed on that. That end takes us through to the beginning. It's a kind of segue that takes us through to the beginning of the dry salvages, which of course is largely based on the theme of rivers and sea. There is a time for the evening under starlight, a time for the evening under lamplight. That's in what we just read at the end of East Coast, just there in 5. There is a time for the evening under starlight, a time for the evening under lamplight, the evening with the photograph album. That is redolent, both the proof rock, of course, and Rhapsody on a Windy Night, in which the street lamp acts as an interlocutor, one which asks the questions. And again, when we look at those early works, of course, they're rather barren and empty and windswept. An ennui that is rather dismal. As we grow older, the world becomes stranger, the pattern more complicated of dead and living. For this reason, old men ought to be explorers, not wedded, as Yeats was wedded, to esoteric conceits, to desires for ecstasy. Rather, Eliot is saying, the St. John of the cross is the way of dereliction and even despair. The still moment on the tube train stuck between stations when suddenly despair creeps up on us. There is the real depths of the soul, not in esoteric conceits. But what do we explore? If all men are to be explorers, what is it they are to explore? Explore what? Eliot answers, here and there does not matter. Well, where then? In the still and still moving. In this every moment. And every moment of time, even in an evening with a photograph album, I guess the image is home, in a rather, I guess, whimsical frame of mind, looking back over one's history, one's past with a photograph album, seeing frozen moments of people smiling or glum or angry, frozen. Where are they? Where were they? Where are they now? Where is that moment now? I guess it's something we've all experienced when you look, and especially if you look at photographs of dead friends or dead family, and the poignancy is even more pronounced. That sense of time passing, and yet time still present. And Eliot is talking about not just the individual, but tradition, those stones, those ancient hieroglyphics, which is why he goes back to East Coker, back to perhaps where the Eliots came from in the 17th century. Not just us now, but whole humanity, tradition, everything. The mundane, the everyday, where we are now, here and now, in a strange sort of way, this moment has been, in a funny kind of strange way, everything in our lives is built up now. Here we are. And of course, we will be elsewhere. But all the time is present now. We, in our sense of our genes, are a product of, I suppose, so many millions and millions and millions of years of evolution. It is an incredible mystery, this very mundane, hopefully not too mundane, this very mundane moment. And thus, the silence on the stranded tube train, not up on the Himalayas in a cave meditating, but in the everydayness, here, now, not in strange, amazing ecstasies and mystical transports, or detailed cosmological ruminations like Yeats was given to, but rather to strip oneself of these, to see the illness and the weakness and the emptiness, and yet to see the depth of beingness. At the end of East Coker, we begin to segue, to change into the sea journey, into the dry Salvasias. And indeed that end is itself reminiscent of the end of Prufrock, where Prufrock says, I have heard the mermaids singing each to each. And a few sentences later, we have lingered in the chambers of the sea by seagulls wreathed with seaweed red and brown, till human voices wake us and we drown. Till human voices wake us and we drown. 20 years, and he's repeating himself, is he? 20 years, wasted years, as he says, is it? Well, not really. But let's stop and pause here for a minute and look at a theme that repeats throughout Eliot's poetry. What did the thunder say? What did the thunder say? Throughout Eliot, it's like the feel of voices off stage. It's like the feel that you're in a room, and in the distant other room you can hear voices speaking. You catch snatches of what is being said. Heard whispers. These are very much major themes that recur in Eliot. The sense in which one is in perhaps a lonely flat and you hear suddenly something that comes from a distance and yet seems incredibly pertinent, that's speaking to one. You know, what was it that was said? I read here the first part of the Dry Salvasias. I do not know much about gods, but I think that the river is a strong brown god, sullen, untamed, intractable, patient to some degree, at first recognized as a frontier, useful and trustworthy as a conveyor of commerce. Then only a problem confronting the builder of bridges. The problem once solved, the brown god is almost forgotten by the dwellers in cities, ever, however, implacable, keeping his seasons and rages, destroyer, reminder of what men choose to forget, unhonoured, unpropitiated by worshippers of the machine, but waiting, watching, and waiting. His rhythm was present in the nursery bedroom, in the rank ailanthus of the April dooryard, in the smell of grapes on the autumn table, and the evening circle in the winter gaslight. The river is within us. The sea is all about us. The sea is the land's edge, also the granite into which it reaches, the beaches where it tosses its hints of earlier and other creation. The starfish, the horseshoe crab, the whale's backbone, the pools where it offers to our curiosity the more delicate algae in the sea anemone. It tosses up our losses, the torn sign, the shattered lobster pot, the broken oar and the gear of foreign dead men. The sea has many voices, many gods and many voices. The salt is on the brow rose, the fog is in the fir trees. The sea howl and the sea yelp are different voices, often together heard. The whine in the rigging, the menace and caress of wave that breaks on water, the distant rote in the granite teeth, and the wailing warning from the approaching headland are all sea voices, and the heaving groaner rounding homewards, and a seagull, and under the oppression of the silent fog, the tolling bell measures time, not our time, rung but unhurried, groundswell, a time older than the time of chronometers, older than time counted by anxious, worried women laying awake, calculating the future, trying to unweave, unwind, unravel and piece together the past and the future between midnight and dawn, when the past is all deception, the future futureless, before the morning watch when time stops and time is never ending, and the ground swell that is and was from the beginning clangs the bell. First, note how the river flows out and becomes merged with the sea. We are sent to sea courtesy of another memory of Eliot's, his childhood holidays, Cape Ann, Massachusetts, looking out at the rocks that form the dry selvages. Also mingled in with this, as commentators point out, are his recollections of the mighty Mississippi. The sea and river are joined. The river is within us. The sea is all about us. And in a way, what we've been taken is from the desert of St. John of the Cross, now down the river through to the sea. But the river is a strong brown god, one which is akin to, or is in fact, nature in its wild rhythms, nature in its elemental music. A rhythm, a presence that is always present even at birth in the nursery, which always waits, even when commerce tries to cover it over and forget it, even when the worship of machinery forgets to propitiate this brown god that is a river. It is always present. Eliot, in his preface to an edition of Huckleberry Finn, Eliot in the preface wrote, quote, "The river makes the book a great book. The river makes the book a great book." Huckleberry Finn, of course, is about Huckleberry going off with an escaped slave. down the mighty Mississippi, or up, which I can't remember. Later, Eliot writes in the same essay, the book, it is the subjection of man that gives man his dignity. For without some kind of God, man is not even very interesting. It is the subjection of man that gives man his dignity. For without some kind of God, man is not even very interesting. Only which God? Which God? A strange God, as Eliot later would call him? A strong brown God? Perhaps a God that is untamed and intractable, as he calls him. A God that in fact is a conveyor of commerce, of whom the building of bridges is associated there, even if it's to span him. To this day, the God of commerce, and you'll see his statue in most stock exchanges around the world, is of course Mercury, or as the Greeks knew him, Hermes. Hermes, by the Greeks, was associated with cattlemen. He was brown because of his time in the sun and outside. He was associated with cattlemen, the brown men of the land. But Hermes was also associated with something else. Thievery. Thievery. In fact, I think it was Zeus's cattle he stole at one stage. He was a trickster. He was untamed. He was the god of thieves and money, which makes it all very especially appropriate. I suppose his position of stature in the stock exchange, I guess. A god who, at the time of Eliot, by the likes of Carl Jung, a God who is said to be everywhere and in everything. A God who was supposed to be the elemental principle running through it all. In alchemy, at least in certain forms of late Renaissance alchemy, and Jung picked this up, Hermes, Mercury, is the heavy element that is meant to be the one that causes a change in the elements from base lead to gold. Hermes, therefore, is understood to be the basic principle in all things, because Hermes is the god of becoming. He is also the trickster god because he fools you into thinking, no, there is being, there is true substantial presence. Well, April Fool's Day, there isn't, it's all becoming. Hermes is the trickster god. Hermes also became associated, and there's a very interesting, one of the interesting Platonic dialogues, the Cratinos. One of the major protagonists in it is called Hermogenes. And it has to do with the nature of language. What happens in the middle of it is that Socrates is discoursing upon the meaning of names, and Hermogenes asks, well, what's the meaning of my name? In the central part of the book. And of course it's Hermes. And Socrates has a disquisition upon Hermes and points out he's half this, half that, can't really grab him, seems to be there, but is always elsewhere. Hermes became a figure of Heraclitean becoming, of constant change, of becoming. And against the background, the Four Quartet is against the background and engaging with a very famous saying that was attributed to Heraclitus. You cannot step into the same river twice. You cannot step into the same river twice. The idea being, you've stepped in once, you get out, well, the river's gone on, you're in a new river now, and you step in. Cratinos, who was a student of Heraclitus, went further. He said, you cannot step into the same river once. I suppose is one way of one-upping his master. The theme of the river is very much a dominant theme of that theme of becoming. What Eliot is doing is taking that river down to the sea, down to the whole theme of death and destruction, of the casting up of those great and mighty crowding ships and boats that went out to discover and to get new treasure, but ended up smashed on rocks like the dry Salvasians, and then cast up onto the beach as bleached bones. The idea of the sea with the granite teeth of land devours and brings back all that is shattered and broken, all the torn things. At the center of Dante's hell is Satan frozen to the waist up in ice, and with three faces devouring. Said Mark Antony, Brutus and Antony and Judas. I think it is Judas and Brutus. I think the third one's Mark Antony. They're traitors, and they're being eternally gnawed upon and devoured by the devil. Pretty awful picture, I suppose, not for polite company. The theme here is the devouring, the granite teeth of the sea. We see once proud ships and sailors for whom anxious, worried women fretted upon, unravelling, trying to, I suppose, play upon the theme of the fates, the weaving, but trying to unravel that fate as they sit up trying for with no luck. Is this then? Is this it? The time of deception, as he says, lying awake, calculating the future, trying to unweave, unwind, unravel, and piece together the past and futures of fates, of course, were presented in Greek myth as weaving everyone's destiny. Well, these women are trying to unweave the destiny, to piece together the past and future, and yet they do so between midnight and dawn, when the past is all deception, the future futureless. And yet, note another theme that carries on from what we read at the beginning about the hospital, about the Eucharist. Is it the same thing, time never ending? But note the repetition. It measures time, not our time, wrung by the unhurried groundswell, a time older than the time of chronometers. Whatever that means, it means there was something before time. Time older. A time older than the time counted by anxious, worried women. In other words, a time older than fate itself. And the groundswell that is and was from the beginning. No, it's the Son of God. The groundswell. I would argue that that is playing on two motifs that are going to be coming into clarity here. The groundswell, the resurrection, but earlier than the groundswell, the pregnancy of Our Lady. And thus, not time, but the Word which is and was from the beginning, the Word that we saw that was in the desert, the groundswell, a pregnancy and resurrection. When I was doing a series on Hopkins, when we were looking at some of his work, I pointed out that Hopkins did the same. He would often blend the pregnancy of Our Lady with the resurrection. It's a time-honoured theme. But in the midst of all of it, a river and sea, a bell calls. But to what does the bell call? The imagery, I guess, tends to lead you to think that it's calling for your doom, as it were. Well, to what does it call? Good Friday, but also to the Angelus, to the repetition of the Hail Mary, of the Annunciation, and thus to the Incarnation, and of course to the cross. I'm just going to read the second part of the Dryas of Ages. So what we see is, and the groundswell that is and was from the beginning, clangs the bell. Where is there an end of it? The soundless wailing, the silent withering of autumn flowers, dropping their petals and remaining motionless? Where is there an end to the drifting wreckage, the prayer of the bone on the beach, the unprayable prayer at the calamitous annunciation? There is no end but addition, the trailing consequence of further days and hours, while emotion takes to itself the emotionless years of living among the wreckage of what was believed in as the most reliable and therefore the fittest for renunciation. There is the final addition, the failing pride or resentment at failing powers, the unattached devotion which might pass for devotionless in a drifting boat with a slow leakage, the silent listening to the undeniable clamour of the bell of the last annunciation. Where is the end of them, the fisherman sailing into the wind's tail where the fog cowers? We cannot think of a time that is oceanless, or of an ocean not littered with wastage, or of a future that is not liable, like the past, to have no destination. We have to think of them as forever bailing, setting and hauling while the northeast lowers over shallow banks unchanging and erosionless, or drawing their money, drying sails at dockage, not as making a trip that will be unpayable, for a haul that will not bear examination. There is no end of it. The voiceless wailing, no end to the withering of withered flowers, to the movement of pain that is painless and motionless, to the drift of the sea and the drifting wreckage, the bone's prayer to death its God, only the hardly, barely prayable prayer of the one annunciation, the calamitous annunciation of what was believed in as the most reliable, all our grand hopes, all those grand hopes of progress that sent out all the grand prows and ships. Those things that were believed in as the most reliable, but as Eliot slips in there, and therefore the fittest for renunciation. We'll be coming back to this in the second hour. Again, we've got to see in this the blending of the two, the blending of the sense of despair, of hopelessness, of endless rounds, of the god Hermes meeting the sea, of this incredible sea that destroys all commerce. What we have to see balanced against that is almost a sense, well, it is a sense of incredible defiance, that in the face of that, no, there is barely prayable, yes, it's barely prayable, but the prayer of the one annunciation. And to that we'll come back, and I'll finish here. You can have any comments. Let's just think a little bit and go over a little bit of the Four Quartets. How we begin in a garden, with gardens, we continue on, of roses, of fire, repetition, but a repetition in order to get to a goal. As we progress, we realize we are ill and in need of help. We need the body and blood. We need to be stripped of all. We even need to die to be healed. Just as the is and always was, the Word was born, suffered, stripped, and died, but was resurrected. Will dry bones live? Of course, that image, those words that Eliot uses a number of times throughout his poetry, will these dry bones live, come from Ezekiel in terms of the resurrection of the dead. Son of man, God says, will these dry bones live? And against all expectation, they start to join themselves together and indeed do live. So will these dry bones live, even those washed up, having been devoured by the sea and torn and worn by the land's granite teeth? In other words, is the sea an unending repository of just endless rounds of destruction, preservation, and so on and so forth? Or is the sea purgatorial? And being purgatorial, does it have an end? Does it have a goal? Well, in the Four Quartet, the goal, the aim, is to climb, to see. Just as in Dante's Divine Comedy, in the Canto 31 of Paradise, so we're coming very much to the end of the Divine Comedy, Dante gazes on the vision of the celestial rose. Dante gazes on the vision of the celestial rose. It is the communion of the saints, gathered like a rose, at the center of which, at the absolute center, of course, is Jesus, is the Holy Trinity. But at the center as well is Our Lady. He gazes on the vision of the celestial rose, that is the congregation of the saints. There he is visited by an elder who has left his place at the entreaty of Beatrice. Beatrice, of course, being the great love of Dante's life. And in a way, Beatrice is the reason for his journey through the Divine Comedy, through hell, down through up purgatory, through into heaven. And Beatrice has sent one of the elders to explain to Dante what it is he sees. Dante says he is now to reach, quote, his journey's perfect consummation, the telos, the beatific vision. And he is told by the elder, fly through this heavenly garden with your eyes, for gazing at it will prepare your sight to rise into the vision of God's rays. Fly through this heavenly garden with your eyes, for gazing at it will prepare your sight to rise into the vision of God's rays. And thus Dante is enjoined, and thus he does. And he looks up. Look up into the circles, to the highest, until your eyes behold enthroned the queen who holds as subject this devoted realm. I raise my eyes, and as at break of day, the eastern parts of the horizon shine, brighter than at the point the sun goes down. So I saw, as my eyes still climbed from vale to mountain top, there at the highest point, a light outshining all that splendorous rim. So there on high that oriflamme of peace lit up its centre, while on either side its glow was equally diminishing. And all around that centre, wings outstretched, I saw more than 1,000 festive angels, each one distinct in brilliance and in art, and there smiling at their games and song, I saw a beauty that reflected bliss within the eyes of all the other saints. It is Mary. He raises his eyes to look across the garden, the heavenly garden, which is both at the same time a garden and yet a rose. He looks on high, and there on high that oriflamme of peace lit up its centre, while on either side its glow was equally diminishing. And all around the centre, wings outstretched, I saw more than 1,000 festive angels, each one distinct as brilliant in brilliance and in art. And there, smiling at their games and song, I saw a beauty that reflected this, that reflected bliss within the eyes of all the other saints. At the centre of the rose is Mary. As St. Thomas's teacher, Albertus Magnus, wrote, quote, and note that Christ is a rose, Mary is a rose, the church is a rose, the faithful soul is a rose. The teacher of St. Thomas, Albertus Magnus, wrote, note that Christ is a rose, Mary is a rose, the church is a rose, the faithful soul is a rose. We might know that Dante's vision, or the beatific vision, is a garden, is a scene of a garden. The same way that Four Quartet begins in the garden at Burnt Norton. And as we will see in the Four Quartets, all is resolved into a fiery rose of overwhelming beauty. The fire and rose are one. The garden, though, is a fiery rose, and in a strange paradox, the rose is in the garden, and yet the garden is the rose. We read in Eliot's Ash Wednesday, in part 2 of Ash Wednesday, where he is contemplating mortality and asks, will bones live? And this is a kind of litany to Our Lady that is in Ash Wednesday. Lady of silence is calm and distressed, torn and most whole, rose of memory, rose of forgetfulness, exhausted and life-giving, worried, reposeful, the single rose is now the garden, where all loves end, terminate torment of love unsatisfied, the greater torment of love satisfied, end of the endless journey to no end, conclusion of all that is inconclusible, speech without word and word of no speech, grace to the mother for the garden where all love ends. Lady of silence is calm and distressed, torn and most whole, rose of memory, rose of forgetfulness, exhausted and life-giving, worried, reposeful, the single rose is now the garden, where all loves end, terminate torment of love unsatisfied, the greater torment of love satisfied, end of the endless journey to no end, conclusion of all that is inconclusible, speech without word and word of no speech, grace to the mother for the garden where all love ends. The greater torment of love satisfied, you refer to this in an earlier week, meaning, of course, the pain that we feel often when we get that which we love and we are satisfied and it's just merely ashes and past now, and the bitterness of that is even worse than if we had never got the love itself. Oftentimes it's better to still hope and gain the object of your hope, in which I'm often reminded of people like Kurt Cobain of Nirvana. Clearly from all his journals as a young man he wanted to be famous, a famous rock star. And that's what he hoped and longed for and worked for, and he got it. And then committed suicide. The thing is, when you hope for success or fame, when you're down and depressed, you can console yourself by thinking what it'll be like when you're famous. But when you are famous and rich, what consolation then? Grace to the mother for the garden where all love ends, not an end of cessation, an end that is in a Thomistic sense, an end of the perfection. And still later in Ash Wednesday, shall these bones live, and that which has been contained in the bones, which were already dry, said chirping, because of the goodness of this lady, and because she honours the Virgin in meditation, we shine with brightness. Shall these bones live? And that which had been contained in the bones, which were already dry, said chirping, because of the goodness of this lady, and because she honours the Virgin in meditation, we shine with brightness. Again, the bird sounds. As I said in the first hour, through all of Eliot's poetry, there's a kind of overwhelming feeling of voices coming from off stage, of bird noises as well coming from off stage. Something dimly heard, or laughter off in the shrubbery, or more ominously in other poetry, of the scratching of rats beneath the floorboards and behind the walls, which is an incredible image. For if you've ever heard that or been woken by that at night, to hear that scratching under the floorboards, it's a rather horrible feeling. Always a sense that here in this world, beneath the floorboards or just above us or just beyond those walls, is a mystery of voices that we can only dimly hear, or bird sounds, or the scratching. That's why, in the wasteland, that sense of the horror. I think that too much of what people talk about religion and spirituality, they often speak about it in a tone of being tucked in, a sense in which one's mother or father, as the case may be, would soothe one at night, to tuck one in, that kind of voice. But Eliot won't have a bar to do with that, like St. John of the Cross and others. We're talking about things, we're talking about a reality this side of the fall. We're not talking about putting a happy, smiley face on things. We're talking about actually looking into the very depth of things. But to do that, you have to have faith. You really, if you're going to look into the depth, the darkness, then you really must have faith in God. Which, of course, is a Christian theme, that no matter how deep we go into the depths of hell, Jesus has gone deeper still and risen. There are allusions and references throughout Eliot you are sure of and yet don't quite meld or don't quite get. In all of this, I ought to qualify a bit. I said through all of Eliot's poetry there's a sense of voices on stage, and yes, in a way that is true. But as he matures as a Christian, the voices become more definite. The speech becomes heard, although at times still obscure. It is, after all, Eliot. An example of that is the play The Rock. Now, in some of the selections, of course, of Eliot's poetry, you'll have selections of choruses from The Rock. But if you can get a copy of the whole play, I think it's very instructive. It is a far more definite, far more polemical, far more strident than a lot of his other work, which is probably why it's probably one of the most neglected of his works, of his major works. I think that in Eliot, it is as if in and through his poetry we see a soul growing more definite. But as he grows definite, and I think this has come down to the Four Quartets, so too does his memory, so does his past. Things begin to be understood, and of course at the end of it we shall understand all these things as if for the first time. Things become more definite. There are remembered scenes that stayed with him as reminders of something else. And thus they start to become understandable. They speak of something. Look, why burnt cocoa? Why a day trip to some place looking at something? Why should this become the opening of one of the major greatest works of poetry of the 20th century? Why Burnt Norton? Why East Coast? Why the Drought of Salvages? Why these places? I think in each one of our lives, if you reflect, I certainly know in mine, there are images that impress themselves upon me at ages like 3, 4, 5, 7, that for reasons I had no understanding then, and probably still do not, spoke very and still speak very powerfully. Things like I can remember in London at Gladstone Park, where we used to go for sport, looking across the park outside of the street going up, and 2 students walking up there. And yet that somehow, for me, not that there was even anything particularly at that moment, but that stayed. Why that? And I'm sure with every one of you, there's something like that. I would actually argue it's a whisper of God in your soul, drawing you to something. I think this is what Eliot picks up on in all our memory and looking through the photographs, alone at night. That sudden sense. Where is it? What is it? What is it that is being said? We all have such scenes, and often they seem to denote a passing, perhaps even death. Well, we see with Eliot what he sees. Although the beaches are littered with debris, washed up bones, driftwood, lobster pots, there's something like a clearing in that rubble. The very rubble, the very decay itself, makes for a clearing in which that which is before time and after time and is the perfection of time is hinted at. And thus when we listen, we hear the unprayable prayer, we sense the Annunciation. There is no end of it, the voiceless wailing, no end to the withering of withered flowers, to the movement of pain that is painless and motionless, to the drift of the sea and the drifting wreckage. The bone's prayer possesses God, only the hardly, barely prayable prayer of the one Annunciation. The sea is of changing destruction. There are punning references into that section where we hear about forever bailing, setting and hauling, shallow banks, drawing their money, drying sails at dockage, unpayable. Those puns take us back to the first part of the river and commerce. Well, this is where the river and commerce ends, and all the wreckage on the sea. What follows after this, I'm going to skim through this, I'm afraid, has to do with trying to recollect to divine the proper meaning. And thus, a little further on, he writes, we had the experience but missed the meaning. We had the experience but missed the meaning. That's still in the second part of, Like I say, from after the prayer of the one Annunciation, I'm going to be skimming this, so you'll have to go over that, I'm afraid, in your own time. I will be referring to that last section here. What I want to pick up here into the last section we're coming to of that part 2, as it were, of this section of the Dry Salvages, not this curtain. There is a sea change. Hermes, the river, has now gone down to the sea, and there is a sea change. We are turning from Hermes to another god, well, to speak properly, a goddess. She who is destroyer and preserver. She who is presented in the iconography as being a dancing figure wearing bones and skulls and treading underfoot bones and skulls. It is, of course, Kali. There's a sea change here where Eliot is going to start getting very Eastern. Krishna and the Bhagavad Gita and Patanjali and so forth. Kali, who is the feminine antithesis of Our Lady. Our Lady who is not about destruction but about life and preservation. So I'll read that last section of the second part. For our own past is covered by the currents of action, but the torment of others remains an experience, unqualified, unworn by subsequent attrition. People change and smile, but the agony abides. Time the destroyer is time the preserver. Like the river with its cargo of dead negroes, cows and chicken coops. The bitter apple and the bite in the apple, and the ragged rock in the restless waters. Waves wash over it, fogs conceal it. On a halcyon day it is merely a monument. In navigable weather it is always a sea mark to lay a course by. But in a sombre season or the sudden fury is what it always was. The last part is in reference to the Dry Salvages. Yes, on a halcyon day it is merely a monument. You look out and there it is. In navigable weather it's a sea mark. You navigate by it. But in the sombre season, the melancholy season, the death and destructive season, or the sudden fury, it is what it always was, the destroyer, not the preserver. Yes, it is at times preserver, but it is also at times destroyer. It is a symbol of Kali. Time the destroyer is time the preserver. The bitter apple and the bite in the apple. Reference to the fall. Again, the sea is time, covering up the rocks, but the rocks always remain the rocks, ready to smash any boat and any hopes. In the third section, Eliot presents a picture informed by Indian philosophy, motifs from the Bhagavad Gita, and an Eastern philosopher by the name of Patanjali, 2nd century BC, Indian philosopher whom Eliot studied for 2 years at Harvard, Patanjali. Had a lot to do with what are called the Yoga Sutras. Just a word about the Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita is a small section of a larger Hindu epic called the Mahabharata. The Bhagavad Gita is basically, what you have is Arjuna. Arjuna is a great king who's going to war, who's there waiting to go to battle with the opposing side, which happens to be led by his brother. He's therefore thinking, can this be right? Could brother fight with brother? Surely this must be wrong. His charioteer happens to be Krishna, reveals himself as Krishna, as Lord Krishna. And Krishna advises Arjuna, yes, you must go to war, for it is your dharma, not karma. Dharma is often translated as morality. That's has to be heavily qualified. Dharma is in respect of your duty and respect of your caste. You have no choice. If you do not do your dharma, then yes, you will have bad karma. This is the background. I'll read the third part. Sorry, before that, I should also explain that the idea of, to explain this, when Mahatma Gandhi was assassinated, it was said that the last word on his lip was Ram, Ram being the name of his God that he worshipped. The idea that informs a lot of the Gita and others is the notion that that which is on your lips at your death, that which is as it were in your bones at your death, determines your direction after death. The idea as well is that which is on your lips at death is not just a chance occurrence, that reflects the whole orientation of your life. It's not an arbitrary thing.
How do you spell Rama?
R-A-M, just R-A-M.
Not Rama.
No. I sometimes wonder if that is what Krishna meant, among other things, or one way of putting the same thing, that the future is a faded song, a loyal rose, or a lavender spray, of wistful regret for those who are not yet here to regret, pressed between yellow leaves of a book that has never been opened, and the way up is the way down, the way forward is the way back. You cannot face it steadily, but this thing is sure, that time is no healer. The patient is no longer here. When the train starts and the passengers are settled to fruit periodicals and business letters, and those who saw them off have left the platform, their faces relax from grief into relief to the sleepy rhythm of 100 hours. Fare forward, travellers, not escaping from the past into different lives or into any future. You are not the same people who left that station or who will arrive at any terminus. While the narrowing rails slide together behind you, and on the deck of the drumming liner, watching the furrow that widens behind you, you shall not think the past is finished, or the future is before us. At nightfall in the rigging and the aerial, is a voice descanting, though not to the ear, the murmuring shell of time, and not in any language. Fare forward, you who think that you are voyaging. You are not those who saw the harbour receding, or those who will disembark. Here between the hither and the farther shore, while time is withdrawn, consider the future and the past with an equal mind. At the moment which is not of action or inaction, you can receive this. On whatever sphere of being the mind of a man may be intent at the time of death. That is the one action, and the time of death is every moment, which shall fructify in the lives of others, and do not think of the fruit of action. Fare forward, O voyagers, O seamen, you who will come to port, and you whose bodies will suffer the trial and judgment of the sea, or whatever event, this is your real destination. So Krishna, as when he admonished Arjuna on the field of battle, not farewell, but fare forward, voyagers. Whatever sphere of being the man may be intent at the time of death, that is the one action. O voyagers, O seamen, you who come to port, and you whose bodies will suffer the trial and judgment of the sea, or whatever event, this is your real destination. So Krishna, as when he admonished Arjuna on the field of battle, not farewell, but fare forward, voyagers. I think in that there is a sense of irony, of not faring well, for there is no faring well. Just merely go on and on and on, fare forward. Eliot has been very, very influenced by Eastern philosophy and its time in Harvard and afterwards. In the Yoga Sutra, Patanjali likened consciousness to the sea, a sea whose surface is stormed and disturbed by thought. The universe, he taught, was subject to endless cycles of cosmic evolution and dissolution. All of these are themes, of course, in the Dvaita Vedas and throughout the Four Quartet. Patanjali taught the universe is subject to endless and endless cycles of cosmic evolution and dissolution. That is why Kali is presented as dancing. It is the wheel of samsara, just the wheel of illusion, of endless cycles of karma, endless rebirth and rebirth, and through it all, the bones and skulls of dead people. That is the imagery of Kali. All of this goes from the Western theme of Hermes, of the river, of Heraclitus, never being able to step into the same river twice. Then Crassulus, the follower of Heraclitus, never being able to step into the same river even once. The river is becoming, and it's endless becoming and endless changing. It's all the river. And what then goes down into the sea, and in the sea it's just all death and destruction. The bones are cast up. And then Eliot makes the sea change from Hermes to the sea, to the figure of Kali, and from Western esoteric philosophical thinking to Eastern philosophical thinking. And really what he's doing is saying they're one and the same thing, really. There's very little to really distinguish them. It's just all endless cycles. Preservation, destruction, preservation, destruction. And that is why the way up is the way down, the way forward is the way back. You cannot face it steadily. In other words, he's using Heraclitus there, merging it in with Krishna and Patanjali and the figure of Kali. Time is no healer. Well, it is a tube train, off to everyday work, the train ride, watching the lines go together, or on the liner ship, watching the lines go apart.
endlessly into the past or endlessly into the future. It's all pretty much the same. And the person who left home in the morning and returns home at two very different people. Again, the theme as well in this, of course, is the odyssey. The sense of that long journey home. Well, is it Oedipus who gets home? I suppose it is in a way, but it's really at the beginning only his dog recognizes him when he gets home. All these themes are brought together by Eliot. He's doing so to bring us something else. Something else. The train ride, the liner cruise, on all the Heraclitean River or all the Kali Sea. You are not the same people who left that station. All is illusion. All is a song. All is like Krishna, a wistful lavender spray that you just spray and goes very quickly. A simple, inevitable destiny of eternal rounds. All is framed by Krishna, as I say, speaking to Arjuna. But that is not all. That is not all. As we've seen in the Four Quartet, we're playing polemics. We're playing opposites. We're playing irony. We're playing the transformation, the metamorphosis of what people are saying, and we're seeing it being metamorphosized through the grace of baptism. This is what Eliot's doing. And thus, yes, the dry salvages, sure, they may well be figures of Kali, but topping that, salvages on the head shores as well, there should be, he wrote to James Joyce, at the entrance of every harbour, in a prominent position in every harbour, to Ezra Pound. Eliot wrote to Ezra Pound saying that the entrance to every harbour in a prominent place, including on the dry salvages, there should be placed, he said, an image of the Blessed Virgin Mary. And thus I'll read 4. Lady whose shrine stands on the promontory, pray for all those who are in ships, those whose business has to do with fish, and those concerned with every lawful traffic, and those who conduct them. Repeat a prayer also on behalf of women who have seen their sons or husbands setting forth and not returning. Filia del Tuo Filio, Queen of Heaven. Also pray for those who were in ships and ended their voyage on the sand, in the sea's lips, or in the dark throat which will not reject them, or wherever cannot reach them the sound of the sea bells, perpetual Angelus. That Filia del Tuo Filio is from the Dante's Paradiso, and it means, O Virgin Mother, daughter of your Son. Also pray for those who were in ships and ended their voyage on the sand, in the sea lips, or in the dark throat which will not reject them, or wherever cannot reach them the sound of the sea bells, perpetual Angelus. For those who were in ships, who ended their voyage on the sand. In other words, for the dried, bleak bones washed up, and the lobster pots, and everything like that. A perpetual Angelus. The recitations, of course, of the Hail Mary, in respect of the cross, of the resurrection of your Son, the Incarnation. It is this that is the trump. I pointed out in the earlier weeks that Eliot was very much involved, was very much entwining the theme of the first of Burnt Norton and East Coast with Carl Williams' work on the great trump, on the idea of the tarot cards. Well, here, trumping them all, here is the Blessed Virgin Mary. Kali may well be the dry salvages, may well be the destroyer, but the preserver of them all is Christ through his mother Mary. And thus the bell tolling that we saw in the earlier sections is the bell tolling of the perpetual Angelus, not
the bell tolling of something melancholy and doom-laden. It is the bell tolling of the Angelus. But I'll finish here for this week, and we can have more discussion. And also,
How does the audience receive this part without them actually knowing much about these individuals? It's not like it wasn't the same people tonight. We're all just people like us. You know, of the Eastern religions, which you really sort of get some grasp of to really make sense of what you've been describing. But who could really understand particularly this part?
I think quite a few in Eliot's milieu.
But what about the wider?
Well, I've got no idea. You have to
I mean, what do you think? I mean, do people just skip this part, or?
I think it's always been, Eliot's always been works, of course, that aren't for all tastes, of course. And I suppose in this case, I imagine the same thing too. But remembering too that in the composition of the Four Quartets, it was over many years, and there were pieces of poetry that were brought together. And in that way, that mirrors Eliot's own practice of memory. All these pieces, well, not all, but a lot of these pieces were separate pieces that over the years, therefore, on reflection, Eliot realizes are linked and comes together just in our own lives, where there's a lot of disparate things. So why I'm saying that is that as he was doing, he would regularly read his work to his circle and to others. I think as well at this period, look, honestly, I think there was a lot more awareness. I don't know about the general populace, but there was a lot of awareness of this kind of stuff. It was very, very much in the air and very much a piece of the time. The Bhagavad Gita, for example, was only really separated as a kind of separate work in 19th century in India as a means to, as it were, create a Hindu version of the New Testament, and was promoted as such. In fact, a scholar who used to be at Sydney Uni, is now dead, Eric Carr, wrote a book on this very subject of the history of the Bhagavad Gita in the West. So, and then, look, in 1895, I think it was, there was a so-called First World Council of World Religions, and which was opened by the diary of the Yogi fellow, forgetting his name. It was very Ramakrishna, was it? Look, anyway. So it probably was a bit more wise. I imagine, yeah. But even that I hesitate, because I should say this is that, look, adult education, for many of those periods, you'd get a lot of working class people, who would take adult education courses on very high philosophical and literary subjects. The Everyman Library came about in that way. So I think today, because we live in a very gross commercial, consumer, dumbed-down culture, that even those who should know better and be educated are not. So yes, I imagine that today many would read and say, what the hell is this about? And throw it away. Whereas I'm not too sure that that would have been so much the case back in the 30s, 40s and so forth.
Early 20th century, and how they were very well educated as far as socialism and all those things were concerned, and they used to read papers
very much.
Newspapers all about them. So,
and that's
the way of life, really.
And that's where WEA started. Not that I should mention it.
Well, probably why we had some in the domain, you know, speaking in the domain, and that really wasn't it?
Yeah. Look, it's very interesting, the point about the domain. Yeah, I mean, I remember in the 70s it used to still get very crowded, whereas now I guess it's probably a long dead institution, all the more the pity. So.
Politics too, I think, because a politician in those 20s and 30s used to talk from the back of the truck.
Yeah. Well, I suppose we have politics in a pub now. Yeah.
More boring.
Well, okay, well, sorry, here we go.
That line, we shall not think the past is finished or the future is before us. That is the comment.
Yeah, you can answer. I'll just I'll have to find it again. Where were I? My mind is getting a blank at the moment. So.
Okay, you shall not think the past is finished till the future is before us.
At nightfall in the rigging and the aerial, a voice descanting of it. I just suppose that what it means is that somehow, suddenly you are in a timeless present, as it were, and thus you will not think, oh well, the past is gone or the future is not here. I think what it's meaning is that somehow you're in that horrible timeless present. That's how I do it. Sure. A lot of this is taken from the Bhagavad Gita, but it's readapted by others.
Sorry, one last one.
Follow on from this lady's question about technology and food. Nowadays, we know so much more, particularly the academic there. Where would we go for a meaningful dialogue with Christianity as presented by Eliot and the use of food?
Not too sure. I mean, that's an interesting point. I know that there were a number of little groups that used to, at Sydney Uni, people who had been associated, who used to try and have an engagement with that.
I don't know at the moment specifically anything.
I can't think of them, maybe it's a mental blank, but I don't know that I do know of any. I think there's a lot of literature that will engage with this. No, not at the moment. I know I have seen some. But I will try and have a look and see if I've got any notes on it and try and find. But like I said, at the moment, it's just sort of coming up blank, sort of coming up blank, sort of coming up. Okay, well, as I said in previous weeks, we'll be going through a little bit covering, I suppose, a bit more ground, and possibly in a bit of a quicker way, but hopefully not to the detriment of the material. In a way, I'm going back a little bit to the beginning in respect of one particular experience of Eliot's, that feeling of stillness that terrified him. But I'll begin by quoting someone else. It's actually Nietzsche from his book, Thus Spake Zarathustra. Zarathustra is speaking. Yesterday, towards evening, my stillest hour spoke to me. That is the name of my terrible mistress. Do you know the terror which assails him who is falling asleep? He is terrified down to his toes because the ground seems to give way and the dream begins. The hand moved, the clock of my life held its breath. I have never heard such stillness about me, so that my heart was terrified. Then voicelessly, something said to me, "You know, Zarathustra? You know, Zarathustra?" For Nietzsche, that idea of the stillest hour, oftentimes called the noontide, but not always, is a very pivotal moment in which he can look into the abyss and affirm it, the stillest hour. Remember, in the first week I quoted a poem Eliot had written in June 1910 in Boston, and this is just part of that. This is the ultimate hour when life is justified. The seas of experience that were so broad and deep, so immediate and steep, are suddenly still. You may say what you will, at such peace I am terrified. There is nothing else beside. Eliot later wrote that for a certain temperament, religious life begins with a sense of, quote, disorder, the futility, the meaninglessness, the mystery of life and suffering. In the last week, and here I'll remind you, we're not meeting next week for the final week, we're meeting the week after. So, not here next week, the week after. And I'll remind you again at the end of this, I suppose this week, this couple of hours, and if I don't remind you, then remind me to remind you. So. What I've come back to in the last week is the way in which the Four Quartets repeats, reiterates, recapitulates itself, a bit like that which in poetry and music is called a roundel, of which we'll come back to. Again and again, Eliot comes back to that sense of silence at the intersection of a certain place. Last week, we left with the contrast of Hermes to Kali, indeed the two flowing in together. Remember, Hermes, the river, flows into the sea, and the sea is the image of Kali, preserver and destroyer. We ended with Krishna, with the teachings of Patanjali about illusion, the sense of preservation, destruction, preservation, destruction. And overall, though, we ended by the fact that greater than all of these was the Blessed Virgin Mary. And that we learned that the tolling bell that seemed to be tolling doom throughout that whole section of the Dry-Salve Ages, in fact, was the tolling of the perpetual Angelus. For some, the reaction to the stillness, to the void, to the abyss, to the being caught between stations on the tube, for some, the reaction is a terrifying awareness of something that we can't quite grasp, something that comes up from under, that seems always, as it were, threatening from under. And it was this that Nietzsche claimed that only the noble and the strong could acknowledge and look deeply into. Only the strong, he said, could look into the abyss. Well, Eliot, we might say, looked into the abyss, and like Zarathustra, like Nietzsche himself, it terrified him. For some, as I say, the reaction to the stillness, to the void, to the abyss, to the terrifying awareness, their reaction is to run into distraction, distracted by distraction, to distraction, as it were, to paraphrase Eliot. In other words, it is to forget it all. For others, it is to try to master it all, to answer all the mysteries, to answer all the terror by means of prognostications, by reason and means of magic, of seances, future-telling, palm reading, even psychoanalysis, bringing up forgotten, dimly unconscious ideas and terrors, bringing them up to the surface and handling them that way, trying to tame pre-conscious terrors, exploring dreams, using drugs as well. But all of these occult and mystical forays are, Eliot holds, really nothing more than the equivalent of what you find in the everyday press. It is as those answers are as trivial and vacuous and inane as the everyday printing press, as it were, as the everyday press. They are titillating, they are slightly pretentious, slightly profound, daring reports, just the kind of stuff to fill out, I suppose, a good weekend. And here, I'll finish with the dry salvages. So remember, we've just been dealing with Hermes to Kali to Patanjali through to the Blessed Virgin Mary, and we left last week with the tolling of the Perpetual Angelus. And here in 5 is, I suppose, some kind of reaction. To communicate with Mars, converse with spirits. To report the behaviour of the sea monster. Describe the horoscope, haruspicate or scribe. Observe disease in signatures. Evoke biography from the wrinkles of the palm and tragedy from the fingers. Release omens by sortilege or tea leaves. Riddle the inevitable with playing cards. Fiddle with pentagrams or barbituric acids. Or dissect the recurrent image into preconscious terrors to explore the womb or tomb or dreams. All of these are usual pastimes and drugs and features of the press, and always will be, some of them, especially when there is distress of nations and perplexity, whether on the shores of Asia or in the Edgware Road. Men's curiosity searches past and future and clings to that dimension, but to apprehend the point of intersection of the timeless with time is an occupation for the saint. No occupation either, but something given and taken in a lifetime's death in love, ardour and selflessness and self-surrender. For most of us, there is only the unattended moment, the moment in and out of time, the distraction fit, lost in a shaft of sunlight, the wild time unseen, or the winter lightning, or the waterfall, or music heard so deeply that it is not heard at all. But you are the music, while the music lasts. These are only hints and guesses, hints followed by guesses, and the rest is prayer, observance, discipline, thought and action. The hint half guessed, the gift half understood is incarnation. Here the impossible union of spheres of existence is actual. Here the past and future are conquered and reconciled. Where action were otherwise movement of that which is only moved and has in it no source of movement, driven by demonic, chthonic powers. And right action is freedom from past and future also. For most of us, this is the aim, never here to be realized, who are only undefeated because we have gone on trying. We content at the last if our temporal reversion nourish, not too far from the yew tree, the life of significant soil. To communicate with Mars, converse with spirits, seances, of course, and astrology, to report the behaviour of the sea monster, all rather lovely Fortean and anomalous accounts, Loch Ness monster, that kind of stuff. Describe the horoscope, horoscopate or scribe, that is, study the entrails of animals to try to search out the future. Scribe, use little crystals to look at sort of certain forms of angelic language, perhaps. Observe disease in signatures. Graphology, studying your signature, your handwriting. And evoke biography from the wrinkles of the palm and tragedy from fingers. Of course, palm reading. The recurrent image, dissect the recurrent image into pre-conscious terrors. To go back through forms of psychoanalysis. Explore the womb, a tomb, or dreams. All these are usual pastimes and drugs and features of the press. They all make good selling points for the press. Yes, men's curiosity searches past and future, but to apprehend the point of intersection of the timeless with time is an occupation for the saint. And that is not an occupation that one just simply takes up as a kind of career choice. Well, it is something given and taken. For most of us, we are by grace, only in a moment, only in the unattended moment, given something, a sense, a sight, a hint of something half guessed at, a gift half understood. But of what? Something we see, perhaps dust in a shaft of sunlight, lightning, a waterfall, music heard so deeply that it is not heard at all because you are one with the music. Just every now and then we get those hints, those glances. You read C.S. Lewis's Surprised by Joy, that's a major theme in that work, is how he caught a glimpse of something when he was young, I think about 7 or 8, and his brother brought to him a little garden that his brother had constructed on a tin lid, and it was thin, and in that moment, C.S. Lewis says, something spoke, something beautiful, sweet, something that evoked something. And Eliot said, for all his life, that was what he was searching again for. And he said as well, theosophical, occult things very nearly derailed him on that path. If you read Chesterton's autobiography, you'll see the same thing. For Chesterton, it happened with a little toy theatre that his father made, and when he peered through a little warp hole into the toy theatre, something spoke. In C.S. Lewis's book, The Pilgrim's Regress, that theme of something that calls, that draws you on, and yet is so tantalizingly elusive, is a major theme. And I think this is what Eliot is pointing about. In an unattended moment, every now and then, when he might have been at Burnt Norton walking through and saw the empty pools and the dappling of the shadows of the leaves of the trees cast over that pool, I suspect that was one of those moments as something spoke, something beckoned. One of those incredibly sweet moments. But that's the point, though. They are calls that call us to the rest is prayer, observance, discipline, thought and action. It's a hard work to try to get there. C.S. Lewis in Pilgrim's Regress obviously plays on Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, but it also plays on the theme, as I suppose Bunyan did as well, Dante's Divine Comedy. It's a hard journey. And even though the pilgrim in C.S. Lewis's Pilgrim Regress sees it really close by, that which he longs for, it ends up being many, 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 many arduous miles away. What is it an apprehension of, and where is it found? The hint half guessed, the gift half understood, is incarnation. The point of intersection of the timeless with time. That's a theme that is repeated in the Four Quartet, the theme of the intersection. In other words, the theme of the cross. What is it a saint strives to see? Where does the timeless and the eternal intersect with time? Where does the eternal with time cross? As I said, in the 2nd century church and later, you will find some of the church writers arguing that the cross is that which holds all the universe together, for it is that which is the intersection of the eternal with time, and thereby binds all creation together. It is the impossible union. Here, past and future are conquered and reconciled. And thus, we have come from Mary from the perpetual Angelus to her child. But the thing is, what Eliot has done here is the accent is on us. What is it we go after? We hear that sweet hint, that gift not understood, and what then do we do? Roll for astrology, palm reading, horoscopate, perhaps, if the more adventurous among us, and I'm sure none of you have done this, but it'd be quite glorious if you had, perhaps some of us have cut open a pigeon or a chicken and examined its entrails. And if so, well, good. The stegals, they deserve it. The rest is prayer, observance, discipline, thought and action. In other words, stuff that's not entirely exciting, really. The stuff of really having to put your will to it. In other words, remember in previous weeks where Eliot said not ecstasy. If every religious moment you had, or even if only 5% or 1% of the religious moments you had were full of ecstasy, well, there's no virtue, no merit in going after religion for that. We all desire ecstasy, I suppose. We strive, says Eliot, and if we are undefeated, it's really because we have only gone on trying. It's really because there's nothing else to do but to keep on trying. And to rest content with our death being nourishment for what he calls the significant soil. In short, we are not to succumb to mystical torpor or ennui, nor are we to succumb to a blending, a passive union with the one, with fate. Rather, we are to shake it off and to climb, perhaps as Zarathustra climbed, harder and steeper, or rather here, to descend deeper into the soil. We see in our death our blessing to the soil. And Eliot puts in parentheses there, not too far from the yew tree. From the yew tree. The yew tree recurs in Ash Wednesday, as does the juniper tree, but the yew tree recurs in Ash Wednesday. I don't have the time to go into it, but if you want, from 4 through to 6, if you have a copy of the Ash Wednesday by Eliot, have a look at those and just look at how the yew tree is entwined with Our Lady. But here is another point that might be appropriate. When we've been looking through Four Quartet, there's been sometimes, that going back into kind of ye olde English and ye olde themes. Eliot is playing upon his past, but his past, as he points out, is not just his own past, it is the past of his ancestors as well. Well, perhaps this is significant, perhaps not. A medieval name in England for Palm Sunday was Yew Sunday, for the simple reason that palms were pretty hard, I suppose, to come by in most of England at that time, and they would use the branches of yew trees, and it became colloquially and widely known as Yew Sunday. What is a significant soil? In Mark chapter 4, it's where Jesus talks about the parables, the meaning of the parables. And he gives the major parable of all, the one about the sower and the seed, and the one that falls on rocky seed, that falls on rocky ground, shallow ground, and the last seed that falls in the good soil, which is deep soil, and the seed that is sown there bursts up in incredible fruitfulness and fecundity. And Jesus says, if you don't understand this parable, he says to the apostles, how will you understand any of the others? There's a key point to that parable. The soil is the church. Now, I'm not going to go into Mark 4 and the other parallel passages in the Gospels, but the soil, the good soil, is identified with the apostles. There is something at the background of Four Quartet, and I must say, this is my confession, is that when I first gave this series, and I've reworked it as we go along, because I suppose like most of you, each time I reread a poem I see something else, or I read other commentators and suddenly they add something. I must say here that the background of the Four Quartets is the church. And it's here, and I think this is a mark of providence, it's quite hard to find a copy of The Rock. by Eliot. In those collections, they'll have a number of choruses from the rock, but it's an entire play, and it was written or performed in 1934. It was commissioned by the churches in London. It was performed in 1934. The whole work of the rock, so let's just standing back there, that means this was being formed and written very much within the period that the quartets in their separate ways were also being written. The rock is a polemic for the church against its neglect, against its being forgotten and dismissed. It is also a warning to those who think that because of the effect of Christianity on so many centuries of European culture, that therefore one can dispense with the church, with the faith, because, well, look, we're all well behaved and polite and mannered. The idea that it wouldn't matter much if the church is neglected and allowed to die. In other words, Eliot argues, and this was 34, that we are guiled by, fooled by the very mundanity of life. We do not see that what we live in is purgatory or even hell. So used and climatized to things are we. And thus we go around the everyday of life, polishing our teeth, rising, retiring, polishing the nails. We feel that society is polite. We feel even that the church, that the faith has conquered the world. And so why bother to be vigilant? Why bother to suffer? Why bother to seek martyrdom? Just going to read a portion of the rock. And this is from the chorus. Eliot has through it all a chorus. It is hard for those who have never known persecution and who have never known a Christian to believe these tales of Christian persecution. It is hard for those who live near a bank to doubt the security of their money. It is hard for those who live near a police station to believe in the triumph of violence. Do you think that the faith has conquered the world and that lions no longer need keepers? Do you need to be told that whatever has been can still be? Do you need to be told that even such modest attainments as you can boast in a way of polite society will hardly survive the faith to which they owe their significance? Men, polish your teeth on rising and retiring. Women, polish your fingernails. You polish the tooth of the dog and the talon of the cat. Why should men love the church? Why should they love her laws? She tells them of life and death and of all that they would forget. She is tender where they would be hard and hard where they like to be soft. She tells them of evil and sin and other unpleasant facts. They constantly try to escape from the darkness outside and within by dreaming of systems so perfect that no one will need to be good. But the man that is will shadow the man that pretends to be. And the Son of Man was not crucified once for all. The blood of the martyrs not shed once for all. But the Son of Man is crucified always. And there shall be martyrs and saints. And if blood of martyrs is to flow on the steps, we must first build the steps. And if the temple is to be cast down, we must build the temple. In Little Gidding, which will come to soon, Eliot writes, water and fire shall rot the marred foundation we forget of sanctuary and choir. I point this out not merely because I think The Rock is a very neglected work of Eliot's, but because it informs a good deal of the background of the Four Quartets and his concerns, which concerns we're coming to in Little Gidding, of course, and which concerns were, of course, in 1934, at least for some people, the rise of Adolf Hitler, Stalin's reign in Russia. Concerns, I suppose, that we tend to forget a lot, and that many people were very much wishing to forget. We tend to forget from the 1930s just how many people on the left and right, and conservative and in between, were very much prepared to whitewash the threat of Hitler or Stalin. Eliot was not one of those. Both the Nazis and communism opposed the church and worked to destroy the church. Eliot was one who was going to oppose it. Through all the Four Quartets, there is a sense of decay, of passing. Destruction repeats itself, but one thing is constant. If Burnt Norton, if East Coker, and all the other places decay, if they are, as it were, senses of a lost past, well, this world remains one place, and in one place. It remains that hospital we spoke about last week, where the world is a hospital where the doctor has to work often painfully to heal us. The hospital remains the place in which the doctor works pain to heal. As I say, the church is very much the unspoken context. And here, and in this regard, I suppose it's a comment on my missing the obvious, is this. What is it that Dante goes and finally sees? What is it when he sees the beatific vision, the final vision? What is it he sees? What he sees is the communion of the saints. What he sees is the communion of the saints. What he sees of the divine Holy Trinity, he only sees in and through Mary, who of course is the mother of the church, who of course is the preeminent symbol of the church in Christian iconography. And he sees the various tiers of angels and the choirs and the holy dead praising and hymning God. What he sees is a rose within a rose within a rose. Jesus is the rose. Mary is the rose. The whole vision that Dante sees finally is the rose, and the rose is the church. Is the church, is the communion of saints. The church is a rose, but the church is something more, and this is what Eliot brings out. Yes, you can have your ecstasies. Who can't have ecstasies? They're easy enough to gain, and yes, you can go to your horoscopes and palm reading and all manner of trivial playtime things that are pleasant in their place. But really, what is called for each person is hard graft, discipline and prayer. In other words, the church is the place of purgation. The church is a place of purgation. It is a place of fire. Indeed, one might argue that as soon as people see religion, and this goes for any religion, when any people start to see religion as merely comfort, as merely being tucked in a night, then I think you don't have religion, you just merely have human comfort that's very nice and pleasing, but it's a pillow and it's not fire. Again and again I stress, this is something Eliot pushed and pushed, such that for many of his contemporaries he became rather a kind of pain himself. He became something of an eccentric figure, almost, except after all he was T.S. Eliot. He was the 20th century's greatest poet, so he could be eccentric, I suppose. A bit like Les Murray, I guess. The church is the place of rhythm of everyday life. This is the whole sense of ritual. And I want to come back to that in 2 weeks' time, in the last week. I want to come back to that by reference to the notion of the roundel, of how you go over and back and add to, so that in the end, that which you started from is fully understood. There is a rhythm to the ritual, to the liturgical calendar that is to bring this out. And of course, we as moderns seek the novel and the new and exciting, and we have very little discipline for the necessity of boredom. And there is a spirituality in boredom. There is a training in boredom, which I suppose all the mothers here and fathers here will have learned by just teaching their own kids that, I suppose. The church is a place of rhythm, of everyday life, of light. It's a place of the rhythm of extinguishing light and rekindling light. It is a place of our little flames lending themselves to the invisible light. Churches were understood, especially from the rise of Gothic proper in the 13th century and on, as being a place in which light was properly handled. This is the whole idea of the development of church architecture, one that was unfortunately forgotten in the rise of modernity. How do you use light? The very symbol of light was formed in the formation of the first St. Denis in France, the first cathedral, Gothic cathedral proper. It was modelled on pseudo-Dionysius Areopagus, mystical theology of the using of light, to figure the notion of God becoming incarnate in the church. I'm going to read another part of the rock, and I apologise for this, seeing that you'll be able to find copies, I'm sure, in university libraries. And it would be good, perhaps after the series, at some time, if you could find a copy and read it, because as you may have noticed in the last reading, there are many passages in here that are very redolent of Four Quartet. This is from part 2, and again, it's a chorus. It's actually at the end of the rock. Now, again, I stress the context of it. It's a commissioned play. It's a theme about building the church. And I should add, it plays upon the idea of St. Augustine's two cities. The city of man, the city of God. How do they sit together? What Eliot does in the rock is not only play on building a local church, as it were, but also London as a church, as a kind of counterblast to secularism. O light invisible, we praise thee, too bright for our mortal vision. O greater light, we praise thee for the less. The eastern light our spars touch at morning, the light that slants upon our western doors at evening, the twilight over stagnant pools at bat flight, moonlight and starlight, owl and moth light, glowworm glow light on a grass blade. O light invisible, we worship thee. We thank thee for the lights that we have kindled, the light of altar and up sanctuary, small lights of those who meditate at midnight, and lights directed through the coloured panes of windows, and light reflected from the polished stone, the gilded carven wood, the coloured fresco. Our gaze is submarine, our eyes look upward and see the light that fractures through unquiet water. We see the light, but see not whence it comes. O light invisible, we glorify thee. In our rhythm of earthly life, we tire of light. We are glad when the day ends, when the play ends and ecstasy is too much pain. We have children quickly tired, children who are up in the night and fall asleep as a rocket is fired, and the day is long for work or play. We tire of distraction or concentration. We sleep and are glad to sleep. Controlled by the rhythm of blood and the day and the night and the seasons, and we must extinguish the candle, put out the light and relight it. Forever must quench, forever relight the flame. Therefore we thank Thee for our little light that is dappled with shadow. We thank Thee who has moved us to building, to finding, to forming at the end of our fingers and beams of our eyes. And when we have built an altar to the invisible light, we may set thereon the little lights for which our bodily vision is made. And we thank Thee that darkness reminds us of light. O light invisible, we give Thee thanks for Thy great glory. It then answers the rock, now St. Peter. You speak of your church, you have spoken well, but we who behold the glory of the Lord with a face unveiled, we are transformed, made new into the same image from glory to glory, as it were to the Spirit of the Lord. And where we dwell there is no temple, for the Lord, God the Almighty, and the Lamb, they are the temple. And the lamp thereof is the Lamb. And there with us is night no more, but only light, light, light of the light. And this is where it finishes. The rock reveals the bishop who gives the benediction. You don't have to do this. All stand for this and then sing together. Ill done and undone, London so fair. We will build London bright in dark air, with new bricks and mortar beside the Thames board, Queen of Ireland and water, a house of our Lord, a church for us all, and work for us all, and God's will for us all, even unto this last, the end. And that's the theme of the correspondence between London, the earthly church, and the beatific vision, are all brought together in the rock, just as I would argue in the Four Quartets, the same themes are brought together. What is important here, and what we're coming to in the next hour, is in fact what did occur later on. Of course, what occurred was the Second World War, and what we'll see with little Gidding, what occurred was a blitz, a destruction of large parts of London, especially East End London, and of course places like Coventry and Liverpool, but it's London in view. There is in a strange kind of way something almost prophetic in that work, The Rock, a sense in which, yes, there will be destruction, but we will rebuild London as a kind of temple to God, which I suppose is not quite prophetic, because I'm not too sure that that is what happened after the blitz. But I'll finish here on this, and we'll be coming to Little Gidding in the next hour. So if there's anything, by reference to what we've just done, in Dry Salvators, let me know.
I'm just interested in the rock. How many participants in the play, or only chorus?
No, there's quite a few participants. Whatever. I'll show you. There you go. It's unlike other plays that actually have their characters at the beginning. So, but if you want to have a look through it.
Is the idea of the road something that comes through in time, and that's why we have the rose windows in the cathedral?
I imagine so, yes, very much so. Because the theme of the rose as being emblematic of Jesus and Mary and the church goes very way back and precedes St. Albert Magnus, the teacher of St. Thomas and such. So I imagine it probably does have something. I can't say for sure. But given that the symbology of the church, that each and every part has a sense, a specific sense, and that is in a very important position, then yes, I imagine.
You commented on the Elliot's attitude to the confrontation with the abyss and the rejection of tactics of mastery. I wonder whether did he struggle with the dogmatic church, and that the conquest of mystery by master by simple dogmatic formula, that sort of thing.
I think that probably wasn't so much the case with Eliot at that time. He was an Anglican, High Church Anglican, and in the 30s was when you had really quite liberal forces in the Anglican Church alongside a lot of very high Masonic goings on, and these were great controversies. Possibly one of the greatest controversies, and this is in respect, I suppose, to you, to have too many details, was 34, the Lambeth Conference, when they actually said that contraception was okay. It's a myth that Protestantism was in favour of contraception. It certainly was not. And as I point out, people like Luther and Calvin saw contraception as being of the devil and so forth. In the 30s, what you had, and Eliot was very much part of the Prayer Book Revision Society, but he wasn't the only figure. And I think that what we see with Eliot is confronting elements within the Anglican Church that I think he would have seen as being a kind of degrading of that which was proper as a discipline. That's something I would, perceive, because I don't see that the element of, boo dogmatism is a big element in Eliot. Quite the reverse. He has a problem with the kind of liberal theology that tends to make things inane, water things down so they become very palatable and comfortable. So I don't know that was such a big an issue. I do find it interesting why, in a sense, why he didn't become Catholic, why he became Anglican. I don't want to get involved, and maybe he had very good reasons for that, but given his very high ecclesiology, you might have thought, well, wouldn't you have gone that way? So, I guess what he's saying, his major drift is not so much about doctrine. He's not saying, because he actually respects things like Platt and Jarley's doctrines and so forth, he may go against them, but he very much respects systematization and philosophy. What he rejects is things that happen on the periphery, things like horoscopes and palm reading, ecstasy and all these sort of things, because they for him seem to help an individual opt out of the necessity of the long, hard, disciplined fall. I think then that's
Just following on from the last discussion, I was really struck by saying he saw the church as purgatory. Now, did you see that not only is the individual within the church going through purgation, you see the church collectively is being in a process of purgation over time.
Yeah, that's very much a standard.
Yeah, for both individual and community.
Yeah.
Together.
Yeah.
It's purgation.
Yeah. It's a theme that comes from Ephesians, and maybe Eliot had this theme in Ephesians chapter 5, where St. Paul talked about the marriage of the bride of Christ, the church being the bride of Christ, whom Christ washes clean through the power of the Word. So the theme throughout Christian theology is the church is going through that period of cleansing and building up and cleansing as if through fire. I stress here that would be my reading of Eliot's understanding of the church that he's using. As it's only something that really I've started, I feel, to discern, I can't say I'll have to go through a whole lot of the other earlier stuff I've read to see what I've actually missed in this regard. So, in a way, this is something I'm thinking through in the last few weeks.
Following on what Tony was saying, why don't we identify particular soil that is receptive part rather than the church?
With the
Deep receptive part?
I'm sure it does have. I'm sure. See, within the Christian theology, as in biblical theology, I'll make this really short and quick. For example, St. Paul in Corinthians, he will first, I think it's maybe in chapter 3 of 1 Corinthians, he will talk about the church being the temple of God. You are a dwelling place of the Holy Spirit. You are the temple of God. And he's talking to the church. I think in chapter 6, 3 chapters or so later, he refers to individuals who are going off to prostitutes. And he says to them individually, he's addressing them, do you not know your body is a temple of God, that the Holy Spirit dwells within? It's a theme within biblical covenantal theology, is that one belongs to a covenantal communion, the church or Israel, and by belonging to that, you participate, and your identity is derivative of that communion. So, yes, each person is soil, but they are the soil derivatively by reference to the church. That's the sort of logic that works itself out in covenantal theology. And I won't go into this stuff, so it's not particularly relevant, but in terms of a larger, wider theology of other religions and all that, well, one would point to say things like Second Vatican Council and such, that people of good faith in all religions therefore implicitly participate within that good soil. So that, I imagine, is what Eliot often works upon as well, given that he adopts a lot of both biblical language and Christian liturgical language throughout his poems, and especially in Ash Wednesday.
Robert, you spoke about the church being a place of rhythm and ritual. Does that suggest, this is in Eliot's view, does that suggest that he plays a great importance on liturgy and ritual in terms of being part of the purgation and the fire?
I think so. I think so. I think very much. I mean, he was very, very, very much engaged in questions of liturgy and ritual. I think you have to have that, and I think he understood that very, very much, is that the thing is with liturgy and ritual, we all know it can be very enchanting at first, and that over the years we can tend to start to get rather bored and feel it tedious or drift off and so forth. And I guess what Eliot's arguing is you have to constantly make the discipline of re-understanding what it is you are doing. So if you go to Christchurch and Lawrence, you can have the beautiful music, but even beautiful music can dim. Or you go to Mass and what you're doing dims, you forget. And I think that sense of going over and over and actually exercising your will to actually deepen your understanding of what you're doing is a vitally important thing to the religious life. Look, that's why I think he says, I'll put it away, but when he says it's a gift given but also taken, I think the pattern in all religious life, in all religions, is this. You begin, like C.S. Lewis's vision or Chesterton's vision, you begin with an incredible sense of, this is it, this is beautiful, this is wonderful, how glorious, I feel so alive, and go to Mass every day, or whatever the equivalent might be, and whatever you're involved with. And then over the months, or maybe a year or two, or what have you, you feel it doesn't quite do it. Now, consumerist spirituality plays on that. That's why self-help books are all the same, because the publishers know, and I kid you not, they know this, that the purchasers of self-help books are the same audience over and over again, because it has an effect for 3 or 4 months, and they need another hit. I'm not joking, this is actually what they do. They know. And that's the problem that Eliot is confronting in the Four Quartets. Is it's like a roundel. You have to go over and go back to the same ground, the same formula, and that's liturgy, that's ritual. You have to go back, and you have to more and more discipline yourself in order to make that sense of reason and engage your will to actually study and understand and to be mindful of it. And I think that's what Eliot understands is, look, stranded on a tube train between stations, there is the moment. Then is the moment. Now is the time. If not now, when? And it's nice to think, you could be gloriously mystic if you were able to be away in some beautiful monastery with candles flickering and hearing lovely chant at night. I suppose most of us could, and they're good things. But in a way, really, if you can't do it now, will you be able to do it then? Or will you soon be bored then as well? And I think that, in a way, I think is really, what Eliot is bringing out. But I could just be reading. I have one last question and then a break.
Just a comment. Yesterday was St. Patrick's Day, and when you were reading the St. Patrick's breastplate, it strikes me that maybe some of the answer is in that, Christ is all around us, is everywhere, at every moment, in every person, in everything, and no matter what, even though the ritual and all of that might get boring, well, that's the fact, and that's how we live that present moment of the presence of Christ. It's everywhere with us, even the most mundane and boring and difficult things and good things. That's just a comment. I just sort of thought that I think Eliot is conscious of that too, and the realism of that.
I'm sure, yes. Christ is in the everyday. Have a little. Throughout the Four Quartets, as I said, we come back to the sense of suspension, a strange stillness around which all moves. But the basic question is this: is the stillness a stillness of sameness, an eternal sameness, fixed eternally, or is the stillness like that which precedes something so big, so strange, that you cannot conceive of it, you can only feel it coming close? It's a bit like Heathcliff, when he says there's a strange change approaching nearly, and I'm in its shadow. That sense of something coming, and there's a stillness before the storm perhaps, but a stillness of expectation. When you read the Inferno, Dante's Inferno, when they draw closer and closer down to the very centre of hell, things become somewhat still, except for a mighty wind blowing, and that wind serves to keep the ice frozen in the very centre of hell. In Canto 34 of the Inferno, Dante describes what he sees. Down here I stood on souls fixed under ice. I tremble as I put into verse. To me they look like straws worked into glass. Down here I stood on souls fixed under ice. I tremble as I put into verse. To me they look like straws worked into glass. He looks and he sees the devil. He thinks it's an incredible windmill or something, but it's a three-faced devil. And he sees the devil at the very centre, ice up to around its waist. And he writes, how chilled and nerveless, reader, I felt then. I did not die, yet I was not living either. Try to imagine, if you can imagine, me there, deprived of life and death at once. How chilled and nerveless, reader, I felt then. I did not die, yet I was not living either. Try to imagine, if you can imagine, me there, deprived of life and death at once. There at the centre of hell, this is the logic of the Divine Comedy, there at the centre of hell, the turn down to purgatory is a strange half-half world, neither life nor death, frozen and yet solid and still. And yet, the strangest paradox of all is there at the very centre of the inferno is ice. Is ice. Here appears to be the end of no hope. And if you remember, the sign at the portal of hell is a famous legend: abandon all hope, you who enter here. And in fact, when you think about it, when you have no hope, that is hell. When there is no hope, there is only hell. Here is the end of no hope. And yet, nevertheless, here is the turn. Here is the turn when Dante will climb down and then up the devil's legs into purgatory. Here we are frozen in a tube train, stuck between stations, a half-half world, suspended in time, at an intersection of a timeless moment, frost and fire, sun flames the ice, a cold that is at the same time heat, in between neither budding nor fading. Something stirs the spirit, certainly. Something stirs. Something stirs in the darkest time between melting and freezing. A fire falls. A Pentecostal fire. I'll read here, little Gideon. Midwinter spring is its own season. Sempiternal those sodden towards sundown, suspended in time between pole and tropic. When the short day is brightest with frost and fire, the brief sun flames the ice on pond and ditches in windless cold that is the heart's heat reflecting in a watery mirror, a glare that is blindness in the early afternoon. And glow more intense than blaze of branch or brazier stirs the dumb spirit. No wind but Pentecostal fire in the dark time of the year. Between melting and freezing, the soul's sap quivers. There is no earth smell or smell of living thing. This is the springtime, but not in time's covenant. Now the hedgerow is blanched for an hour with transitory blossom of snow, a bloom more sudden than that of summer, neither budding nor fading, not in a scheme of generation. Where is the summer, the unimaginable zero summer? If you came this way, taking the route you would be likely to take, from the place you would be likely to come from, if you came this way in Maytime, you would find the hedges white again in May with voluptuary sweetness. It would be the same at the end of the journey. If you came at night like a broken king, if you came by day not knowing what you came for, it would be the same. When you leave the rough road and turn behind the pigsty to the dull facade and the tombstone, and what you thought you came for is only a shell, a husk of meaning, from which the purpose breaks only when it is fulfilled, if at all. Either you have no purpose, or the purpose is beyond the end you figured and is altered in fulfillment. There are other places which also are the world's end, some at the sea jaws or over a dark lake, in a desert or a city, but this is the nearest in place and time, now and in England. There is the intersection of a timeless moment. Somehow to apprehend the point of intersection of the timeless with time, something we touched upon last hour. And yet whichever way we have travelled, a broken king, or not even knowing why we came in the first place, or to find hedges perhaps in white for luxury sweetness, well, why or whatever reason, the reason seems to escape us. Even if we had a meaning, or we had no meaning, we discover that what is the meaning, the full meaning, is in fact beyond our meanings. If you came this way, taking any route, starting from anywhere, at any time or at any season, it would always be the same. You would have to put off sense and notion. You are not here to verify, instruct yourself, or inform curiosity, or carry report. You are here to kneel where prayer has been valid, and prayer is more than an order of words, the conscious occupation of the praying mind, or the sound of the voice praying. And what the dead had no speech for when living, they can tell you being dead. The communication of the dead is tongued with far beyond the language of the living. Here, the intersection of the timeless moment, in England and nowhere, never and always. I say again, the intersection of the timeless moment, the cross. Having come here, we are now at world's end. Here now, the nearest place and time. Here we might say in the Aquinas Academy. Here and now is the time, is the moment. Well, for Eliot, here and now in England, of the timeless moment is England and nowhere, never and always. We are here at the intersection at the cross to kneel and pray, not to indulge in curiosity or to embark, as it were, on an self-instruction or to carry a report about foreign climes and places. And the strange thing is now, here and now, like Tiresias, we can hear the dead speak. Like Dante, now we will hear the dead speak to us. And what the dead had no speech for when living, they can tell you being dead. The communication of the dead is tongued with far beyond the language of the living. In other words, their communication has the far, which is something beyond our language at the moment, and which they speak to us. And of course it's a play on Pentecost fire, the tongues of fire that fall upon the apostles, which is of course the moment of the birth of the church proper. There is a communion of saints here, a communication of the dead. In other words, what we're slowly building up to here and little getting in the first part is the theme of fire. A fire that comes to us through the intersection of the time and timeless. A fire that's going to break in an incredibly savage way, as we'll see. But here we have the first intimations. We have, as it were, remember the speech, the mutterings that come from just off stage, and how powerful that is a theme in Eliot's poetry. The dimly heard whispers, the mermaids whispering each to each, the sounds under the floorboards, the sounds coming from other worlds. Well, here is the voices of the dead, but not dead, They are, of course, of the rose. And it would seem that their tongues are flames of fire, and they speak of fire, a fire that matches the Pentecostal fire. The question now that we're entering into is, what are we entering into? Will it be a fiery conflagration? Now the fire is starting to fall down. Now it's going to really erupt. Is it a fiery conflagration as the Stoics taught? You remember the eternal endless round, so that over billions or millions of years, things form, the universe forms, goes on its merry way, goes through its cycles, and then goes into its final cycle, into a fiery conflagration. All the elements, the Four Quartets, are dissolved, and then over millions of years it slowly comes out of the fire and forms again, and again goes through its fiery conflagration billions of years later. Is this what is coming now? Just the end of another cycle of an endless return of the same? Is it a Stoic fiery conflagration that now will fall from the air on London and Liverpool and Coventry and so forth? Where was this now that Eliot speaks of? Well, it's no secret, it was the Blitz. It was the Blitz. The world's end. The bombs of fire raining down, fiery death, earth, sea, air, fire itself. The sense is, like Pentecost fire, tongues of fire that fall, that intrude into time. I suppose this is a theme Eliot is pointing out, that he said in The Rock in 1934, do not think that people have lost their capacity for violence and savagery. Just because you live near a police station, do not think violence has been vanquished. Take away that police station and you will find how quickly it resurfaces. And this is his point now. He is not gloating, of course, but he is saying, these bombs that fall, this is it. This is what was spoken of. The world's end, fire raining down. Something now indeed breaks through our comfort, through our pillows and being tucked in. Something now breaks through, and those some things are big black bombs. Fire falls from heaven. Let's remember, Eliot wrote this at the time of the Blitz and the war. This is not, and he was there present, this is not some kind of indolent, intellectual little playing game. It is something he went through. Now, with the Blitz, the four elements die. The Four Quartets die. The Four Quartets mirror the four elements, remember. The four elements are the elemental principles of the whole cosmos, that which makes up, as it were, the very harmony of the spheres, the very rhythm of all that is. Well, now in the fiery conflagration, the four elements are all dissolving. The Four Quartets are coming to their peak. Now we're seeing a change of pitch and melody. Now the rhyme suddenly becomes not blank but a forceful rhyming ditty. And this is 2 of Little Gidding. Ash on an old man's sleeve is all the ash the burnt roses leave. Dust in the air suspended marks a place where a story ended. Dust embreezed was a house, the wall, the wainscot and the mouth. The death of hope and despair, this is the death of air. There are the flood and drought over the eyes and in the mouth, dead water and dead sand contended for the upper hand. The parched viscerous soil gapes at the vanity of toil, laughs without mirth. This is the death of earth. Water and fire succeed, the town, the pasture and the weed. Water and fire deride, the sacrifice that we denied. Water and fire shall rot the marred foundations we forgot of sanctuary and choir. This is the death of water and fire. The elements are dying. This is the death of all the elements. This is the time Europe has fallen to the Nazis. Hitler is in compact with Stalin, and bombs fall down on London, and London burns. Cities burn. The only thing that I can sort of bring to mind that possibly had some kind of similar effect is I remember on September the 11th seeing these incredibly two the tallest structures in the world in the space of an hour dissolve into ash and dust. Suddenly, maybe it wasn't the same for you, but it certainly was for me. I remember on the North Shore at a friend's place looking out at the cityscape and realizing that all these incredible structures, so strong, so proud, that look like they're going to last for eternity, can actually be destroyed in a very, very short time. In his book on St. Francis, Chesterton noted a really good religious discipline. It's actually a really potent one. It's like this. Whenever you see a great cityscape and you think, this is mighty, this is the great Babylon I have made, as it were, you should stand on your head. And he said the effect is that suddenly you see them as incredibly delicately poised, because it's like you're looking at the head as if they're incredible stalactites ready to break off and just plunge down. Suddenly their very bulk and majesty becomes the very thing which seems to make them precarious. I think there's something to that, and I think on September the 11th that was like that. I think that must have been like that in the Blitz. Suddenly whole neighbourhoods reduced to ash and dust in a night. Bombs fall, cities burn, and houses, buildings are vaporized into dust. Dust and ash filling the air, coating the old man's sleeve, coating our coats. One breathes in the dust of vanished houses, and who knows what else you're breathing in such circumstances. These are and were the darkest nights. Hope and despair seemingly both dead, and yet it is there that you have reached the centre. There you have reached the centre of hell, and now you have reached purgatory. 3 days dead, and the ground swells, and Jesus rises from the dead, having descended into hell. We'll come back to that in 2 weeks' time. In early morning after the raids, the dark dove gone, the bombers gone over the horizon, wandering in the early hours just before dawn, wandering in the smoke ruins to see what remains and what has gone, one runs into what seemed at first a stranger. But then a slow recognition, and then the shock of recognition. A face once known, forgotten, and yet here, of all places. What? Are you here? And Eliot says this, apparently in another's voice. Whose voice? It's Dante's voice. In the Inferno, in Canto 15, Dante describes how we trod the pavement in dead patrol. And as they're going, they come across a group of people. And they pass and he looks and he catches sight of one of them. He recognizes him. Even though, quote, his burned feature that could not prevent my memory from bringing back his name, and bending my face down to meet with his, I said, "What? Are you here, Sir Brunetto?" We trod the pavement in dead patrol. His burned feature that could not prevent my memory from bringing back his name, and bending my face down to meet with his, I said, "What, are you here, Sir Brunetto?" Brunetto was, the commentators tell us, a Florentine statesman, a writer, and a great poet. A poet whose work influenced Dante. The shock of recognition in hell is to meet his master in hell. How can you be here? Who is Eliot's master? Many said at the time that it was Yeats, so much so that Eliot actually denied it, that he was perhaps being a little polite in that. But nevertheless, I think that what we're going to read and who he sees is more a combination of the masters that he admired: Yeats, Bradley, Bergson, and James, and probably a host of others. It is, I think, a composite figure. Anyway, we meet with Eliot out in the early hours, like Dante, in the uncertain hour before the morning, near the ending of interminable night, at the recurrent end of the unending. After the dark dove with the flickering tongue had passed below the horizon of his homing, while the dead leaves still rattled on like tin over the asphalt where no other sound was, between three districts whence the smoke arose, I met one walking, loitering and hurried, as if blown towards me like the metal leaves before the urban dawn, wind unresisting. And as I fixed upon the downturned face the pointed scrutiny with which we challenged the first met stranger in the waning dusk, I caught the sudden look of some dead master, whom I had known, forgotten, half recalled, both one and many, in the brown-baked features, the eyes of a familiar compound ghost, both intimate and unidentifiable. So I assumed a double part and cried, and heard another's voice cry, "What, are you here?" Although we were not, I was still the same, knowing myself, yet being someone other, and he a face still forming, yet the words sufficed to compel the recognition they preceded. And so compliant to the common wind, too strange to each other for misunderstanding, in concord at this intersection time of meeting nowhere, no before and after, we trod the pavement in a dead patrol. I said, "The wonder that I feel is easy, yet ease is a cause of wonder. Therefore speak. I may not comprehend, may not remember." And he, "I am not eager to rehearse my thought and theory which you have forgotten. These things have served their purpose, let them be. So with your own, and pray they be forgiven by others, as I pray you to forgive, both bad and good. Last season's fruit is eaten, and the full-fed beast shall kick the empty pail. For last year's words belong to last year's language, and next year's word awaits another voice. But as the passage now presents no hindrance to the spirit unappeased and peregrine, between two worlds become much like each other, so I find words I never thought to speak, in streets I never thought I should revisit, when I left my body on a distant shore. Since our concern was speech, and speech has impelled us to purify the dialect of the tribe, and urge the mind to aftersight and foresight, let me disclose the gifts reserved for age, to set a crown upon your lifetime's effort. First, the cold friction of expiring sense, without enchantment, offering no promise, but bitter tastelessness of shadow fruit, as body and soul begin to fall asunder. Second, the conscious impotence of rage at human folly and the laceration of laughter at what ceases to amuse. And last, the rending pain of reenactment of all that you have done and been, the shame of motives late revealed, and the awareness of things ill done and done to others harm, which once you took for exercise of virtue. Then fool's approval stings and honour stains. From wrong to wrong the exasperated spirit proceeds, unless restored by that refining fire, where you must move in measure like a dancer. The day was breaking. In the disfigured street he left me with a kind of valediction and faded on the blowing of the horn. The master is, one, a compound ghost, intimate and unidentifiable, a figure, one and many. As I say, I think it's a composite figure of Eliot's many masters, and that he should run into this master in hell surprises him, and that it should surprise him even more, the bitterness and cynicism, I guess, of that ghost. Let me enumerate to you the great things that life gave me, of old age that has given and that has pursued the worldly pleasures and fames. Let me list them to you. What about your body and soul beginning to fall asunder? How do you like that? There is no enchantment, no offer of promise. Secondly, rage. Don't go quietly into that dark night if you want. Go rage against light. See what good it will do to you. See what good it will do you. All you have is really a bitter tastelessness of shadow fruit, a laceration of laughter, what ceases to amuse, and lastly, going over and over it. Having to go over and over it. It's a myth of Sisyphus. That thing in hell of having to push that large boulder up that hill, only when you get to the top it rolls back down, and you have to do it all over again. I should point out Albert Camus, of course, wrote the famous book, The Myth of Sisyphus, about the despair of European nihilism, the pointlessness of it. And not only that, the fact that when you do it, that you are stung while you do it. Why? Because as you go over and reenact all those hollow triumphs, and then you have to bear the fool's hollow praises, those stings that seem to be honours at the time, but now just sting you with the idea of contempt and mockery. Well, here you are, and this is where your great claims and fames brought you. All your diplomas and all those trophies, all those praises for all those ideas that you promoted, and this is where it is. However, unless restored by that refining fire, all is only empty and all is only nothing except meaningless unless it is restored by that refining fire where you must move in measure like a dancer. Which takes us back, of course, to Burnt Norton, the whole theme of the dancer in the rounds, going around. But as we saw, Eliot transfigured that, baptized that. It is not endless rounds of the same. No. It is a fire of purgation. And that is what we will find, of course, that will make those things meaningful, that will show the substance and the beauty of all that was good. However, as we saw earlier, with it is not going to be what we thought. And what you thought you came for is only a shell, a husk of meaning, from which the purpose breaks only when it is fulfilled, if at all. Either you have no purpose, or the purpose is beyond the end you figured and is altered in the fulfillment. It is not what we will expect, as it were, in terms of the world. here, at the end of Little Gidding 2, I think, is the end, as it were, of discussions on the depths of despair. I think this is where we have been taken, and now we come into proper the consideration and understanding and revelation of the rose. Now I think we've entered at the very, very ground of all despair. All of Eliot's great masters whom he revered, compounded together in this figure, who can only really talk about his life in terms of bitterness and despair and ashes and impotence and so on and so forth. Here now is the turn, I think, into the start of paradise. But because of that, this is too where the fire starts to really become apparent and scorching and burning. I'll finish there. But
at one stage, I thought that he was making himself
like an old, that's what it is. That's at the same time it is, an idea of himself in the future. The idea is perhaps what it is he's meeting himself in the future, and that may well be, I guess, being a compound ghost. It can therefore, I suppose, possibly be him as well. And maybe in that way, when it says as if another talking, maybe it's a sense in which, yes, I'm double in that. So possibly, yes, who knows?
What's the line of the horn?
There's probably a few answers to that. Some people say that there's a play on Hamlet's ghost, on the appearance of Hamlet's ghost, which disappears, with the blowing of the horn for the morning coming, or whatever it is, I can't quite remember. And that may be the case. Elsewhere, I should say, others too, when it says, in respect of the king, the forlorn king, that's King Lear, and it plays on Shakespeare here. I think Helen Gardner and others play upon the Shakespearean themes, and that may well be. Again, I think that what we have in Eliot are many levels, such as just what we've been talking about. Is that figure? Sure, I'm sure is Yeats, as many people at the time twigged, but at the same time it's many of his other masters, and it probably is as well a figure of Eliot himself, and a kind of everyman as well. The same with the horn. I guess whatever it is, it's a sense of which a kind of portent, perhaps of revelation, perhaps of Hamlet's ghost. If you remember with Hamlet's ghost, it means this is the context that will bring destruction on all Denmark. So perhaps it's those and other things besides. But I guess for me, it seemed to be the sense of the day coming, and thus the sense that he has to depart. So, and again, it just struck me maybe too, that's an aspect of he's talking to the dead, and the dead have to depart as the day comes.
What's the date the Four Quartet? In different times, don't they? Because basically the 30s?
Sorry?
Was it basically the 30s?
And the 40s. I think in the first handout I might be giving you, I can't remember right offhand. 42.
In the larger part,
Little Gidding is 42.
Well, I have a feeling that it's back to the 30s, but I think it could apply to the 40s too. But one of the things that he was railing against really was the consumerism of the time, wasn't it? But I don't think it existed in those days in that way. What I was talking to before, people were simpler. We didn't have much in those days. People lived simpler lives. How did he have some intuition?
I think it was probably he was living in the great metropolis, of course, of the Western world, I suppose. So there would have been in his area too, his circles, a lot more consumerism and so forth. Look, just going to the dating, when you look at the construction of the Four Quartets, like with Little Gidding too, they may come into final form at times, but quite clearly what Eliot does is he's written stuff many years prior, he may have even used it in other poems, but then he takes it and puts it together because he sees that it works far better. So, in respect of what you're saying in terms of dating, I think it is important that dates, like 42, not least because of the circumstances of the bombings and so forth and the war, because it clearly locates it in terms of its concerns and the motif therein. But for all the others, look, we forget possibly in the 1920s, remember as well, that there was a lot of wealth around prior to the Great Depression. Not wishing to mention the war here, but in that context, so I think that where he was located, comparatively at least, there was a lot of burgeoning consumerism. In terms of cultural studies, we will often say that the 1920s, I mean there was advertising before, but it's the 1920s really in the birth of modern advertising proper in terms of its approaches and creating needs rather than just simply meeting needs. So I think, it was part of that milieu, but not as pronounced as it is today.
Because even in photographs of people, I've seen photographs of the men who built the bridge. Photographs from, I've forgotten other, I can't remember other examples, but I've seen them. You can tell, looking at the faces of those people, they're living much simpler lives.
I'm sure that's the case, but Eliot, I suppose, probably wasn't slumming it with working class proletariat, I think. The Great Gatsby, I suppose, is a really good. What? Yeah. And it's interesting too that F. Scott Fitzgerald was part of a crowd that was actually, along with the likes of Hemingway and that, supporting Eliot financially at certain periods, which you'll find references to in Hemingway's Breakfast of Champions. Okay, well.